KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to you. Hope you had a great weekend. I had a great weekend. We all had a great weekend if you are an Astros fan. And I would say we all had a great weekend if you were a fan of the starting offense for the Houston Texans on Saturday. Those were the two big things we needed. Three big things we needed. Joy, nice drive from the first string offense, at least Saturday's first string. And I'll take 2 out of 3 from the Yankees, especially when the Sunday game is a stark reminder that we and Jose Altuve are their daddies. Good morning, Seth. How are you?
Good morning, yeah. And I'm. It's interesting when you have to clarify, hey, Saturday's starting offense, because it wasn't your starting quarterback. It was 2 or 3 of your non-starting offensive linemen. It wasn't your starting running back. And yet the process in that first drive by the Saturday starters was just so much better than what we saw in the preseason last year, particularly on the offensive line. So I saw a lot of promising things out of the offensive line that are almost player independent, because Blake Fisher didn't play well, and yet at the same time, there were he didn't play well in a better manner in which he didn't play well last year. I could, you know what it was different, Sean? I could break down and watch the film and say, oh, okay, this guy's just getting beat. Whereas last year I would watch the offensive line and say, I don't know what the hell any of these guys are doing.
Yep.
Your guess is as good as mine as to what they're supposed to be doing and who's at fault here and all that. I think we saw some really good things just in terms of having a crisp and concise and just a sharper offense in general. And it's one series versus a bunch of backups and a smattering of starters with the Vikings, but it's a better operation. It's a cleaner operation right now.
Definitely a cleaner operation. Definitely an operation doing. And if I get it, they're going against 2s for the Vikings. So this is nothing that we're taking and changing the season win total on the Texans over this or anything like that. But if they're going to go out there and do something against the 2s from another team, I would like my 2s to go on a 10-play, 74-yard drive where it's 5 runs, 5 passes, really no negative play. The only negative play on the whole drive was Davis Mills missed a wide-open Cade Stover. It probably should have only been like an 8 or 9 play drive because they should have had a touchdown on that play. Other than that, everything
and even
was
on
great.
that, Sean, even on that one too, there's some room because CJ had a little bit of a misfire, what looked like a misfire with Dalton Schultz in the scrimmage on Thursday. And I think I'm not making excuses or anything. I think they are still learning this offense and some of the nuances of how they're gonna run their routes versus different looks. I think there's probably still a little bit of a disconnect there. So I'm hesitant. I'm hesitant right there to blame either Stover or
Mills.
Davis.
Yeah.
But I think the fact that guys are getting schemed open and sprung open, and that a lot of it is because of play action and some of the things they're doing on the offensive line. That's the promising part at this stage. I think they got to refine everything. Sure.
What did DeMeco Ryans think of that first drive by the offense on Saturday? By the way, they lost the game 20-10, but honestly, that first drive was the only thing I needed on Saturday night. I'm like, offensive operation with guys that are going to be on the team this year looks good. I'll gladly sit and watch the rest of it here, but that's what I need. Here's DeMeco Ryans on that first drive.
For the game today, I was really first offensive group, the way they stepped out, very efficient. I liked everybody just being calm and composed. Davis did an excellent job of driving the ball down the field, commanding the huddle, putting the ball in really good placement. Then to see Dare have a couple of nice runs there. That's playing behind his pass, and it was a really nice finish to the drive with Berios. Like him not only catching and securing the football, but finishing physically through the end zone.
Okay, I think a couple things here that I think Texan fans need to know who haven't been at camp, and certainly we were two of just a few people who were in West Virginia. That's been Davis pretty much all camp, except for one bad practice where he threw a couple of picks. Davis Mills has looked really, really good. Granted, going against twos, but he's looked really, really good. Dare is if Dare Ogunbowale is getting 15 to 20 touches a game, something's gone horribly wrong with these injuries in the running back room. And yet, it was nice to see them just to be able to plug Dare Ogunbowale in, and he gets 29 yards on 5 carries, and it wasn't like he got 21 of those 29 yards on 1 carry and the rest got stuffed at the line. I would say, just going back and looking, like all 5 carries had really positive things from the offensive line going there.
And there were times, too, as well as Ogunbowale played, there were times where I'm watching it, and I'm thinking, okay, what would Mixon do in this situation? Yeah. Some of those runs could have been a lot higher. Just with a little bit. I mean, obviously, Mixon's a better running back than Ogunbowale. Yeah. But just in the quickness of some of the reads and then the explosiveness after you make the read, those Ogunbowale 5, 6, 7-yard, 20-yard runs by Joe Mixon. So that was promising.
Here was DeMeco Ryans on the job the offensive line did on Saturday.
And from my point of view, our O-line did a really nice job of controlling the line of scrimmage, which when we did run the football, there was no one in the backfield. There was no penetration, and it all starts up front. So I feel like those guys did a really nice job of setting the tone. And that's what we want to see from the offensive line. You come out, be physical, set the tone for the offense, and I thought that first group did a nice job of that.
And part of that is, I think, just the type of run scheme that they're going to use last year is going to be probably a stark departure from what Bobby Sloak was doing. And without getting overly technical about it, the Texans are going to lean into double teams and plays like duo, et cetera, compared to as much zone blocking. And what that does, for me, I've always felt like it simplifies things for the offensive line. And remember what was tough for the Texans' offensive line last year? It was whenever defensive linemen were slanting, they would just lose track of guys. There'd be deep penetration in the backfield. There were some really good moments of slanting defensive linemen by the Minnesota Vikings where the guys they got washed and it helped create a bigger hole. Ursery, the rookie, did that a couple of times, handled slanting defensive ends really, really well. And that was really from the get-go last year. It was one of the biggest problems on that offensive line. So they seem to have hemmed that up a bit. Yep. There's a part of coaching offensive line, I guess coaching in the NFL in particular, it's always a balance of like, okay, you gotta find a way to make the high Wonderlic guys play a little dumber. Wonderlic guys play a little smarter. Yeah. So for the offensive linemen, bunch of analytical nerds, and they'll try to solve any algebra problem you give them. But the problem is, it's like trying to solve an algebra problem while wrestling a grizzly bear. And you gotta find that balance where you can just get them still being smart offensive linemen, but still playing aggressively and physically. And so far, just from what I saw in training camp, the last couple days of padded practices, and then in the preseason game, I think Popovich is doing a pretty good job of that. This feels like a much more caveman-like offensive line, and I like some cavemen. Intelligent, intellectual cavemen.
Sure,
but cavemen nonetheless.
Cavemen that their next of kin are going to really continue that evolution to, being able to speak and eat with utensils and things like that. Right, yeah. I think that's where this O-line is. Advanced cavemen, yes.
Open a door in your Flintstones vehicle for your girlfriend instead of maybe, the way they used to be portrayed in cartoons.
Right.
Instead of flashback to the stuff that, wow.
These were very misogynistic cartoons, and I enjoyed these, yes.
Cartoons really did a number on our generation.
They did. We're coming out of it now. Okay, I know this is what I know people want to hear from you, because I think they saw the reaction on social media to it. I think they saw it with their own eyes. You had a really good YouTube about the offensive line in general in that first drive, if you want to go find it on Seth's YouTube channel. But I think people are very curious what your thoughts were on the debut of Ariante Ursery.
I think he's got really, really good. And some of that was in the run game, where I said there were a couple times where the defensive end slanted inside, and Ursary had to redirect and handled it really, really well. That was notable because that was one of the knocks against him in college, was that sometimes he didn't redirect well when guys slanted to the inside. And he's got those long arms, and he uses them really well. When I talked to Daniil Hunter last week, that was one of the points he made about him, is that he's a technique guy. Mm-hmm. And that might sound like a simple thing, but some offensive linemen, especially bigger dudes, they've gotten away in college with just kind of bullying people, and they're not as focused in on their technique. Ursary's really honed in on his technique by rookie standards.
Do you have a gut feel on what you would, if you were DeMeco Ryans, what you would trot out there as the first set of tackles in Week 1 against the Rams?
With Cam Robinson, I just don't know.
The Robinson injury is a huge fly in the ointment. I get that. Yeah.
And Ed Ingram played well at right guard.
He did.
Juice Scruggs did some good things at left guard. So this all affects how you're going to play the offensive tackles, obviously, because of Titus Howard. So Ed Ingram played well at right guard. It's against backups. He's been a starter before. Maybe in this scheme, it's just the right fit for him. If they like Ed Ingram, then I like moving Titus Howard out and keeping him out there at right tackles, because Blake Fisher is not the guy.
Right.
If they don't feel comfortable with any of the guys who are competing at right guard right now, then Titus Howard at right guard, and then Ursary at right tackle, and Cam Robinson at left tackle.
Yeah.
So it's almost who do you like at right guard, and do you feel comfortable with them that you can keep Titus Howard out at right tackle?
Yeah. Well, and now Juice Scruggs has found his way back into the mix. Now, granted, he was at left guard because they gave Laken Tomlinson. They gave two offensive line vets the night off on Saturday, Titus Howard and Laken Tomlinson. Where does Juice Scruggs obviously fits into this puzzle better for his sake than he did 2 weeks ago when he was running with the threes.
Scruggs he did some good things against defensive linemen. He was not good when he got up to the second level. He really had a hard time staying attached to blocks, and that's a big question for me. Blake Fisher had the worst outing of all those guys that started the game. Juice Scruggs did some good things, but I still don't feel measurably better about him as a guard than I did at the end of last year.
What about Andrews, real quick, before we go to break here?
Andrews I thought was fine, and I don't know if he did anything to win the competition or anything. But for what they want to do in terms of just being physical at the point of attack, I think he's still ahead of Jarrett Patterson.
Mm-hmm.
I think both those guys have some big question marks when it comes to pass protection, but Andrews is just a stouter, more physical dude. I've told you, when I look at if I were a nose tackle just playing against the run, and I had to choose, hey, which guy do you think you're going to have a better game against? I think I'd have a better game against Jarrett Patterson.
Makes sense. All right, off and running on a Monday. Reaction Monday. It's a Reaction Monday. We had Texans football on Saturday. Hey, we had Astros baseball over the weekend, too. I would say a good weekend for the Astros. Tonight is going to be electric. Tonight's going to be one of the more electric regular season games, especially in the month of August, that we've had in the last several years. Homecomings galore and a return to the mound for what's been a pretty successful rehab from a Tommy John surgery. Big night out at the Yard. We'll recap the weekend. The good news and the bad news for the Houston Astros. And we'll do that coming up next. But first, early on here, let's get you into that brand new
Bag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Astros are in a dogfight now in the division. We'll talk about that in just a second as we welcome you back in on a Monday here on Sports Radio 610. Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne. The Astros are one up in the loss column, a half game up in the standing. So as of right now, it's a dogfight. The good news, it's the Mariners they're dogfighting with. The Mariners will find a way to mess it up, I'm pretty sure. But, Seth, I loved yesterday's win. We'll get to the good news and the bad news as to where the Astros are right now. And tonight is going to be incredible out at the ballpark with everything going, with all the returns, like 3 huge returns tonight at the ballpark. I loved that game yesterday because the Yankees got a taste of sort of everything that the Astros have kind of been about this year, which was we got home runs from Correa and Altuve. So they got treated, they got old school Wade by the Astros. They're used to that, Correa and Altuve doing those things. You had a huge clutch hit he's have yet to deal with until this weekend. But his hit that he got with the bases loaded against an elite-level pitcher in Max Fried in the 4th inning, Astros up 2-0, and he was down 0-2 quick in that at-bat. Worked it back to 3-2, had a really, really gutsy take on 2-2. I mean, the gutsy as hell. Got it to 3-2, and then laced one down the line for a 2-run double. I thought that was the biggest hit of the game because that gave Jason Alexander, who, again, is also part of this story the Yankees got a dose of, which is, the Astros are taking these nobodies and turning them into serviceable. In the case of Jason Alexander, the last 2 starts, very good Major League pitchers. He had a no-hitter through 3 or 4 innings yesterday.
I think it was through 6 it ended up being.
They got a hit against – it was 5. It was through 5. That's right. They got a hit in the 6th. That's right, because I was half paying attention because I was doing some Texans stuff. And I'm going – when they got the first hit in the 6th inning, the Yankees, and that's the first hit for the Yankees, I'm like, will you guys please mention the no-hitter at least? So I would pay closer attention to the game if I knew there was a no-hitter. I was kind of half watching the game. But between the home run and the way Correa has been since they acquired him, we'll talk about that. He'll get acknowledged for that at 7:20. But the home runs from Altuve and Correa, the big hit from Cam Smith, the start from Jason Alexander, and the fact that they did it against one of the Yankee aces in Max Fried, it was just a ball of joy yesterday.
I would say the walk, the game-tying walk by Christian Walker as well. There was Yep. Go ahead.
That was Saturday.
Everything's all jumbled up in my brain. I'll sort it out by the time the show is
no
over.
worries. Yeah, but I'm just strictly yesterday. I just like the series of things that led to a 7-1 win to me. I'm like, these are the. If a Yankee fan were to ask me, how are the Astros in this spot right now? How are they a half game up when they've had all these injuries? How are they in first place in the division? I almost feel like that game yesterday, just hand them a checklist of all the things that went on yesterday. Like, here's why. All these things right here, So it was good, man. It's a good weekend. 2 out of 3 from the Yankees. Me like.
It was the Altuve. Yankees fans are convinced that Altuve is plays out of his brain when he plays against them. The funny thing is that he's about his performance against the Yankees have been pretty much his average performance across his entire career.
Yeah.
The difference is the home runs, I think.
Yeah.
He's got the most home runs against the Yankees of any non-divisional opponent.
Yeah.
And the fact that so many of them have come in big-time games, or the fact – when I said this, I tweeted this yesterday, I can't get mad at the Yankees because they bent over backwards to send Altuve to the Hall of Fame.
They have. They've done their part, yes.
It's overall, sure, he's been about his normal self versus the Yankees. But whenever you're playing the Yankees, it's a higher profile game, which helps in the Hall of Fame emotional bank of anybody who might be voting. They just remember those moments. And 2, it's just the way in which he does it. He hits home runs versus the Yankees.
He's hit 15. Does it not feel like more than 15 to you? I mean, he's been in the league. He's been in baseball for 15 years now.
I think so, just because it's been poignant moments that it feels like more.
Yeah. Well, you're right, because they're either in big spots or in the case of this weekend, they're in early at-bats. His first at-bat, and it gives them twice. In the 2 wins, he hit home runs in the first inning of these games. So that was cool to see. Boy, tonight is going to be something else, huh? Of the 3 returns to Dyken Park, power rank them, Seth. Alex Bregman's return to Dyken Park for the first time since leaving the Astros in free agency. Carlos Correa's homecoming return to Dyken Park, or The one that honestly excites me the most, because it matters for baseball purposes the most, is Christian Javier's return to the mound tonight from Tommy John surgery.
Oh, I think the Correa is the one that probably excites me the most, just from an emotional standpoint. It helps that he's been so good since he came back.
1,100 OPS.
What's his OPS?
It's nearly 1,100. Yeah,
that's pretty good, Sean.
That's good. Last I checked,
that was after a little bit of a slow start too.
Yes.
So you factor that into it, and he's been even better since after that first game.
6 straight multi-hit games. I mean, he has been elite since he got back here.
I think Correa is going to be the fun one. Bregman will be kind of cool, but also just given how the last series went versus the Red Sox, I don't need to see any reminders of how awesome Bregman is as a baseball player.
I agree with that. What about Javier? You excited?
Javier, I'm just more nervous than anything.
Okay.
He hasn't. Look, you don't read too much into rehab starts, but his invisible at peak effectiveness right now. I know his velocity has been there since, but his velocity has never really been the thing.
No.
It's that he's got a 94-mile-per-hour fastball that looks to the batter like it's a 98 or 99 mile per hour fastball because of the spin rate, and he hasn't been making them miss his fastball as much as he does when he's at his peak.
His velocity has never been the thing in terms of he's a guy who relies on 98 mile an hour heat like some guys do, but the last 2 years, as it turns out, there was something going on with his arm. That 94 that you're talking about turned into 92 and 91.
Yeah.
He needs to be at a certain velocity, but you're absolutely right. He's not a guy that blows you away. He's a guy that does it with some witchcraft. I'm excited about that. Look, knock on wood, like his is the only rehab that has gone, like if you hand somebody a textbook for here's what you want Tommy John rehab to look like. He got the surgery late May in 2024, and here he is in still relatively early August, a year late. I mean, that's less than 15 months.
Let me ask you. I'm going to have you power rank these 3 guys in a matter of how tight how much your sphincter is tightened.
Okay.
So on the sphincter tightening meter, you've got 3 guys that just jump into my brain. Yeah. Javier, just because he's coming back, et cetera, et cetera. He has had a smooth rehab by Astros standards, especially.
Yes.
And it's been, 15 months or so since his injury?
Yeah, May 24th,
2024
was when he got the surgery. Yep.
Okay, so 14, 15 months since his surgery, and it's been relatively. So you got Javier.
Okay.
You got Arrighetti.
Yep.
Had some bad luck, but also, wasn't locating his pitches perfectly.
It might be, and going back and looking at the box score the next day and just listening and having watched the game, like all those things, it was the strangest game. Like, it was 3 2/3 innings. He did give up a home run, so that's not good. 11 hits where half of them are infield hits is a weird thing. So, okay, so Arrighetti, who's the third one?
Fromber.
Okay, now that's a good one. Now they lose on Saturday. Fromber, they've lost 3 straight Fromber starts now, after winning 13 in a row. Okay, power rank my sphincter tightening on all these. I'm going to put Javier at number 1 just because we have no idea what it's going to. Arrighetti, I think, is going to be fine. His injury was a broken hand. I don't think that's something that's going to crop up again. Like, I think he just needs to pitch in major league games. I think he's going to be okay. Javier's number 1 because of the unknown. Framber is, you know what? Arrighetti's number 2 just because he ain't Framber. Framber's going to be fine. Framber, they've lost 3 straight starts of his. The first one, he pitched amazing. They just couldn't hit. And so he had that one bad inning against the Red Sox that was super weird. But other than that one bad, he's balking. They had all these errors and mental errors. It was one bad inning. Now the most recent one, he was not good on Saturday. Like, he was just flat out not good on Saturday.
His curveball was the one that his curveball had been until 3 games ago. It was, or actually going into that game, it was the best of his career. And McVay missed his curveball on Saturday, so it's more of a. Even though he hasn't been himself for a few games, it's just that I trust that he's going to figure that out, whatever's causing that.
Framber, I'll tell you what, Seth, with Framber, I'll tell you what I gain an appreciation of is how amazing he was in 2022 when he had the 25 straight quality starts.
Yeah.
Like, you look now, and Framber is still a quality start machine. He leads the league in quality starts. I think he's got 16 of them. But he's since that year in 2022 where he was good pretty much every start, he's had these fits and starts in the regular season in 23 and 24, and he's always eventually figured it out. That's why he's at the bottom of my power rankings.
You don't worry that it's a fatigue issue.
No.
If it were a younger pitcher or somebody else, I might worry, you're getting down towards the end of the season, so I don't worry about it being fatigue.
No.
I do worry a little bit, and this was something that remember when they instituted the pitch clock, Framber was one of the guys we were most nervous about because he needed time to collect himself. Yeah. And part of him becoming a steady pitcher had been taking a little stroll around the back of the mound and everything.
Yep.
So we wondered how that was going to affect him. He does currently lead the league in pitch clock violations.
Yeah, he took the lead on Saturday. He had a big one on Saturday to Judge.
Oh, he had full, yeah. His full count, right? Yeah.
Yes,
and
he walked in with it.
So
yeah.
That's the part that I worry. I hope he's still with the same sports psychologist and everything, and all that can maybe work out. It's weird. It's scary, but I also know that he can overcome some of these mental hurdles at times. So I trust that he'll be all right. Yeah, he'd be third on my sphinctometer.
Yeah. For me to worry about Framber ahead of concern over a Tommy John return and Spencer Arrighetti would be disrespectful to Framber. So I like power ranking that though, because you're right. I mean, there are these issues right now, and even Hunter. Hunter he's been better than he was those couple of bad starts he had, but he still only went 5 1/3 on Friday.
Well, and I've been the one all season long saying, pitching, don't worry about it. Your trade deadline moves are these guys coming back from the IL.
Here we are.
And then Arrighetti come on, Arrighetti. I've kind of built a platform here. Now Javier has had a smooth recovery. He, as opposed to, say, Luis Garcia. Luis Garcia hasn't pitched a baseball in a game that matters in a long time.
No, but he was awesome this weekend in his rehab start. He four shutout innings with 7 Ks in his rehab start.
So I guess those three guys, Javier, Arrighetti, and Garcia, are the guys that I have the most personal reputation to gain or lose, just based on me trying to act like it was no big deal that you didn't get a pitcher at the trade deadline.
Is Lance just off the grid now? Is he he had a blister? He should be back pretty soon, right?
Lance is. We talked about this last week about Lance is becoming one of those guys that just has weird injuries all the time, and sometimes it's major, and then there's a hiccup in the recovery.
He's the Terrence Jones of the Astros.
I took a Google stroll through his injury history, and I'd completely forgotten the time he got injured by a champagne cork. That was for weird injuries. We had the time he got hit by a champagne cork in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And then there was also, obviously, it wasn't like out at dinner on a Friday night. We were at Nobu in L.A.
Yeah.
And the other was the freak weight room accident where he tripped over or dropped what was the weight room? Did somebody drop a weight on his foot?
No, because it wasn't a blunt force thing. It's like he pulled a muscle above his toe or something.
Tripped over something.
Yeah. You're right. He is the weird injury guy. So, but Javier tonight, and and I think we get a Hunter Brown sighting in this series. I'll have to go. It's Hunter and Spencer Arrighetti. I'm not sure in which order, I think it's Arrighetti then Hunter in this series. So 3 against the Red Sox, and they're all big games now. You got a half-game lead in the division. How nervous are you right now about the Mariners nipping at their heels, Seth?
Oh, it's the Mariners. That's right. Yeah, I try not to think about the fact that the Mariners just continually blow it as the season winds down because every team is different every year.
Sure.
I'd put that. I don't know. I'm at I'm on a 5 out of 10 right now. I don't feel awesome about the Astros right this moment with all of the question marks that we just addressed.
Yep.
I'm actually, honestly, when I saw that they have 47 games remaining, which just crept up on me quick, that, wow, this thing is coming down to the wire. 47 baseball games is not a lot of baseball games.
Nope.
And I'm embracing it.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's, but I like that there's a little bit of a crunch in the division right now.
Yep. All right, we have some injury updates for the Astros. We'll get to those in headlines. We'll circle back to the Texans as well. Biggest takeaway from Saturday night's game against the Minnesota Vikings. We got a little Rockets news as well for the schedule that we'll get to, and some NFL. We got a lot to get to, man. And we're here it's Mondays, so we're here till 8 a.m. Texans All Access, or Texans Training Camp Live, I should say. I don't know if it's All Access or Training Camp Live. You're going to get Mark Vandermeer and John Harris from 8 to 10 on Mondays, and then And then off to the races. In the loop after that, the drive in Area 45 here on Sports Radio 610. Headlines are next. Stay there. This is Payne and Pendergast.
If you're looking to build a custom home, why not go with somebody
people.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, today's headlines. Let's start with the Texans on Saturday. They lose to the Vikings 20-10, but there were some good things that happened in the game. I will gladly trade a loss in a preseason game for how the offense looked in the first quarter of that game. DeMeco Ryans said overall, over the past week or so, we know the Texans haven't been in Houston. They're back on the practice field today in the afternoon at 2 o'clock. DeMeco Ryans said he is proud of how his guys traveled as a team and became better as a team with their trip to West Virginia last week.
Yeah, I'm really proud of our guys, like being on the road for a week, really proud how everyone handled it. Thankful to our staff for making this such a seamless transition. Like, we have a ton of great people who work for us, help us out, help the players be able to perform at their best. Thought we did a nice job this week of bonding, being at the Greenbrier, and we grew closer as a unit. We got better as a football team. Now this next week, I'm looking for us to take that next step. Like, can we continue to improve, continue to grow? We'll have Carolina coming in. We'll have a joint practice next week, so excited, again, to go against someone else in practice and see how that week turns out.
All right, so that was DeMeco on kind of the week as a whole, which included the Minnesota game. To me, Seth, the biggest takeaway from this game, the offensive drive that, and again, even that drive had a lot of guys who aren't going to factor into the season, but I think just in the way that the operation looked, and there were a few guys out there that are going to factor into this season, at least early on, looked really good. 10-play, 74-yard drive for a touchdown.
Yeah, the offensive line in particular, I think, just looked cleaner across the board. Ariante Ursary was a big headline item there. He's your second-round pick. You traded up to get him. He looks the part. He's 6'6", 335 pounds, but he uses that length and size really well. And it was both as a pass protector, which I've seen. You know, he's struggled at times versus two really good defensive ends in practice, but he's also had some good reps against Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson. And in the game the other night, I thought the biggest thing for the offensive line was they sorted things out in the run game really well. They had a good feel for what their assignments were, how to react and respond to blitzes and slanting defensive linemen. It just looked cleaner across the board. Blake Fisher is at the other end of the spectrum and on the other side of the line at right tackle. He had a rough go of it, and he stayed in after a lot. I mean, Ariante Ursary, the rookie, played 10 snaps, and then he was done. They kept Blake Fisher in there. And
he was in late in the third quarter, which is not good news if you're somebody who's looking to crack the one deep on a team.
Yeah.
You know.
And two guys on defense. E.J. Speed caught a lot of people's attention. He made a couple of big-time third down plays in a row. It made at least three notable plays in that game.
Yeah.
The other guy that I was intrigued by was Darrell Taylor. He's on a 1-year, $4 to $5 million contract where it's kind of a prove-it deal. I think E.J. Speed showed up. In the run game, Darrell Taylor played a lot better than I think. That's been one of his downsides. He's a smaller guy, and he hasn't always been very good against the run. He did some really nice things against the run, even that didn't necessarily result in tackles, but I was watching him specifically for that. So I think the playing in this defense with this coaching staff might pay dividends for the team, obviously, but then he's on a prove-it deal. Maybe he's another one of these guys that gets a deal elsewhere, it gets extended.
Yeah, we'll get to some of the individual winners and losers at the top of the hour from that game. We'll acknowledge people at 7:20 across all sports platforms. Here's one real quick from DeMeco Ryans. Seth mentions the offensive line. Here's DeMeco on the offensive line.
And from my point of view, our O-line did a really nice job of controlling the line of scrimmage, which when we did run the football, there was no one in the backfield. There was no penetration, and it all starts up front. So I feel like those guys did a really nice job of setting the tone. And that's what we want to see from the offensive line. You come out, be physical, set the tone for the offense, and I thought that first group did a nice job of that.
And that Vikings defense, led by Brian Flores, they do some really funky things in the regular season. There wasn't as much funkiness out of them, but they did disguise. They did blitz. And some of the blitzes were there were a couple of plays where I didn't even realize it was a blitz while I was watching on TV when I went back and watched. Because I've been trained that if there's any kind of a blitz at all, somebody's going to screw it up on the Texans offensive line. And they didn't. They, by and large, there were individual group. I think they did a pretty good job. They did a much better job than last year during the preseason.
Yep. No question.
Right now, I'm not like trying to predict what kind of an offensive line they'll be or anything right this moment. But compared to last year's preseason, they just did a much better job of handling any kind of misdirection or disguises. The running backs in pass protection were really good, and that's a big deal. Go back to the fourth quarter of the Kansas City game, and the running backs were not spectacular in pass protection. So when I see guys like Jawar Jordan chopping dudes down.
And Woody Marks, two young players, were really good in pass pro in that game on Saturday.
I got excited about that.
Me too. Same thing. I'm going, holy cow, look at that blitz pickup. That looked really, really good. It was funny. We're talking about the O-line. We'll get to the Astros here, I promise. I was on Channel 2 last night with Randy McAvoy and Aaron Wilson, and we did a stock up, stock down segment by position, and one of the positions we did was offensive line. And I'm like, well, it's stock up because the stock was a penny stock coming into the season. I'm still super concerned about it, but it is definitely stock up compared to last year.
I saw somebody last night tried to get a bunch of people with a gotcha take because there were a lot of tweets from a week ago about how poorly the offensive line was playing in a particular practice or something, and then they pointed to me saying something about the Texans' offensive line after the preseason game. No, there's no gotcha there. Like saying because I said something positive about the offense.
Right.
There's no gotcha. The offense was rough the first couple of weeks. They were like, when something is going poorly, show improvement. It doesn't all of a sudden negate any of the poor play from earlier in the preseason.
Right.
The offensive line, I think, has made some actual improvements over the course of 3 weeks.
Yep. Astros take 2 out of 3 from the Yankees over the weekend, including a 7-1 win yesterday. Jason Alexander, probably the biggest story in that game. Through 6 shutout innings, he was excellent in that game. He's had 2 really good starts back-to-back now. All of a sudden now, Christian Javier returns tonight against the Red Sox at homecoming night. Carlos Correa, first game back. Alex Bregman, his first game back in an opposing uniform. The Astros are a half game up on Seattle, so we're in the middle of a dogfight right now in the AL West. This is fun, man. I mean, these, what did you say, 47 games left, Seth? Is that what you said in the last segment?
Thereabouts,
yeah,
yes.
Somewhere around there. I mean, this is – and the Astros have been here the last couple of years. This is what the division has been. It's not been these are not your 2021 and 22 Astros, or certainly not the 2019 Astros, that are just running away and hiding with the division. This is what it's going to be like for the next few years. You're going to be in it. But so are other teams going to be in it.
I mean, there's so many things. There's some things you can 100% rely on, and it's the defense in general has been very good. The pitching, we knew when they were on that hellacious tear, even despite the injuries, the pitching wasn't going to be sustainable long term. You knew at some point you're going to have to rely on these guys coming back from injury, and it's for me so much of how far they can go is going to be Arrighetti, Javier, Luis Garcia, and I don't know.
He was good yesterday. He came in, struck out the side in the ninth inning.
I know. We'll see.
Don't make me stick up for Brian King because I feel
didn't
just
realize.
like you
He was
do.
good last night. Oh, great. Do pitchers only pitch once a year?
No,
I didn't realize that was a new development.
No,
or thing.
he's been bad of late. I get that.
If you have a starting pitcher pitch 7 innings in a game, is it okay for him to have 6 awful innings and 1 good one?
Yeah.
No, I don't think you don't go back and say, that 1 inning he was really good.
Ask Fromber. He did that against the Red Sox. He had 1 bad inning. All right. Last thing, Rockets. They will be playing on Christmas Day for the first time since 2019. This is what happens when you become relevant again. They're going to be playing at the Lakers on Christmas Day. So a little Luka and LeBron against KD and the merry band of support of Durantettes on the Rockets. They'll be one of 5 games being played on Christmas Day. So if you're looking for measures of relevance and how the league feels about the Rockets as a marquee team, right there, smack dab in the middle of the Christmas Day lineup, they'll be competing with this NFL schedule because we know the NFL is now trying to usurp Christmas from the NBA. Lions at Vikings. Really good game. Those 2 teams won 29 games combined last year in the regular season. Cowboys at Commanders. Commanders are good. Cowboys are, I guess, box office for whatever reason. And then Broncos at Chiefs, who I think are probably, the Chargers are in there too, but maybe the 2 best teams in the AFC West. So pretty stout NFL schedule for a Christmas Day. So a lot of sports, man. It's going to be a fun day on Christmas Day.
Ryan King 7.5 ERA.
Yeah, I know he sucks. You don't
no,
need
he
to
doesn't
sell it
suck
to me.
though. No, because he was very good. I used to be much higher on the Brian King-o-meter than you were. My confidence has been shaken with some of these home runs.
Well, he's giving up home runs. That's the problem.
Yeah.
It's all these bombs he's given up in big spots. Yeah, he lost the game for him on Saturday. So there you go. Those are your headlines. We didn't get to the NFL headlines. We'll try to mix those in the 7 o'clock hour. Shador Sanders was a big story this weekend, had a real nice start. Travis Hunter got his first action, so maybe we'll take a look at the two former Colorado Buffaloes at some point in the 7 o'clock hour. 3 winners, 3 losers from the Saturday game against the Minnesota Vikings. Individual, and a couple of these names we've mentioned already, but it's worth mentioning them again. And we'll acknowledge a lot of Astros in Acknowledge Me, a little bit of NFL, and some little pop culture as well. We'll get to that in the 7 o'clock hour. Stay there. But first, Men's Tea Clinic. I'll be back at the Men's Tea Clinic this
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
On Saturday, we play the Vikings. What I want to see is our guys just go out and see who can go play when the lights are on. Like, guys do it sometimes in practice and the lights come on. Sometimes you see guys show up even better in the game, and some guys don't show up as well. So I just want to see who shows up when it's game time. I've seen them practice now for several weeks, and I'm pretty sure I know what guys are capable of doing, but sometimes you always have those guys who surprise you in preseason game, and that's the exciting part about preseason, seeing those young guys shine bright when they get their moment. So I'm looking for guys to go out and have fun, execute, but most importantly, just play for each other and finish the game the right way.
All right, so there you go. I don't know if they finished the game the right way. I would say of all the things DeMeco said, that was DeMeco Ryans from Thursday. If you're wondering the future tense that I played that because I wanted to reestablish what he was looking for in that Vikings game, and then see which guys here, Seth, lived up to what DeMeco was looking for, which is, hey, when the lights go on, who are the guys that perform really well? So we'll do some winners and losers here. They didn't finish the game very well. That'll play into losers. The fourth quarter was not great. Sorry, Graham Mertz. This is what comes with being an NFL football player.
I think having 6 guys out of the game on the defensive line played into some of that as well, because even some of the guys that were starting in this game might have been playing in the third or fourth quarter of a normal preseason game.
Yep.
There were some guys out there that just weren't giving a classic Texans defensive line production.
I would say that's accurate, yes. So let's do winners and losers from Saturday. Who are the guys that, just as DeMeco described, when the lights went on, they played really well. And a lot of these guys are battling for spots on this roster. Braxton Berios is one of them. He's winner number 1. He was the only guy for the Texans to get into the end zone. Here's what it sounded like.
First down at the 14. Mills boots out to the left. Mills looking, throwing. Got him out across the 10. And to the pylon. And touchdown. Braxton Berios, catch and run for 6. What a way to cap the drive.
That was nice, man. That was a little play action to the right side, boot back to the left, and Braxton Berios putting his head down and going for the pylon.
There's an element there, too, of because the Texans' offensive line was playing physically on that drive, they made it look like run. The outside linebacker got duped. That poor bastard. He's just stuck out in space watching Braxton Berios run by. And that physical play to get into the end zone was really impressive. I think 2 guys on that drive, guys who are smaller but showed that they're very swarm-like, are Jalen Noel, who could have easily been wrapped up because Blake Fisher missed the block. Could have been wrapped up for a 2 or 3 yard gain.
Yep.
Broke that tackle and got a first down. And then Braxton Berios getting into the end zone. That was impressive by 2 smaller guys making some physical plays on that drive.
Yeah, really, really good. 3 catches, 33 yards, and a touchdown for Braxton Berios, who was our guest on the postgame show. He joined us on the postgame show, myself and Clint Stoerner, and Clint asked him about Nick Caley and how he's fitting in the offense. We should point out, and I think Braxton points this out, he and Caley have a history. Braxton Berios was actually drafted by the Patriots back in, I think, 2021 when Caley was an assistant on the staff there.
I first of all, he's a great coach that everybody wants to play for. We met each other my rookie year out in New England, where he was the tight ends coach, and so I've known him really my whole career. And he's very very, very highly intelligent. He knows what he wants, and his system. He's easy to communicate with, and he makes learning it very easy. I mean, he's been awesome as an OC, and everybody is really rallying around him. And you kind of saw again with that first drive, what the very tip of what he's capable of, and so it's going to be
Braxton Berios, if you looked at Braxton Berios just after that preseason game alone, and you asked, hey, which team originally drafted him? You're like, oh yeah, that dude.
Small white
That's a Bill
receiver.
Belichick special right there. Yeah. I try not to be swayed too much by this, but I do love seeing veteran players play with a huge amount of enthusiasm in the preseason, because you can tell a little bit about the professionalism of a guy, where how much they really get into a preseason game. And Berios, look, he's a guy who's fighting for a roster spot because this wide receivers room is just so deep right now and competitive. And you've got two rookies. I mean, having two top 3 round rookies in the room makes it really tough, especially when they're looking really good so far during training camp. But he just went out there and he was playing like he was a rookie trying to make the squad, and I liked seeing that.
Good to see. Here was DeMeco Ryans on Braxton Berios.
Braxton has done it a long time in this league. He finds a way to get open. He made a lot of nice catches for us today. Also in the return game, he's very experienced, and you see that experience shows up in game time. So excited to see him continue to grow. And he started off really hot, and so excited to see where he transcends.
Yeah, Braxton and Mechie had a good game too. Mechie had 5. He was their leading receiver in this game.
He did, yeah. Mechie is a guy that you start to wonder. We had these conversations last year, but there might be some kind of a trade at the end of training camp if Mechie doesn't make the team. I think he's shown enough that there's other teams out there that are probably intrigued by Mechie.
Him being in the fourth quarter felt like a showcase thing to me. But maybe he's also battling for a roster spot, which is what guys in the fourth quarter of a preseason game are in for as well. But that's how I'm viewing Mechie now, Seth, is I'm viewing him as with every catch that he gets in the preseason, I'm hoping that, okay, maybe it's not a 6th-rounder for Mechie. Maybe it's a 5th-rounder for Mechie that they get. That's
the other weird reply I get on social media that always confuses me. I'll say, hey, they might trade Mechie, and somebody will be like, well, it's not like you're going to get a first-round pick for him.
Right.
Right, yeah. There's other things you can trade.
I need you to bring me in. When you see these people, come get me.
Come get you, because I try not to mix it up anymore. I hold back. I'm like, I don't need to get into arguments on Twitter that end up taking 45 minutes of my day. I'll waste 45 minutes of your time.
That's fine. I can take time away from telling Minnesota how ratchet their baseball team is for giving us Carlos Correa. Yeah.
One big loser from the preseason game, though, by the way, is the play-by-play announcer for the Vikings. When you go and watch on NFL.com, you have to watch the Vikings TV copy. Yeah. And I don't know who he was, but Braxton Berios isn't a huge name, but I feel like he's a name enough that the announcer shouldn't be calling him Braxton Berios the whole time.
Right. Miami.
I don't expect you to know his career stats or anything necessarily, but it's a pretty notable name. It rolls off the tongue. Yeah. A play-by-play announcer especially should know that it might be more fun to say it, Barrios, but it's Berios.
It's Berios. Yep. All right, winner number 2. One was Braxton Berios. Winner number 2, you mentioned him in the previous segment, Seth, EJ Speed. EJ, a little TFL action.
2nd and 2 for the Houston 40. McCarthy offset eye, stands up, taps the helmet. McCarthy boots out to the right, quick throw. He's got Ham, the fullback, but he's ripped down for a loss. Good stop there for the Houston Texans by E.J. Speed, the former Colt. So they lose yardage on the play, and it's going to create a 3rd and about 4.
E.J. Speed was not just making play, like he had big energy, man. He had a pass breakup. Couple of tackles. He had that TFL you just heard. I think he had another one that was a big hit there. That I think it was a
he had a big hit. Yeah, in the second drive.
Yeah,
and the big thing was he did a good job with EJ Speed. He's always come up and made really nice plays in the run game. It's in pass coverage. He hasn't been as good. I thought he didn't have any huge challenges, but he sorted everything out really well. He was able to make that play because he read that play that he just made. He was able to see that J.J. McCarthy, the rookie, well, basically a rookie quarterback, did not execute the fake well at all. So E.J. Speed was on it. E.J. could tell that it wasn't run immediately when it was out on the running back. It's not just his athleticism. We're watching to see, okay, does he really start to sort things out on the coverage side of things? Because he has the physical ability to be really good in coverage.
Yep, he was really good. But if you buy into PFF scores, which I semi-buy into them, he was their best player. He had their best grade, 92.1. He was the best player for the Texans according to that metric. Davis Mills, winner number 3. Here was Davis Mills after the game. Davis Mills, of course, led the team on a 10-play drive to open the Texans' offense. And the Texans down 3-0, drove down, got a touchdown on a 10-play drive that was led by Davis Mills, who went 4 for 5 on that drive. Here was Davis after the game saying, I had a lot of fun out there.
It was a lot of fun out there. Can't really replicate live action in practice. We do as much as we can, scrimmage and move the ball periods in practice, but it's a lot of fun getting back out there with your teammates, going against some guys you don't see every day. So I thought, obviously only had that one drive at the start, but I thought the offensive line did a great job and protection, and especially in the run game, ran the ball hard, and my guys were getting open out on the edge, and I was able to deliver it.
Davis had a good camp. He's had a good camp.
He's had a good camp. The ball was coming out really quick. That was one other notable thing where you try not to read into it too much. It's just a preseason game, but it does seem like the two big points of emphasis just based on that game and some of the things I've seen in camp are, hey, we got to get the ball out quickly. We got to you can set up the deep ball with the run, but you can also set up the deep ball with a quick game and making those linebackers and safeties be honest. And I thought Davis did a really good job getting the ball out quickly. And then seeing the field, including on that misfire to Cade Stover. And I'm at this point, that might have been as simple as Cade Stover needed to extend that route a little bit more. Yeah, who knows? We saw something similar happen with C.J. Stroud and Dalton Schultz in the scrimmage last Thursday. But so whether that was Davis or on Cade Stover, the plan worked. Like they were springing guys open with the scheme, which was good to see. And it's just preseason, it's night and day. The execution is just so much better across the board in all those position groups.
Yep. So those are the winners. Before we get to losers, couple texts, as long as we're talking about these guys. Text message, am I the only person that wasn't surprised by E.J. Speed? I thought he was supposed to be pretty good. Here's the thing. You know who's probably surprised by E.J. Speed? The other 31 teams in the NFL that didn't give him a contract as a free agent. He's on a one-year maximum $5 million deal. Like he played a lot of snaps for the Colts, but he has holes in his game.
He's a classic. I think because he was a divisional opponent, you remember a lot of the big plays that he's made because he does make spectacular plays. He's very athletic. He's very aggressive. A lot of his bigger plays are in the run game. In terms of being a complete and total linebacker, he's still a bit unfinished because he was a special teams guy for his first few years before he worked his way into a starting role. So, no, you shouldn't be surprised that he's making plays. The big question is just, all right, does he become more of a complete linebacker?
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to use him this year. His playmaking ability is obvious. Does he become more of a full-time guy? Is he a guy that they use situationally? However they use him, he's going to make an impact.
Dude,
it's just what is his complete and total upside?
Some of these rooms, man, the decisions. I mean, Jamal Hill had a good game on Saturday. And he might not make the team. There's already 5 or 6 linebackers that are really that are serviceable on this team.
You looked at some of those guys and how they contribute on special teams. Neiman, the linebacker, was signed as a guy
for that.
He's only been a special teams guy, but he made some good plays. They love Chris Hansen.
Jake Hansen.
Excuse me. There are a lot of guys. Chris Hansen was a college teammate of mine. So there's a lot of guys out there that they like, but special teams might be the deciding factor.
Might be. All right, losers for this game. I got 3 winners, 3 losers, and Blake Fisher just needs to step it up. There's just no two ways about it. If you buy into PFF scores, once again, if I'm going to give out the ones at the front end of it, like E.J. Speed at 92.1, it's a scale of 0 to 100. Blake Fisher was the worst player on the team over the weekend. He was 29.3 in the run blocking grade and a 32.8 in pass blocking. That is putrid.
It meets the eyeball test, whatever the PFF grade was. And I don't know if he was dealing with an injury in the offseason or something, but he just athletically in training camp, he doesn't look strong. He does not. A lot of these other offensive linemen, I think, are playing with better technique. I don't really see evidence of it with Blake Fisher improving over last year. I think George Karlaftis might have broken him, Sean.
Yeah.
I think Blake Fisher got George Karlaftis paid.
Yeah.
That was Karlaftis' big performance before the Super Bowl was that.
Yep.
And I don't know what to make of it right now. Juice Scruggs did some good things in the game, but he didn't look good at the second level. The former second-round offensive lineman right now, I don't feel awesome about them.
Yeah. To me, the 2 biggest signs that fight for his life here are, one, to my recollection, Seth, I don't think he's taken 1 snap with C.J. Stroud in the preseason, like in any of the padded practices or anything. Mm-hmm. I might be wrong on that, but if he has, it is sparse. The other thing is he was playing in this game until late in the third quarter. Like Ariante Ursary was one and done as far as series go, and he's a rookie. Blake Fisher's still in there with the 2s and the 3s at the end of the third quarter of this thing.
I don't know. I was watching an offensive line drill during training camp in West Virginia, and it's a relatively basic drill where he's just drive blocking versus a guy with a pad, and his feet were just narrow, like just high school stuff. I don't know.
Loser number 2, Graham Mertz. 3 interceptions in the fourth quarter in his debut. And I guess as I go back and think about them, Seth, because you gave Davis a bit of a pass for the overthrow with Cade Stover at the goal line and the Dalton Schultz play in practice with CJ. The first interception, it looked like Xavier Johnson was in the area, like he kind of threw behind him. I don't know, like that. The second one, he just looked like he sailed it, like there was nobody near. And then the third one was a tipped ball that got intercepted. Either way, regardless of how you come by them, 3 interceptions in one quarter, you will wind up on the losers list for that game. Yeah.
That was. I think people have asked over and over again, and understandably so. Why did you draft him? Anyway?
Why'd you use a 6th-round pick on Graham Mertz?
And I think a lot of it was he was coming off of an injury last year, and I think Caserio just felt like, well, there's upside here. And if you go back to New England when Tom Brady was there, the Patriots tended to draft a quarterback just about every other year.
Yeah.
They're going to keep drafting quarterbacks. So whatever they liked about – I'm not going to – in terms of splitting hairs when it comes down to which quarterback you draft in the 6th or 7th round, good luck. But the philosophy of drafting a quarterback or using a pick on a quarterback, it's a 6th-round pick. Caserio thinks there's upside there, and he's probably going to draft a quarterback about once every other year with the Texans because it's the most valuable position in sports. And when you happen to get a lucky roll of the dice, then it can mean good things for your team.
Yep. Last one, third loser. The production, the KTRK, the Channel 13 elements of the production. And let me be very clear, I'm not talking about any of the actual voices on there. I enjoyed Kevin Kugler and John Harris and ND Kalu. I love those guys. I think they did a great job on the game. I thought Shelby Coppage did a good job on sidelines. She got handed kind of a, like if there were a sideline reporter Olympics, this would probably be an event. Like, hey, you got handed the quarterback for a sideline interview, but A, he's not paying attention half the time because he's watching the offense.
Because he's actually paying attention to the team. Yeah, I love that.
To the team. Then they go to commercial in the middle of she gets 2 questions in with CJ, and then they're going to commercial. So she's like, well, we'll do more when we come back. They come back from commercial. They're like, okay, now Shelby is going to interview Jalen Petrie while the offense is on the field, or while the defense is on the field. When the offense is on the field for the Texans, she's going to interview Jalen Petrie. And once the defense is back out there, she'll interview CJ. She doesn't even get to Jalen Petrie, and all of a sudden, I think Graham Mertz threw one of his interceptions, and the defense is right back on the field.
Yeah.
So she can't interview CJ, so she goes to she's talking to Petrie, and then CJ just never showed up again. I felt bad for Shelby Coppage, but I thought she did a great job with it. Here's my issue. Here's my glitch with the production. Whoever was running the down and distance in the first quarter was either had vertigo or was drunk. Like, they were putting up 2nd and 11 when it's 1st and 10. It's a short yardage, and they've got it as long yard. Like, I'm like, did I just miss that? Did I miss a play? I've been watching this game. That was number 1. Number 2, when they had that review of the touchdown that Minnesota scored that got overturned, of course they scored on the very next play, but they were... Instead of showing the replay of the play that was being reviewed, they just showed the referee staring into that little box the whole time. I'm like, can we see the play? I don't care to look at the guy who's reviewing it. I want to see the play he is reviewing. So these are the little things that you get when it's a local NFL broadcast as opposed to...
That's like Harry Houdini's showmanship back in the day.
Okay.
Back when people were really dumb, they weren't skeptical enough. They would put him in a water tank, and then they would close the curtain, and then the curtain would be closed for 5 minutes. and they would open the curtain, and he'd get out. Yeah, like, oh, what could have been going on behind the curtain? I don't know. I thought he was drowning. I didn't think anything of else.
Okay.
I'm kind of glad that the interviews went the way they did because I know a lot of other Texans fans loved that CJ stopped pretty much mid-sentence in the middle of an answer because a play was about to be run.
It was kind of cool.
A lot of people being interviewed in baseball booths could take a hint, all right? Just shut your yap every now and then when there's a home run or something or a big play in the field being executed. Just shut your damn yap.
That's
true. I don't want to hear about the upcoming bobbleheads.
Yeah. It was funny. Like CJ's attention span. I love that he was, still kind of looking back out there at stuff going on. So those are the. It was hard to find losers for the game. I wasn't going to dig into the third string defense allowing a bunch of stuff in what would in an NFL game be garbage time. But there you go, 3 winners and 3 losers. All right, you ready to acknowledge some people, Seth C. Payne?
I'm ready.
All right, let's do it. We do it every Monday at about this time, 7:20-ish. We acknowledge the big performances from over the weekend across all sports, not just Texans. In fact, those are the extent of the Texans acknowledgments that we just did there. This will be all Astros and other stuff here that we're going to get to. Let's start with Carlos Correa. We welcome him home tonight. In the meantime, he's already played in 9 games for the Astros. And if you're a Twins fan and you're tracking Carlos Correa, then I would imagine you're a little upset that he decided that it would be, once he got back with the Astros, to start to have a .405 batting average, a 1098 OPS, couple of home runs. And Seth, he had a play yesterday. Like the hitting stats are great. I don't expect Carlos to, when it comes to being a hitter. I do expect him to be a viable middle-of-the-order bat when the postseason rolls around. But when Jason Alexander got into trouble in the 6th inning, where he started giving up some hits, he had no-hit them through. In fact, let's acknowledge Jason Alexander while we're at it. 5 no-hit innings. 6 innings pitched, 1 hit, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. The double play that they turned to close out the 6th, where Carlos moved to his left and was, had to throw the ball. I can't remember if he was moving to his left or right. I just knew he had to throw the ball to second base from a very contorted body position and threw a missile to second, and they get the double play to end the inning. And I'm like, that is why you trade a single-A reliever to the Twins for Carlos Correa and let the poverty Twins pick up $33 million of the tab. That's why you do it, for plays like that, to keep the Yankees at bay in a game where if that's a base hit, all of a sudden a couple runs are scoring, and we're singing a different tune down the stretch in this game.
Yeah, let's acknowledge the Twins for paying for that production.
Yeah, that was nice of them to do. That was very nice. Appreciate that. Jose Altuve.
Acknowledge me.
He was great again this weekend. He's been great against the Yankees. My favorite was on Friday. Shout out to Tyler Milner for pulling this highlight that we saw in our email on Friday night. This is the Yankee broadcast where they were in the midst of not being able to turn the page for the umpteenth year in a row. Stealing scandal, and Altuve interrupts them in classic Altuve fashion.
And they have that whole scandal on top of it all. But Jose Altuve will always remember New York, and this one into the left field corner is gone.
When you don't want to wake up a sleeping giant, and he lives for these type of moments.
Who's your daddy now? Should I say the Astros?
That's right. He ain't sleeping, man. Sleeping giant.
Sleeping giant.
Sleeping giant. He had the best batting average in baseball in July, you idiot.
Wake up a sleeping giant.
Whatever.
The whole, I love the dynamic of Yankees fans urging other Yankees fans to stop booing Altuve.
Yeah.
Because it's funny. There is, honestly, when you're on the road, it's fun to get booed. You do. If you feel you get to play the heel in WWE.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, it's nice. Now, Altuve he's probably not wired as much like other guys who might really enjoy being booed on the road.
Yeah.
But it doesn't affect you the way you think it's going to affect anybody.
No.
Nobody on the road expects, I can't believe they're not cheering for me.
Right.
Why wouldn't they be cheering for me?
Right.
So getting booed on the road it feels as good as getting cheered at home.
Yeah.
The only time booing affects an athlete is when you're booed at home. Yep. That's where you're like, oh, what the hell?
Yeah.
I thought you were my friend.
That's mean.
What do all of this literally love me stuff? What happened to that?
Yes.
Yeah. So yes, keep booing him.
Yeah.
It's not going to do any harm. If anything, it gives you a little bit of boost, especially when you've got a proven track record of shutting up the boos.
Yeah, I
feel like it did also. Correa didn't get booed specifically because of that.
Yep.
Yeah.
How about this one? I'm going to give the rare second acknowledgement to Jose Altuve.
Acknowledge me.
Courtesy of Chandler Rome. Jose Altuve hit his 250th career home run in the first inning. So his home run on Sunday was his 250th of his career. He needs one more double for 450. When he hits that double, he will be the 11th player in Major League Baseball history with 250 home runs, 300 stolen bases, and 450 doubles. That list includes 3 former Astros, Bobby Abreu, Craig Biggio, and Carlos Beltran. They are 3 of the 11 on that list right now, or 3 of the 10 currently. Altuve will be the 11th when he hits a double tonight against the Red Sox.
And, Altuve is probably already a Hall of Famer if he retired after this season. But cementing it, especially given, various things that might keep people from voting him in the first ballot or whatever. I think the performances against the Yankees are especially helpful because they tend to just be higher profile, more viewed. It's often in the ALCS, which is nice. So I really, and again, Altuve would never do this, but it would be nice of him in a Hall of Fame induction ceremony to tip his cap to the Yankees for helping him get there.
See, that's the thing. If he were the classic WWE heel, he would do that. But to your point, he doesn't have the personality traits of a WWE heel.
He would never do that.
He would never.
If anything, it would be a genuine acknowledgement of him crediting his opponents for making him work that much harder.
Just one little sentence in him about the Yankees for a Hall of Fame speech. That's
a little bit of snark, man.
Just a little bit. Hey, real quick, just to close the book on the Astros this weekend. Astros bullpen on Friday came in and cleaned up the mess for Hunter Brown. And Hunter was decent, 5 1/3, gave up 2 runs, left the game tied 2-2. Bennett Sousa, who's been a little up and down of late, and he was not good yesterday. They had to take him out yesterday. But the bullpen got you 4 2/3 shutout innings, no earned runs. Not shutout innings because Hader gave up that run in the 10th, but those aren't earned runs because of the ghost runner. But no earned runs over 4 2/3 innings. Sousa, in particular, stranded those 2 runners, gave you another inning, a couple of strikeouts. So I'm acknowledging the bullpen. We haven't acknowledged the bullpen in a while. They haven't been as dominant as they were early in the year, but they still pretty damn good, and they were pretty good this weekend in that instance. All right, Cam Little,
acknowledge me.
Kicker for the Jags, kicked a 70-yard field goal. He's a rookie kicker out of Arkansas. In the preseason game they played this weekend, I think against the Steelers, I'm pretty sure. Here's what it sounded like. Cam Little, this is what a 70-yard field goal sounds like.
He drilled the ball.
Holy smokes. They got a shot.
He just kicked a 70-yard field goal. Are you kidding me?
Crazy.
I've never seen that. The NFL record. That would be an NFL record.
In the first half. Holy smokes.
That's unbelievable.
The holy smokes is Bucky Brooks. I know that. I'm not sure who the play-by-play guy is for the Jags preseason games.
I think it's Frank Frangie.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was a TV feed. So that was.
No, that's a radio guy. Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know who it is.
Yeah. So either way, it's courtesy of Jacksonville's local broadcast for their preseason game. But yeah, hey, Magnificent Gladstone. While you're sitting here touting how Travis Hunter is going to change the game. By the way, Travis Hunter played 18 snaps in that game. Missed a tackle on defense. Had a couple catches for 9 yards on offense. Didn't do much. I'm not saying that as shade. I'm just giving it out as information. Your kicker might be the one that transforms the game. You might be the first team to start attempting field goals in your own territory because of this Cam Little.
They're redefining expectations.
Yes.
And they're redefining paradigms, whatever they want to. They're revolutionizing the game of football is what they're doing. But not just football, life in general, everybody.
You are keeping, for those who don't know, Seth is keeping track in his Gladstone glossary on our rundown, all of the Gladstone terms. We haven't peeked our heads in on a Gladstone presser in a while, but this mode of operation and singular touch point of Cam Little is absolutely intangibly rich to me, Seth.
Oh, Brian Sexton is the TV announcer.
Okay.
I know Brian very well.
Okay.
I love Brian. Yes,
he's good.
And I'm just glad that he gets to live in an era when he gets to cover kicks like this.
Oh my God, the things he's
going to
nothing
more exciting. Sure, you might have questions about your quarterback.
Right.
Sure, you're not sure if your head coach is actually a 13-year-old. You know, Travis Hunter is actually going to have his body completely intact by week 3 because they want to play him 120 snaps a game. But you have a kicker who can go boom.
Who's 70 yards. 70 yards in his sleep, man. I love that you chose week 3 because that's when the Texans play the Jags. That's an interesting question. Like, is Travis Hunter, by the time they play the Texans in week 3, still going to be playing both ways with any sort of significant role?
He played both ways in this game.
He did.
He how many total snaps did
18
he have?
total snaps.
Okay.
Yeah. I think he's going to play more in the regular season.
Yeah, I would imagine.
If I had to guess.
The way they're talking.
Yep.
I'd say, I wonder if there's got to be, I wonder if there's going to be odds on that. Total number of snaps played by Travis Hunter in
There
week
definitely
1.
will be. There will be odds on it. It'll be on Prize Picks and all the daily fantasy stuff. I guarantee you it will be.
Yeah.
100%. Let's cross over into a little bit of history here. Jim Lovell.
Acknowledge me.
Of course, the astronaut, the famous astronaut from Apollo 13, played by Tom Hanks in the feature film, passed away this weekend in Lake Forest, Illinois, at the age of 97. But this is obviously a Houston-related story because of the NASA ties to it. And, of course, it's interesting. The film Apollo 13 would tell you that it was Jim Lovell who first said this.
What did you do? Nothing. I stirred the tanks. Whoa. This is Houston. Say again, please. Houston, we have a problem.
All right.
Yeah.
So that was Tom Hanks. Now,
never heard that before.
yeah.
I've certainly never heard it 879,000 times.
This isn't him starting a lame meme or cliche. Which the truth is, you probably already knew this, Seth, but I Googled it yesterday because I knew there was a bit of a glitch with it. It was actually Jack Swigert, played by Kevin Bacon, who first said, "Houston, we've had a problem." They didn't hear him the first time, and then Jim Lovell said, "Houston, we have a problem."
Yeah.
Yeah.
We discussed this a few weeks ago. Yeah,
you and I did?
Maybe you were out.
I might have been out.
We discussed that.
I don't remember discussing it, yeah.
And it was, ultimately that whole story about Houston, we've had a problem becomes, a great moment in American history.
Mm-hmm.
Because what'd you do? You figured out a way to, with a bunch of guys in mission control, threw some scraps of stuff on the table and helped talk them through how to calculate this stuff with a slide rule up in a capsule, and they got home safely. Yeah,
while battling pneumonia because the heater went out too. Yeah.
Every time some jackass says Houston, we have a problem, misquoting those astronauts in a dicey situation, I'm like, yeah, cool, bring it on. Yeah, that's what Houston did. They figured it out.
We solved
all right.
Problems. Yeah, we solved problems. Hey, did you want to wish Marv Levy a happy birthday too?
100th birthday.
Acknowledge me.
Give him 2, Ben. Give him 2 acknowledgments. One for each 50 years he's been on the planet. 100 years old.
Just everybody let go of the hatred over a potential, maybe how you feel about a playoff comeback or something back in the day.
Yeah.
The guy in a lot of ways, there's a lot of the DeMeco Ryans in him, kind of operating in a different. Didn't quite buy into all of the machismo and everything. DeMeco does it with a lot more energy and a lot more verve, I think, than Marv Levy did, but they're kind of wired similarly.
So by my calculations, then, if he just turned 100, that playoff game was in 1993 where the Bills came back against the Oilers. That's 32 years ago. And I know it's his birthday. I know it's August, and that was January, whatever. But roughly 32 years ago is when that game took place, which means he was in his late 60s at that time. I don't want to throw shade when we're acknowledging somebody for making it to 100. Marv Levy looked older than 68 years old in those years he was coaching the Bills. He looked like he was 80 years old. He probably still looks the same at 100. They always say with some guys, like, that guy always looks like he's 35. I think Marv Levy is the human being that always looks like he's 80. He's looked like he was 80 when he was 50. Probably looks like he's 80 when he just turned 100.
People are aging a lot differently now, though, too.
That's my
because
point.
People are usually a lot of people that age well are also doing more of an exercise regimen.
Totally, dude.
And what have you.
Yes, yeah.
So but I think he was still working in the Bills front office until he was into his 80s.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's had a productive later stage of life.
He's a great one, man, Marv Levy. Hey, can I do a quick acknowledgement for the station? Because I wasn't here to bask in the afterglow of our Marconi nomination on Friday.
Oh, yeah. I forgot you weren't there. Yeah.
I wasn't here. Just basked on social media instead. Acknowledging Sports Radio 610. If you haven't heard, maybe you were out traveling and you didn't listen on Friday, nominated for a Marconi Award for Station of the Year.
We're finalists.
A finalist, yep. Yeah, we're finalists, along with WIP in Philadelphia, The Ticket in Detroit, All of those former winners of this thing.
Yeah.
And then 104.5 The Zone in Nashville, who, if we lose to, Seth is going to lose his mind, I'm guessing.
I don't know. If we lose to a bunch of inbred hicks who can barely spell their own names, I don't know if I'll get over that one.
Yeah. Yep.
It's nice to be nominated, but ultimately you just want to not lose to the Tennessee Tennessee station.
That's it. It's like the AFC South. That's what it is. Congrats to everybody up here. It is a group effort, 100%, and we are thankful for all of you, the listeners and sponsors and everybody else who made that possible. It's a huge honor. First Houston sports station, I believe. I know it's the first time our station's been nominated for it, so it's a big deal. So we're very thankful for that. All right, those are the acknowledgments for this Monday. A lot of good stuff there. All right, let's circle over a couple stories from Week 1 of the NFL preseason I want to get to. Trust me, nothing heavy or schematic, but we've got to get to a couple of these as we get out. Top of the hour, Mark Vandermeer and John Harris will take over with some Texans talk on Texans Radio for a couple hours. And then In the Loop, The Drive, Area 45. Happy to be back in on a Monday here on Sports Radio 610. But before we get to anything, I want to talk about Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring. Dr. Ben
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Steph and I have fun conversations during the break, and we were talking about kind of like poverty ways we used to try to generate money in college so we could buy beer and things like that. I used to sell my books. Oh, God, my dad listens to the show. I used to sell, like, the books that you could get a lot back for at the bookstore, the hardbound books.
Yeah.
I would sell those halfway through the semester sometimes. You get $50-$60 for those.
Because you had read ahead, right?
Yeah.
You had read ahead.
I photocopied every page.
Had everything you needed to know, yeah.
No, I did not.
The biggest one for me was when I was a junior, a couple of the seniors on the football team, good dudes. But not as good as I thought they were. Awesome dudes. And there, look, you could say whatever you want about Ivy League schools or whatever. On the football team, at least, we had a lot of guys that were on Pell Grants and, kind of, grew up working their butts off and everything, like blue-collar guys.
Yep.
And so one of my friends who was always, going to school, working a job, playing football, and he and another friend of mine said, "Hey, Seth, listen, we're gonna clue you in on something that's been passed down year to year, and it's a really good and easy money-making scheme that you can take over when we're gone." So apparently, seniors had been passing this down to a select junior or two for years. And I was like, "Okay, cool. What is it?" He's like, "All right, well, here's the thing. You gotta meet us at 5:30 a.m. on Sunday." And out front of their fraternity. I'm like, "All right, cool, I can do that." And I jump in their car, in their pickup, and this was the money-making scheme, was going around to all the fraternities that had parties the night before.
Oh, no.
And grabbing the empty kegs.
The deposit?
Going to take them back for the deposit, yes.
Oh, my God.
And I'm like, I didn't want to seem ungrateful, but I don't have that in me. I'd love to say it's morality, but maybe more so it's more that I'm chicken. I don't know. So I kind of politely sat there really nervous, dude. I'm not good at breaking the law. I am not good at, and I just kind of sweated out for a couple hours while they executed their scheme.
Okay, I have three things here. A, that's phenomenal. B, how much did you get for each keg?
I can't remember. It had to have been, I'm just trying to adjust for inflation.
This is back in 1995, 96, in that range.
I bet it was $20.
Wow, that's pretty good.
And they got 8 kegs.
Yeah.
They didn't go to a lot of places. There was they're huge because they don't have any dorms for non-freshmen. So they're they have big parties. And so it was easy.
Okay.
And I couldn't do it. I passed it off to somebody else.
You did? Okay, because that was my third question. At that point, you were a junior, they were seniors. Did you have any inkling that you would become a potential NFL draft pick at that point? Because this would have been a very silly crime.
Can you imagine?
to jeopardize your future NFL career if you had already gotten some sort of feedback that, hey, I might be a draft pick next year.
If I'd gotten
let's go steal some kegs for $20 a piece.
Plus at Cornell, it's easy to bully the other students too. There's almost an element of you got 2 big football players show up. And there could be 3 guys having breakfast, and you'd be like, "Hey, we're taking your kegs."
Okay, just don't take me.
Have fun with your engineering degree and out-earning me.
That's hilarious.
I couldn't know. No, dude, I was sweating so hard. I was so uncomfortable the whole time.
Yeah.
But I respected these guys. They were my elders. And there was not a chance in hell I was ever going to do it, whether I had an NFL career or not.
Yeah, no, you're a good person. That's why.
They weren't bad guys. They were just a little mischievousness.
Yeah, but you're a good person, though.
They had convinced themselves that they deserved that keg money more than those rich kids did.
Did you?
It was usually the rich. It was the rich fraternities that they would steal from.
Oh,
Sean.
okay. You're basically Robin Hood at that point.
Yeah, and then they probably donated it to a good cause.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Did you see the Tom Brady statue this weekend?
I did.
Did you?
I did.
Did the head look a little small to you?
It looked like from one of those movies where there's cannibals who shrink the heads of their enemies.
Yes.
I think a guy in Beetlejuice is what it looked like.
Yep.
And so I'm like, okay, let me try to find some other angles of this, because the picture that was really circulating, it looked like Tom Brady had a tiny, tiny head.
Yeah.
I don't think his head was I think that was more because of the vantage point of the photographer.
Angle, yeah.
Yeah, I looked at other angles and the head wasn't. The head looked proportional.
Okay.
The problem was it just wasn't that flattering of a statue in general.
No.
Like, Tom Brady isn't built like a rock or anything, but when they tried to make him out of rock, he somehow looked even less made out of rock.
I thought it looked like they screwed the head of a 13-year-old onto the body of like a defensive lineman from the Raiders in like 1970.
Before they started lifting weights.
Yeah, like
just big guy.
A big dude with a blob body. They should have just stuck a cigarette in his mouth and gotten it over with, you know?
It's one of the greatest, we have Dan Pastorini to thank for this to a certain degree. It's the flak jacket.
Yeah.
The flak jacket, it's hard to... even if Cam Newton, even if you got a body like Cam Newton, when you take it out of context and get rid of all of the coloring of the uniform and everything else like that, it just kind of looks like a frumpy bod.
Yes.
Yes. And that's where Brady didn't have an awesome body or anything, but he didn't look frumpy like that statue looks.
If he wants to talk about the TB12 program, he can't show that statue to anybody. Like, oh, really? You were a really good football player? Oh, did they build a statue for you? Why, yes, here it is. Okay, that's the body I'm going to get if I do this TB.
I would have given the artist artistic license to eliminate the flak jacket.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just get rid of that. Whatever the sculpting version is of Photoshop.
Shred him up, man.
Sculpt shop that.
Sculpt shop. All right, here was Tom Brady, did a little speech. They unveiled it at the Patriots game against the Commanders, the preseason game. We may play this for the Pettycast again tomorrow, but let's play it here. A little joke about Jets fans.
But in the end, this statue isn't just for Pats fans. It'll also give all the Jets fans something to throw their beers at as they leave the stadium every year. Probably in the second quarter. Maybe the third.
All right, that's okay. I know Tom Brady dominated the Jets. Here's the thing, Tom. I don't know if you've been paying attention to your team since you left. Y'all pick very high in the draft these days. You picked third 2 years ago. You picked fourth this past year. You're not much better, if better at all, than the Jets right now.
Right.
You are talking trash on behalf of the 2025 New England Patriots, not the 2014 New England Patriots.
Those Jets versus Patriots battles this year, I'm kind of looking forward to, though, because they got a couple of head coaches that are old school type of coach, like dudes. Yeah. Vrabel and Aaron Glenn are no nonsense. They are just hardcore. I think there are going to be some bloody battles. They might be defensive battles more so than anything else compared to back in the day.
Indeed. All right, Seth, we're done. Antibodies to you. We're back for 4 hours tomorrow, my friend.
Antibodies to you, and if I ever commission a sculpture, I will be sure that they correct.
Yes, please, if it's mine. Yeah, dude. Yeah.
I'll make them very inaccurate. You'll have, yes.
Give me some traps. And some
I'll make
delts.
You look like Zach Thomas.
Oh, be beautiful. Be beautiful. All right, we're done.
Zach Thomas, the linebacker, not the offensive lineman for the Texans.
Not the offensive lineman fumbling around for the Texans.
Yeah.
All right, we're done. We're out of time. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris are up next. Seth, Trajan Wealth.
Let's talk about your future.
station.
Now, time to dig in to what happened. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Rosemer, under center, gets the snap, backs up, takes a knee. It is over. The plan of the Texans fall to Minnesota 20-10. Some good things shown today and plenty to work on as well as they get ready for a joint practice with the Panthers and a game against Carolina at noon Saturday at NRG Stadium.
Geez, did they have to fire that Viking cannon at the end of the game? My gosh. Like,
scared the fool out of me.
Blew us out. That blew us out. I want to know what microphone that's not on the headset. That can't be. What is that, a Viking gun? The Vikings didn't have guns, did they?
No.
Did they just row over and have, like, brute strength?
Yeah, I think so.
They don't have guns.
They have guns. They had, like, scythes and, like, I don't know, knives and stuff.
And they had oars. They definitely had oars.
They had oars. They definitely had oars.
Instead of a rowing sound.
Well, I'll tell you what they did do in the pregame. You know, they've got their
horn.
Open. They've got that horn, which I hate that horn.
I know, I
hate the horn.
That horn and the Patriots Bruins foghorn that they play at Gillette.
It's like the brown note from the league. Anyhow, they in their Open. By the way, welcome in Texans Monday.
Yeah, welcome everybody. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, and every Monday after a game from now until the end of eternity. Okay,
so they're Open, which I'm always a big fan of Opens.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's TV Open or the opener at the stadium.
Concert Open.
Yeah. So they have, and they did this last year with the video Open, but they added something. I looked up at some point. We're about to start the broadcast. I look up and I'm like, ND, look, it's snowing.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? This is kind of cool.
It does look cool. But then I started thinking about, what is that stuff? And then I thought, it kind of looks like dandruff. I don't know.
But it's like snowing. There are a few pieces that ended up like right in front of us.
How about the radio booth? Cool. Our radio booth was better than your TV booth.
Yeah, I know. How about that?
We were a little closer to midfield.
It's funny. You and I have talked about this. You give me a breakdown of every radio booth throughout the league.
Yeah.
And every time that a discussion of Miami comes up or a discussion of Washington comes up, like the hair in the back of your neck, just like I see
this one's pretty bad.
And so we were in production meeting, and Kevin Kugler did a TV call with me and ND. Kevin was just like, he looked across and goes, this booth is terrible.
Yeah.
This booth is terrible. We're in a corner. And it's like, so
it's awful.
It was not tremendous. But yeah, look, it was. It is what it is.
Don't get me started on broadcast and radio economics in the NFL. I could go on for 3 hours on this. The audience doesn't want to hear it. But you're right, Johnny. That was a bad booth. We were both in the corner. And for the Berios touchdown, I can see it. You know, I'm kind of partially blocked from that because people are on the sideline. He's going for the pylon. I'm waiting for arms to go up, and it takes a while.
We couldn't see it.
It takes a while. You know, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure he got in. I should probably have just called it. Better to call it in. You know, for historical purposes. But it's a preseason game anyway. It was great to see Berios get in. Welcome, everybody. All right. The way the game began, you have their starting quarterback out there. That's the guy, J.J. McCarthy. And he's not a rookie, but basically he is, right? He's been in the building. He had a little training camp and a little taste of preseason last year. Got hurt. And good luck. He might be great. Who knows? But good luck. Anyway, the Texans' entire front line, however you want to decide it or define it, the entire front line defense sat. They did not play, all right? So, and I hate to call it reserve, second string. It's guys who are going to play a lot because it's a rotational team anyway.
Sure.
These guys are going to play a lot. But you didn't have your would-be starters out there, and they held it together. They stopped it to a field goal. They had stopped the first drive in Texans territory, settled for a field goal, the Vikings did. I was okay. I didn't like them converting the 4th and 5, but whatever. They get the field goal. Then the Texans go on the march with Davis Mills and company, and you had some would-be offensive starters out there, like Tay Ursery's going to start at left tackle. He's probably the revelation of the ballgame, Johnny.
I think so.
Ursery, your rookie left tackle, playing back in the town where he played college football, and it was a nice moment with him and Max Brosmer after the game because they both played at Minnesota, and they were both playing in this game, and they had a nice meeting after the game, and that was cool. But Ursery, Johnny, I thought really everything else we could talk about, offensive line in general, execution by Mills, Berios looked good, Mechie had 5 catches, all that stuff. Here's the thing. Ursery, left tackle, knocking people out of the way. That's what you wanted to see.
There's no question. In fact, you and I were talking before we started the show, and Kevin, myself, and ND, just getting kind of back in rhythm. I felt like to start the show, it's kind of like, well, we're trying not to step on each other, and I didn't really kind of find my juice totally. First run by Dare that ended up going for 10 yards, I think it was. And Ursery takes Dallas Turner and washes him completely down the line of scrimmage. And I remember thinking, okay, that's not Grenard, it's not Van Ginkel, but Dallas Turner was a first-round pick by the Vikings. He was the second defensive player taken in the 2024 draft. And Ursery just swallowed him whole and just rode him right down the line of scrimmage. And Dare, I didn't see it initially, but as I'm about to describe what's happening, I see Ursery just waylay him down the line of scrimmage, and I'm able to, in almost mid-sentence, go, wow, look at this block by Ursery, and Dare cuts right off of it. I mean, he did it a couple of times, and I think that's what I remember about the Senior Bowl. I remember the very first play. I wrote this in my Harris Hits in my Senior Bowl notes. If you go to HoustonTexans.com, they're all archived under my name. You can actually see it in day one. Just Control-F and look for Ursery. The very first run play of the very first team drill, Ursery took Ty Robinson, who ended up drafted in the second, third round with the Eagles, I believe. And Ursery takes him and runs him the same way, just ran him all the way down the line of scrimmage, and they ran back behind him. And I remember thinking, I saw it live, I was like, good God, he's so strong. I've said this a number of times. His butt blocks out the sun, but that tells you where all the power is, and he's athletic enough to move with those guys. Now, is pass protection going to be a little bit of a up and down situation with? But if you can run the ball like that, and what was the play they scored on? It was
a bootleg.
Bootleg. And why does the bootleg work?
Because you're getting everybody thinking run.
That's
to
right.
One side.
You're selling the run. You've just hammered them all the way down the field. Dare had a great game running behind an offensive line. So you sell the run, and purple shirts, they're running the ball. Uh-oh, and there goes Mills. And it was every receiver on that route was open. I mean, the Vikings just ran all to the run play. And you think about, as the season goes on, okay, now CJ's booting out. That's Joe. Joe's just hammering teams. And then CJ boots out. Boom, there's Stover. There's a receiver on the crosser. There's Nico on the back of the end zone because they've jumped the crosser now. Now Nico's open. There's so many things that come off that run game, and you could see it. Like, there it was. Like, there's the stereotypical example. Well, you run the bootleg after you've run the ball well. And if you run the ball well, your bootleg's going to be there. It was like, yeah, there it is.
And who ran the ball well? Dare
ran the ball well.
What did we say at the scrimmage on Thursday?
That's right.
Dare was running the ball well behind that line, and it continued.
He did a great job. He did a great job. I thought he found holes, and I've got the game broadcast. I'm just looking at the hole that is created on the run play. I think Dare ends up bouncing that one because he did see Cade on the defensive end, but Dare ran well. He ran it inside. I thought, after that, we'll get to one thing that stood out to me, and the backs are a big part of that. Well, it was a great sign. But I think coming out of this game, looking at Ariante Ursery and saying, yep, absolutely. That guy will play one of the tackle positions. I don't know how, and again, I said this on radio, I said it on the broadcast too. The competition sometimes isn't receiver against receiver, DB against DB, tackle against tackle. I think one of the bigger things that they've got to figure out is Juice a better guard than maybe Blake Fisher is a tackle, or better than Cam Robinson is a tackle, because you have Titus. So that might be your competition. It may not be first tackle versus second tackle. It might not be Cam Robinson versus Ariante Ursery. It might be Cam Robinson at tackle versus how Juice does at guard. Because if Robinson's better at tackle, then you leave Cam at left, you put Ursery on the right, and you put Titus Howard back at guard. But if it's the other way around and Juice is better, then Juice stays at guard, Titus stays out at right tackle like he was at the Greenbrier, and you're going to find your best five that way.
I got a hot take. Okay.
You
want to rate it?
Yeah, of course. I always do.
if he stays healthy, Ursery's never leaving left tackle again.
That's probably,
and that's not even an
that's
insult.
That's a 2.5.
That's not even an insult to Cam.
That's
Cam's going to get healthy, but I just think Ursery. Look, they had him at right a lot, and as I say this, watch we go out there today. It's completely different. Because that's what happened at the Greenbrier with Titus moving out, kicking out to right tackle.
Yeah, we didn't see that coming.
But they did that because right tackle, with what they have, he's probably the best right tackle on the team.
Yes.
So let's put the best right tackle on the team. Hey, where do we put him? Right tackle. And now let's see who can rise up at the guard spots. We're still in camp here, and you still play. Now you're playing in 4 weeks. Now you're playing 3 weeks from Sunday.
Right.
Think about that.
Yeah.
Now it starts to get, wait a minute. Is it 3 weeks? Yeah, because after the Detroit game, it's 2 weeks.
Right.
So it's 3 weeks from Sunday that you're playing your game against the Rams. Buckle up.
Yeah.
But this is another week of experimentation, I think. This is another week of, if you're going to try something, this is the week. Because remember we talk about, like, when do you want to know what the line's going to be and all that? I think next week is the week.
Yeah,
You'd like it 3 weeks ago. But as far as the deadline, I believe it's next week. Do you feel that way?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you have a joint practice with the Lions and then the game or whatever.
I mean, you're right. We could go out on Monday and see something completely different. What, to me, that speaks of, and I mentioned this on the broadcast, and one of the things that Nick Kalu, I think, has shown is adaptability. We're in Houston, and the tackles are having a little bit of a time trying to block Will Anderson and Daniel Hunter.
Yeah. A little bit.
They're having a tough time blocking those two guys. And so they didn't sit on their hands and go, well, nope, these are the starters because we pay this guy the money, we drafted this guy here. No, they just went, all right, how do we get these guys blocked? Well, what if we did this? Okay, let's see how that looks at the side of right, Ursery at left.
Looks better. Looks better.
A little bit better.
Yeah.
Now, I'll say one other thing, and this happened during the game. Straight across from us, on the other corner, they had these ribbon scoreboard things, and they were flashing up the next gen stats. I thought this was pretty telling.
Oh yeah, this is good.
So it popped up. They were showing different stats, and they showed different things, and they popped up blitz rate. This is like in the fourth quarter.
Okay.
They popped up blitz rate. Now, I don't know exactly how Next Gen Stats is discussing blitz rate and how they calculate it. I don't know. But it was telling because the Texans' number was like 20%. The Vikings' number was 52%. Now, in prior years, if a team blitzed us 52% of the time, it felt like they blitzed us 52% of the time because somebody was getting home or more. Somebody was getting home. It didn't feel like that at all. In fact, I just pointed. So, okay, I'm pointing at something. I could be pointing at the horn. And so I was trying to get Andy's attention when it popped up there because they pop it up and then it go away. So Andy kind of looked at me as Kevin was talking. He was like, what did you mean? I wrote down on my sheet, I said, Vikings blitz rate 52% exclamation point. And my point was, they blitzed that much? And then I thought back, you know why they didn't get home?
So it didn't feel like
the blitz protection was, and the pass protection was really, really good. Yeah, quarterbacks had to move. The offensive line picked up guys. I think there's a number of reasons for this. Like, it starts with Nick Kalu, it goes to Cole Popovich, but it felt like Jake Andrews and Jarrett Patterson and Eli Cox-Late, they knew exactly who to block. And I know a lot of our issues, especially last year, the first 8, 9 games, 10 games of the year, it felt like there was a free runner coming from somewhere. And they couldn't and didn't account for all of them. You're facing a Brian Flores defense. He's bringing heat. He's bringing 5. He might bring 6. He might bring a kitchen sink.
One of the more creative guys in the league.
So you remember this was third quarter? We were going left to right. Third down, it's like 3rd and 4, I think. Slovis comes up to the line of scrimmage, and it's kitchen sink. There's purple all across the line of scrimmage. They're bringing one more than you can block. And I think they brought 7. They communicate it, and they get it to a point where the outside rusher, the far outside blitzer, is free. And there's nothing you can do about it because you've only got 6 to protect. I think 6 or 7 to protect, and they brought enough. So I've seen in years past where the running back would just go to that guy, and then all of a sudden here comes an A-gap blitzer you're not accounting for.
Right.
They got it all checked off. Woody steps up in the A-gap and takes the linebacker A-gap between the center and guard, takes him, tackle crashes down and makes sure that he gets the guy inside of him. They let the outside runner come free because you have to.
Right.
X, slant, Slovis, boom, hits him right. And I was like, that's it. That's the key to this whole thing because it's adaptability, it's responsibility, it's being consistent, and then it's executing. If they can do those things with the first offense against that kind of thing, defenses are going to throw their hands up going, I don't know what to do. Because we just sent everybody. We sent a kitchen sink at them, and they just dimed us for our first down.
So if you're going to let somebody come free, let the guys got to travel the greatest distance and have something to do about it.
Right. But sometimes what happens is the running back goes, oh, you know what, I got to get the farthest outside guy. But it was a rookie.
They leave the middle open.
It was Woody Marks. And the backs, I give them a ton of credit. The backs did one hell of a job picking up blitzers. I don't know how many times I saw a linebacker come free, Jawar Jordan, cut his legs out.
You know, I'm glad you point out these subtleties because he is a rookie, and he had, the one for 5 yards, and then the other 2 carries didn't go anywhere for Woody.
Yeah, there was nothing there for them.
Sometimes people, that's all they look at, right?
Right.
But you just pointed out a time where he did the right thing in pass protection.
A number of times he did
That's going to go on your grade sheet with the coaches.
That's right.
And as far as sacks went, they were sacked twice the entire quarterback allotment for the day on 34 attempts. So 2 sacks, 34 attempts. Okay. Now, Mertz comes into the game and throws 3 fourth-quarter interceptions. You know, look, I want to play these games clean. You know that. And I know the coaches know that and want that. They don't really care about how I want it, but I'm just pointing something out here.
Sure.
I wanted to see Mertz engineer the victory. You know, you look at the end of the day, you were picked off 3 times in like a hockey game. You couldn't get out of your own end, and it's all being played down here because it's right below our broadcast position in the corner. And Mertz throws 3 picks, and we can get into all the picks, whatever. But the point is this. All right, you lost 20-10. You know, I want to see the reserves play better, but that could have been an onslaught. It could have been 42-10. And I've seen scores like that in the preseason in years past. So I'm not going to, spike the ball. I'm not going to freak out. I'm just going to say, look, we got to do better with that, whoever's in there at the end of the game.
Right.
And Mertz is a rookie. It's going to be a real good lesson for him. We'll see what he does in the next outing. I would imagine CJ plays a little on Saturday, and now Mertz is going to have some reduced time, but he'll still get some time, I would think.
Okay, I'm glad you brought this up because I know if you're playing box score hero and you're just looking at the 3 interceptions, you're like, oh, he's terrible. The first interception, and I pointed this out on the broadcast, they got 2 wide receivers in the same spot. Why are 2 wide receivers in the same spot?
That's not supposed to happen.
That's exactly right. So he throws where one of them is supposed to go. It gets picked off. Second interception, he runs the bootleg. Now, let me ask you. You've thrown a ball.
Yeah.
You and I have played catch.
Oh, yeah.
If you're moving one way and I'm moving another, how difficult is that to connect up?
That's really tough.
Isn't it easier if you're moving that I stay still? Or at least try and stay still.
Or move with me.
Yeah, well, the receiver ran right into the DB, and Mertz is moving to his left.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so that's second one. Third one.
He's trying to make a play.
Well,
third one was tipped.
But Mertz throws it to where the receiver should have been.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
The other one, the third one, the broadcast. You remember the second play of the game against the Vikings in the Week 3 game?
Oh, boy.
Kamu Grugier-Hill is completely out of position.
But he's Johnny on the spot.
But and Tank is wide open. And Harrison Phillips does what? Boom, tips it. Ball's tipped over to the other side where Kamu Grugier-Hill went.
Yep.
Picked off. What can you do about that?
Yeah.
CJ made the right read, the right decision. The defensive lineman got a tip. There's nothing you can do. It goes on your ledger.
Yeah.
But
look, it's a team game, so it's a team thing.
So right? I'm not freaking out about Graham Mertz. That's my point.
No, he's looked good in camp. Let's see if
he made a couple of nice throws. He dropped his arm angle on 1 or 2 of them. So
Slovis looked pretty good too.
I thought Slovis threw it well. We're kind of burying the lead in some sense because Davis continued what he's been doing in camp.
Yeah.
He had one missed over in the end zone.
Right.
He kind of tried to back shoulder him. Probably should have just put it right on him because he was open.
analyze. It's so funny when this is all we have to work with. We have these little tiny little crumbs of a game, and we're just like putting them together, see if we can smush them together for a little cookie, because this is all we got. We have one drive. He had 5 throws. He missed one. Let's look at the miss. Let's look at the makes. Let's overanalyze everything. But I get it, because we're doing it too. Everybody does it.
Yeah.
This is what we've got.
Yeah, exactly.
This is all we got right now.
Especially when our 2 hours are devoted to Texans football, of course.
It's real time. So, it's evaluation, and it's actually fun. But, yeah, he had that one miss. But that, we could talk about who was supposed to be where, what was supposed to happen.
Yeah.
But he threw a touchdown to Braxton Berios.
That was great.
And great for Braxton to have the 3 catches and the score.
Okay. So, this is a question for you.
All right.
What are you doing with E.J. Speed when the season starts?
Yeah, that's a good one, because I pointed this out. If this were Indianapolis and he was still there, he's not playing in this game. He's a starter. Right. He's not playing in this. You got to remember, and I know you remember, he's a starter. Mm-hmm. But here he is in a preseason game, so he's making the most of it. Has the TFL on ham, some nice moments there for E.J. Speed. I don't know, Johnny. I'm going to,
I don't know what
ride it out. Because this is one of those, they have a big board. I don't know how they do it. They have discussions every day. And I'm sure they have a lot of question marks and circles, or however Nick does it, where we'll wait to see what happens. And we have a lot of different possibilities, but we're going to wait and see who's healthy when we have to get to that starting line. Because it's 2 weeks from tomorrow where you make cuts.
Sure.
Right? Yeah, it's 2 weeks from tomorrow where you make cuts. So you have to have it done by Monday, because you want to know what you're going to deal with.
And by no means am I even suggesting E.J. Speed be cut. I'm just trying to figure out how you get that dude on the field. Because that guy was, everybody else seemed to be 33 RPM, and he was 45 RPM. Like, he dropped the hammer on a return. Was it return or punt? I think it was return. He did it to Ty Chandler on a run. I mean, both Indy and I were like, whoa, on the broadcast. Like, E.J. Speed played like his name.
Casey Osai showed up, the rookie. Nice to see.
Yeah, Casey Osai, I thought, played pretty well. And we talked about that, actually, heading into that. Like, hey, these 2 young guys, Jackson Woodard and Casey Osai. He's a fast. At the beginning of training, maybe even before that, I think PFF did a thing on the linebackers. And they had the Texans linebackers, they ranked all 32 units. They were like 24th or something like that. And I just thought,
McFly.
That's like what?
With a healthy Christian Harris?
With a healthy Christian Harris, with
Henry?
EJ. Like, your top 4 are, man, if they're all healthy, holy smokes. And that's my point. Those guys, they go through it now. I mean, all those guys, Christian, Henry, and Azeez, all missed time last year. So having E.J. Speed becomes very, very important.
Because he could start.
Because he could start right now, and there is zero drop-off from what you're starting to go into E.J. Speed. There's also some other things you can do, and you can get really creative with this defense. Really creative.
Smart.
Because you have a guy like E.J. Speed that's got that speed, and I think you can have a lot of fun with that if guys end up staying healthy. And back to the D-line, by the way. We had 9 D linemen, 9, that I would think make up your interior defensive line, not interior, I mean your defensive line roster. You didn't play Will, you didn't play Daniil, you didn't suit them out. DeMeco Autry still on PUP, Foley still on PUP, Heinisch still on PUP, Barnett still on PUP. That's 6. And then Sheldon didn't play, and Mario didn't play. And I might be missing somebody.
It's a lot of guys who are going to contribute to this team.
That's exactly right.
But here's the thing. We don't know the PUP situation. We don't know how healthy they're going to be, or they are right now.
But Tommy Togiai played his guts out. And that's what you want to see. When you have some injuries at certain positions or guys aren't playing, like linebacker with E.J. Speed, Tommy Togiai stepped up and continued his training camp. I mean, he just looked phenomenal.
We didn't even talk about the receivers yet.
We haven't gotten there.
I mean, X, you mentioned him. X looks
big
good.
Catches.
X has looked good again.
How about Mechie with the big catch on the first drive, too?
Mechie with 5 catches in the game to lead everybody. Had that one where if he was able to muscle it down, would have been a conversion. But unable to do it. Other than that, wow, Mechie, what was the target rate? 8? Really?
How about our guy Jalen Knoll on that screen? How many times, Mark,
he broke that tackle.
This is our 12th year, so we've done 11 years of games. And how many times have we seen that screen go nowhere?
Nowhere.
Nothing.
It's like we've been trying to relive.
Why are we running screens today?
We've been
the
trying
Kansas
to
City
relive,
game. Remember that? We ran screens in the regular season game against Kansas City, and they were all TFL'd. Yeah. We're like, what are we running screens for?
A lot of the time. And when it does
Jay Knoll gets it, shakes a dude off, speeds through, runs through the final tackler, gets 9 yards when he needed 8.
Right,
creating offense.
Can I be Debbie Downer or devil's advocate about that one?
What, that screen?
Yeah. That's a tackle that the Vikings are just kicking themselves about because he is there. A good tackler is going to have him down.
Maybe.
But
you know how strong he is. That was the thing to me about Knoll. He is super strong. He loves the weight room, and that's what I pointed out on the broadcast. Because later, when Knoll caught that ball on the sideline, they still couldn't tackle him.
Yeah, no. I like that one.
Rated.
I'm going to give him credit, of course. Because he shook the guy off. I mean, should have been down. But, hey, he made the play.
Yeah.
So that's what you want to see. It's like we've been trying to relive Andre Johnson against the Jags in 2012 for so long. No matter what the coaching staff is. And it's just, now every once in a while it pops, but it seems the receiver screen, the bubble screen, however they want to define it and align it, it just seems to be something that is a low percentage play for the Houston Texans. And it should be, ideally it should be a high percentage play. That's why you're doing it. It's a high percentage pass completion, but is it a high percentage gain? Because you need the yak to make the play work.
Right.
All right, let's get to ND Kalu. He's coming up. Andre Ware's going to join us this morning. John McClain. We got the big show for you here on Texans Monday. And it's presented by our friends at Houston Methodist, the official health care provider of the Houston Texans. And it's been that way from the get-go. HoustonMethodist.org. And we're talking everything they're doing this fall. Sport injury clinics. They have urgent care available for you, virtual care visits. We'll talk about everything involving Houston Methodist, the official health care provider of the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Whether you're playing with your kids or playing for the Houston Texans, a sprain, tear,
Now, back to Texans Monday.
Now it's 3rd and 5. Texans with their ears pinned back. Ripping out of the gun. Gets the snap. He's got a little time. Now he's in trouble. Now Tuhill has him for a sack. On 3rd down, big sack at a big time. Texans down 3, about to get the rock back.
I got Tuhill's name right, of course. Undabisi.
I let Kevin handle that one. I was about to say a guy.
No, you guys got it.
He got it, not me. I'm not saying it.
I think I got it, but it was like, is that the right way to say it? Because it just happened so fast.
When I looked at the phonetic spelling of it, I'm like, that's easy, Undabisi. Oh, that's easy.
No, I know. But it doesn't
you got to look at it phonetically.
Yeah, it doesn't. Names take a while to roll off the tongue,
that's
second nature. But Undabisi is the international pathway player that got a sack in that game. Great to see. He blocks out the sun. My goodness. In fact, I want to get ND's opinion on him. By the way, we're on YouTube and Twitch, just like all the 610 guys. And if you go to YouTube or Twitch right now, you can see the new revamped Texans radio studio, which is also used for many other things that we're going to do here. In fact, this table, this desk we have is gigantic. Well, it looks gigantic on the YouTube video. Like bricks and wheels and stuff. It's got a transmission. Yeah. It's got like a 6-cylinder.
Take it in for an oil change later this week.
Exactly. All right, let's get ND Kalu in here, part of the Texans preseason broadcast crew and 12-year NFL veteran and Texans legend. ND, good morning. How you doing, my friend?
Good morning. And it's Ndabuisi. And the reason I know this is we're from the same tribe. And if you look at his last name starts NDU. My first name starts NDU. So as soon as I saw his name when I was getting ready for the game, I was like, oh, okay, so he's an Igbo man. So, yes, this is Ndabuisi.
Oh, that's right. The boo is in there, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah. The boo is in there. I forgot about the boo.
I mean, it's almost as if you just, as you look at it, when you hear the pronoun, you're like, well, just kind of pronounce each, each syllable and vowel as you go through. In some sense,
it's true. Andy, you're right. The Nigerian names are largely phonetical.
Yes,
it's kind
absolutely.
of like if you just follow along. But, when you look at consonants jammed together, sometimes it can feel like, uh-oh, what am I getting into here? So you just stick with it.
Even for me, when I see some of these names, I'm like, uh-oh, I'm about to have my Nigerian card revoked if I don't pronounce it right. But, yeah, just pronounce every letter, and I is always pronounced E. So just keep that in your memory.
It's like Samoan names. Sometimes the G is an N. Or an N is a G, or they insert it in like Tonga Vailoa. Right. Pronounce this name, ND, and give us your thoughts. Ursary. Ariane, the big fun Saturday.
I initially, John, I was like, when I heard about what his potential play count was going to be, and I've heard them rave about him throughout camp. I've heard and read from you about him. So when I saw him play, and he only did play the first drive, but I saw his movement. I saw the athleticism and the technique. And this guy is a rookie, but he plays and he approaches the game like a vet, and I see it. It's amazing, and I'm looking forward to seeing him in the regular season where he has to pick up different line stunts that he may not see in the preseason. But everything that I saw, he's lived up to the hype. I only saw a couple of practices, so I was really anxious to see him in a game. And this is a guy that you just feel confident, even though he's a rookie. And that doesn't mean he's going to shut down every pass rusher, in the regular season. There's some great pass rushers that he's going to face. But, man, I just feel like, it feels very similar to back when Dwayne Brown was on this team, where you say, you know what? Even though he's a rookie, I'm expecting him to play well in his first season.
What about the running game in general on that opening drive and what it set up through the air as they scored to answer the Minnesota field goal?
And here's the thing about that running game. You want to give credit to all the running backs who touched the ball and they were picking up the positive yards. But what I noticed, a lot of those guys weren't getting touched until 2-3 yards down the field. And just overall versatility with the play calling. And it's easy to be versatile with the play calling when you're having success throwing the ball, when you're having success running the ball, when your offensive line is protecting the quarterback, the running backs. That first drive, if it was your first team offense that had that first drive, I would have felt good about it. And I would have stated, okay, get him out of the game. But it coming from your second team, mainly your second team, Davis Mills, it just makes you feel that much better about the depth and the offensive line competition.
ND Kalu with us. ND, you know the defensive line better than anybody. You and Seth can see things that a lot of people aren't going to see. Tommy Togiai, we pointed out a couple of times during the broadcast what he was able to do. And he almost doesn't even look like a defensive lineman because he's like 6'1.5". I mean, he's lucky if he gets to 6'2". But he's stout. He's very strong. Like upstairs, like he is built. I mean, he's big up front, up top. But he had a pretty solid game. After that, I don't know that anything was really excitable about the defensive line. But just Togiai and what you're able to see from a guy that plays on the interior that kind of doesn't look like an interior guy but played really, really well the other day. What did you think of him in the defensive line?
You know, he's a guy that is going to add depth. And, look, it's a long season. Guys are going to get nicked up. He's one of those guys, John, that when you find out or you look like, oh, he's starting this week, you don't expect a drop-off. And it's because of his consistency. It's because of his hand placement. It's because of his leverage. You know, you and I talked about during the broadcast that it's annoying that these NFL scouts, and they're always talking about we want 6'6", 6'5" defensive linemen, but once they get on the team, they're preaching leverage. And then we talk about low man wins. He does a great job, and I like his versatility. And you know, you talked about not really seeing other guys that stood out. Casey Tuhill is another one that I really like when you talk about depth. When you look at the starting four, I think the starting four defensive line may be the best in the AFC South. And I hope that's not hyperbole. I would have to kind of juxtapose it with some of the other D lines. But just off the top of my head, especially when you factor in Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, I think this is the best defensive line in the division. And then when you look at guys like Casey Tuhill with the experience that he has, I love his technique. I love his motor. And no, I'm not saying motor because he's a white guy. I'm saying motor because this guy does go all out every single play, regardless of his race. He's just a good football player. I'm excited about those guys. So there's a lot of depth that's been added to an already great front four.
You went there with motor. See, that's the thing.
Yeah, you know, as soon as I said it, I was like, oh, geez.
No. It's funny to bring that up because these conversations come up, and I like to say Will has a relentless motor.
Yeah.
And it's like, are you just doing that to prove that you're – no, Will has an amazing motor. It just doesn't stop, right?
Yeah, he does.
He's got the game face.
Exactly.
But, and I'll go with you on that D-line take. When you look at the depth of this defensive line, it's one of the top 2 or 3 in the league. It's got to be. And when you look at bringing Barnett off the bench, and last year he scores 2 touchdowns for you. I mean, there are things that happen that are magical with this front four, and it's all coached by DeMeco Ryans, Matt Burke, Rod Wright. So tell me this, ND. We have the privilege of having the production meeting, the broadcast. This happens every week around the league. It's usually CBS, Fox, the other networks, ESPN, where they have a production meeting with the coach, maybe the GM, maybe a couple of players. But we had a chance to visit with DeMeco, Nick Caley, Nick Caserio, Titus Howard. So that was really good. Tell the listener a little bit about what your takeaways were from that, because it's off the record, yet stuff is delivered to help amplify the knowledge of the broadcasters about the team and things they can share with the audience. So what did you take away? Give me a couple of takeaways from that meeting that we had on Friday with the staff.
The one big one that resonated with me didn't have anything to do with football. It didn't have anything to do with X's and O's. And I don't know and did not know anything about Nick Caley, but there was a question, and I wasn't sure if I should bring this up on air, but you know, I'll bring it up here. When I say on air, during the television, during the game. But they asked Nick Caley about Azeez Al-Shaair and his story, and you know where he came from being homeless to going to FAU to where he's at now, and he got emotional. He had to stop talking. He had to, you know, kind of gather himself. And what that told me as a former player, this guy cares about his players. I mean, Azeez is not part of his position group. He's not on the offensive side of the ball. He did recruit him in college, and he knows his story. And apparently he kept in touch with him even after their paths went in different directions, and now they're back on the same team. But when he broke down, and not like a punk, you know, I don't want anybody tweeting at when he broke down, because he truly cares for that guy, and he's amazed at where he's at and where he's come from. It just told me, like, man, this guy cares about his players. And you know who else notices that? The players. Like, when you hear about guys saying they're going to run through a brick wall for a certain coach, it's a guy like Nick Caley.
Yeah, that moment kind of caught me because I know last year when we were in a production meeting with Aziz, when he was done, I mean, we went. Typically, you go with a player 8-10 minutes, maybe. You get a few good nuggets, and if the guy is good, you might go a little bit longer than that because he's enjoying the discussion. We're enjoying the discussion. We went for about 45 minutes last year with Aziz. Yeah. It was before the Giants game. I don't think he played in the Steelers game. Maybe he did, but we got him for the Giants game, and he was in there for about 45 minutes with us. And when he left, I want to hug this guy. I want this guy to stay with this organization.
I wanted to redo my life.
Yeah, as long as humanly possible. I wanted that guy near me. And here's the thing, Andy, and this is what I think this organization, we talk about swarm all the time. We talk about the things that Texans players that come in here, you want them to be able to do. And ND, you probably have known many of these. You were this way off the field. You are a teddy bear. You're like the nicest guy we've ever seen, but on the field, you flip the switch. And Aziz is exactly that way. Off the field, you can have a discussion with Aziz about anything. And when he starts telling you his life story, you're like, oh, my goodness. He is off the field the most gentle human being like you are, ND. That switch flips. It goes from being, hi, I'm Aziz, to I'm going to bleep your bleep up, like in a moment. And it feels like that's what this team has really, all the swarm and all that. It feels like they've got more of those guys than they've ever had, ND. What are your thoughts?
No, and you love that. I mean, if you really want to see what this team's about, what this defense is about, just come out to a practice. I mean, you mentioned Aziz, and that's why it hurts me when he's been branded or painted as this bad guy, this dirty player. He's just intense. He's playing football the way we were taught to play football. And I know it's a new day and age, and you have to kind of adjust to it. But when you know his story, when you know him as a person, and then you see some of what you may call questionable plays, I don't think any of them are questionable. He just plays, full speed. You hate to hear the way and see the way he's kind of been vilified around the NFL. But a lot of those guys, Danielle Hunter, I had a chance to talk to him, and like you said, just a nice guy, just a great guy. Then you see him out there, he's a maniac. Jalen Petrie might be the nicest human being that you've ever met, but he's just a tackling machine. He wants to knock your head off when you get him on the field. And guess who was really like that? DeMeco Ryans. I mean, this was a guy, when I played with him for 3 years, he was in the locker room before anybody reading his scriptures. But then when we get on the field on Sunday, he seems like he's demon possessed. And he wasn't cursing. I'm just talking about the way he plays and the way he had joy in knocking people out. That's DeMeco Ryans. And it's pretty cool to see this entire defense take that same personality special season.
Okay, what is this week like for the team? Here we are. This is the middle of it all, really. I know we're several weeks in, but you played a preseason game. You have a joint practice Thursday, you have another game, and then you have all of next week, another joint practice, another game on the road. We've got a long way to go, yet it's going to all happen very quickly at the same time. Kind of two things happening at once here. What is this week like for the players, ND?
What's cool, what you brought up, is the joint practice. That's what breaks everything up, because now you're starting to feel like Groundhog Day, the movie where you wake up and everything's the same day in and day out. Now that you've had a chance to get back from West Virginia, a lot of the starters, they didn't play, so they're going to be kind of a little bit anxious to get back on the practice field. And then Thursday, you have the Panthers stepping on your practice field. This is something you don't see because the cameras aren't really out there. There'll be a couple of fights and scuffles. But your practice field, that means more to you than your actual stadium. And just go ask the player, because that's where you're at every day of the week. So when you see these yahoos with different uniforms actually walking onto your practice field and throwing their orange slices onto onto the grass where your guys have to go pick it up, like you want to defend that as much, if not more, than the home stadium, because that's like your everyday. That's your second home. So it's going to be pretty intense, and it's pretty cool just to kind of have that break in the day where you're like, oh no, we're not going to let these Panthers come in here and out practice us on our practice field. So that's going to give them something else to look forward to. Then you have the game, and then you mention the game, and we all know leading into that last preseason game, you're really just getting ready for week one. So it's going to move pretty fast here for the players.
Get your orange slices off my practice field. How dare you? They're all chewed up. The peels are there. It's disgusting.
It's the best ever. That's one of the things I remember as a kid. My mom in the kitchen. My dad coached at a small school in Wisconsin before he moved here. And my mom would be slicing orange slices for his players. And they would just have buckets of them. And I always thought that was the coolest thing. I associated for the longest time orange slices with football. Like, they just kind of go hand in hand. And then I got here to Texas, and it was like they didn't even give us water the first year I was here. We got ice chips.
Oh, you did Junction Boys style?
We were Junction Boys style. It was like, we got to change this. Luckily, we had a new trainer come in the next year, and Coach D was like, no, we drink water. Water's good. Sleep is good. Orange slices, we didn't have as many.
And I had to explain to some of the younglings here what the Junction Boys were. Okay, but it's okay because that's just part of history. Yeah. Anyway, ND, how is the TV broadcast?
Oh, it's always good. It's always a great time, especially now, with John up there. There was one little hitch from what I remember was when CJ was being interviewed. And what I loved about it, and we didn't have a chance to talk about it, he's so in tune with what's going on the field. He was being interviewed in the third quarter, but his attention was on the field. And I was just thinking to myself as I was watching it, and shout out to Shelby for trying to keep it all together. Back to a guy that's so in tune with the team that in the third quarter of a preseason game, his focus is on the drive. So I thought that was funny. It was hard for the broadcast crew, but it was pretty cool for a football fan to see how in tune your quarterback is.
That was a perfect mini storm right there because the punt was muffed. The stadium went nuts. He looked, everybody, and then we had to go to break. So it just, we'll have a better situation next time, I would think, here at NRG Stadium for an interview. But that was interesting. Yeah, he is tuned in to what's happening on the field. Andy, thanks so much for joining us. We'll catch up this week. Can't wait for the game on Saturday at noon at NRG Stadium against Carolina.
Thank y'all. Keep up the good work.
All right, ND Kalu joining us. Andre Ware at 9. Next up, DeMeco Ryans right after the game. What did he have to say to Johnny Harris? It's exclusive. It's next. It's Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
NFL fans, when it's time to get
more Texans Monday.
Second and 4 at the Viking 43. Mills in the gun. Dare to his right. Davis gets the snap. Looking. Firing downfield. Got a man. John Mechie at the 26-yard line. Brought down there. Good catch. Mechie as he's brought down by Jay Ward in that secondary. And the Texans have a good situation here in scoring range at the 25-yard line of Minnesota.
That was nice. That was really nice.
For numerous reasons.
Yeah, Mechie making a catch.
Yeah. Mills threw it with anticipation. In fact, I just got to that point in the All-22. But what have people talked about, not even last year, but for years? The pass protection. The pass protection. Now, Blake could have stayed on his block on Gabriel Murphy, who, by the way, is a dude. His brother had a sack, too. Twin brother. Grayson and Gabriel both had sacks this weekend. So congratulations
good for them.
to the Murphys, formerly of UCLA.
Good for them.
The pass protection on that play, Mark, is tremendous. The next pass play is almost even better because of the way that Juice and Ursery handled what comes at them on their side. Because a rusher comes late on the outside. So initially, Juice doesn't have anybody. He's just kind of fanning out. And Ursery is on the defensive end. But then the outside linebacker comes too. And Ursery it was like they both kind of did it in tandem. Juice kind of slid over and took the defensive end. Ursery jumped out and took the outside linebacker. And Davis has got a great pocket to throw to Cade. Problem was trying to throw it away from the safety. And so he threw it behind Cade. He just threw it too far behind him. He wanted to go back shoulder, which is what he's trying to do. He just got a little bit too far behind him. But the pass protection on that play is really stinking good. I mean, it's really good, especially on the left side. And Jake Andrews took the nose tackle and is just dancing with him. It's like, back and forth, no problem. The pass protection on those two plays is really, really what you want to see. Really. And I think Davis got really comfortable there. And I thought that was one of the reasons why Davis has felt very, very comfortable. I know he buried that lead because, CJ will hopefully play all 17 games. But I feel more and more confident something happened to CJ. And you got to go to Davis. Knock on wood. Knock on everything. Everybody's driving. Go, John, God dang it.
Light something on fire. I don't care what you do.
But you say it all the time, Mark. You have to have a quality backup Johnny, in this league.
I'm seeing on not all. So there's some chatter out there in cyberspace, lack of a better way of putting it.
Yeah.
I'm sure I can figure something better out. Mm-hmm. What can we get for Mills? Are you serious?
No.
What are you doing?
No.
Who's your backup quarterback then? You need a backup quarterback in this league.
It's like
are you new here to the NFL?
It's like you have
things happen.
Like you have good insurance, a great rate, and you're going to give all that up?
Yeah.
For something that you don't know is going to be that good?
We don't need homeowners. So what if a hurricane's coming and wildfires?
No.
You know, you've got to protect yourself against these things, and that's outstanding protection. He's got 25 starts under his belt. Sam Howell's playing on Saturday. Sam Howell for the Vikings. He's been in Washington and Seattle League. He showed it. You know, he had some good things that he was doing against the Texans, whatever you want to call the reserves or whatever. But you have Mills with 25 starts. Mills in year 5. Mills learning, growing, continuing to get better. That's what you need as your backup quarterback. And then you hope you never see him.
Right.
That's the thing. And you know what? Well, what about next year, Mark? Because he's not under contract. I don't know. We'll worry about that later.
Right.
Get through 2025 here. This is a great opportunity. This is an op this year. And you only get so many in this league. You know, we got CJ Young. Let's do it. All right. DeMeco Ryans, after the game, Johnny Harris had a visit with the head coach. Here's what happened.
All right, Coach, preseason game number 1 in the books. Let's take a 30,000-foot view. How'd you feel after 60 minutes were up on Saturday against the Vikings?
Yeah, I feel that we had a lot of positive things that happened in the game, but also see there's a ton of room for improvement. When it comes to, first and foremost, protecting the football, that's one thing we can't do, turning the ball over 3 times. Can't do that. Defensively, feel like some guys showed up and made some plays, but overall just didn't like the execution of playing the defense the right way, feeling the energy that I would like to see from the defense, playing on proper leverage. So a ton of things to improve on. There are always some bright spots, guys showing up, making plays. EJ Speed playing physical, making plays. Davis, Mills with a great start to the game. So we had a lot of positive things that happened.
No doubt. Last Saturday, we took off for the Greenbrier. Throw this game on top of what we did at the Greenbrier. How successful do you feel that entire 7-8 days has been?
Yeah, it's been an outstanding week. And for us, to be able to get in West Virginia and to put in the work that we got a lot of great work in. I feel like, our team got better at football, seeing guys start to separate themselves a little bit, and also seeing the team grow a little closer, bond a little bit more, hang out a little bit more, and that's what the trip was all about. So, man, I'm just thankful to our organization, the McNairs, all of our staff for making it such a seamless transition to, move the entire operation up north. It was success, and everybody did an outstanding job.
Successful was the first drive with Davis at the helm, 4 of 5, 148 passer rating, threw the ball around, but you also ran the ball really well. And one of the benefits about being on TV is I got a lot of angles of seeing the big guy, Ariante Ursery, getting some movement, which Daria was able to cut off of. And I know you got to go back and look at the film, but just having a rookie that steps up and makes some plays like that in the run game, how exciting is that for you, Coach?
Man, it's extremely exciting. I see it from my angle on the sideline. You see there's no penetration in the backfield. We're running some of those plays. Dare's, he's not getting touched, and he's at 4 yards before he's getting touched. So that's a credit to the offensive line, really setting the tone, and that's what we need from our offensive line. So I know Tay has some good reps out there. Excited to see him to continue to progress, man. But to be a rookie and step in and do the things that he's done, he has a bright future ahead of him. He just has to keep working the right way.
Okay, this one's behind us now. Now we start thinking about next week. Now you got a joint practice against the Panthers and a game against the Panthers. That joint practice, everybody talks about how valuable that is. You know how valuable that is. In your eyes, what makes it so valuable to get that joint practice with them next week?
Yeah. The biggest thing about our offense, defense, we get to go against different schemes. Yeah. Like the Panthers, they run some 3-down scheme, which our offense needs to work against. For us defensively, we'll see some different looks, different quarterback. So you get to see different things, and also you still execute your fundamentals, technique, but to do it against someone else, we're kind of tired of going against each other, hitting each other. Yeah. It's time for that moment to just – let's break. Let's make sure we're a team. We got another team coming in. Treat them with great hospitality. Let's get good work in.
Coach, I appreciate it. Thanks for a great week.
All right. Thanks, John.
All right, there's Johnny with DeMeco Ryans. Practice this week, by the way. Joint practice is Thursday at 9. Today it's at 2-ish, I believe.
Yes.
Which I would assume is indoors. Otherwise, that's against the Geneva Convention, I think. Mm-hmm. And then Tuesday and Wednesday slated for midday. I can't believe those would be outside either. So we'll find out. We're going to talk to Andre Ware next. It's going to be fun. Conversation with Dre. We'll get into some college stuff as well. We still have the Texas Bowl coming up this year here and other college things to discuss.
Yep.
So we'll find out what he's up to on ESPN as well. It's Andre Ware next here on Texans Monday.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio. Now, more Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
The 14, Mills boots out to the left. Mills looking, throwing. Got a man across the 10. And to the pylon, and touchdown. Braxton Berios catch and run for 6. What a way to cap the drive. All right. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you. Yeah, you could tell I had to wait to see the officials' arms go up because it wasn't conclusive from our view from the outer rings of Saturn. Mm-hmm. Again, don't get me started on where they place these radio booths. Anyway,
we were in a diner. That's what it felt like.
You're
like, we were in the building and so like, we're way.
We were in St. Paul trying to call the game in Minneapolis. Anyway, no, it was fine. It was fine. I'm not complaining other than, all right, stop. I'll stop. Otherwise, I'm going to start complaining. Wait, do we have Andre, Ben? Is that what you said? Is that what you told me? We don't have Andre yet. Okay. And we went over a bunch of things about this game. Opening drive, great. Run blocking, the ball well behind that line. Ursery, we began the show like this. Ursery is the story of the game. Ursery, starting left tackle, and Johnny and I pointed this out last week that at the Greenbrier, when they were doing the pre-practice warm-up stuff, we could tell that Ursery was already working with the ones prior to Cam Robinson's injury.
Right.
Because they ran the twos out there with Davis Mills before they had the ones out there in that practice session. Why did they do this? I actually asked DeMeco Ryans this off the air because I just wanted to know, why are you going twos, ones, threes? He said because a lot of the twos and threes are the same.
Right.
And he wanted to give them a break.
Right.
He just wanted to break it up. When he knows they're only going to go 3 levels, go twos, ones, threes. That way the twos who also play the threes get a little breather while the ones are going. And I thought, oh, that's just plain smart.
When you told me that, I thought back to being a player, and I thought, that is as considerate as anything I've ever heard. I was like, man, I would have liked my coaching staff thought that way. Because everybody was just like 1, 2, 3. And if you've got a couple of injuries or you got guys missing for whatever reason, your twos are they're on their sets with the threes. You just have to keep going. So when I heard that, I was like, oh. So it was the very first play of that team group where the twos were going that Cam ended up getting, I don't know, rolled up, hit, whatever
Whatever happened.
And banged up. But it was already seemingly decided that day that Ursery, the group you would consider the ones anyways.
Yeah.
Just the way that practice was.
And he
was scheduled, and like you said, the way that the twos go before the ones and then the threes, it was already decided. You could already see it before that. So I don't know if that narrative got out there or started that, well, Cam's injury was the reason Ursery was there. No. Ursery was already there. Ursery has been, I mean, if he hasn't been the best lineman in camp, he's been the second best.
But here's the thing. What happens at right tackle if they don't like the way Blake is going or they want to do something else there? Titus might be their best right tackle on the roster.
Exactly. Yes, I think so.
But if Cam is healthy, and Cam's going to get healthy, I mean, I saw him walking around. He's ambulatory. Cam's going to be healthy at some point, and maybe it's today. I don't know. But would they think, okay, we really need something at right tackle. Titus is maybe the best right tackle. However, if they're not happy with the guard situation, do they move him back to guard and move Ursery back to right tackle? Because Cam's not going to right tackle at this point in his career. I don't know how they handle that. This is going to be interesting because you want your 5 best out there. You want to make sure you have what you need at right tackle because you know that the speed, rushing, fire-breathing dragon demons are over there, over the right tackle very often. A lot of the time, that's where Will lines up.
Right.
So,
but who lines up on the other side?
Daniil.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about, when you're facing these teams, where does Verse line up? Is he over the left tackle or the right tackle? Okay.
But I think he'll move too sometimes.
Oh, by the way, all right, so let's just go around the league here while we wait for Dre. Pertaining to the Texans, the Rams.
Right.
Stafford worked out Saturday, looked good. He's going to practice with the disc in his back.
He's about to get hit very hard.
Okay.
And to get hit a lot.
All right, so you think that this is a problem?
Well, I mean,
for him.
I mean, look, there might be some units they're going to be able to protect against, but they're going to have to use, and this is where I think it's great, they're going to have to use a number of extra blockers to have to protect him.
To make sure that the back doesn't flare up.
That he's not touched. And our 4 against their 5, I got a feeling our 4 is going to win a few times. And then when our 5 are peeling their ears back, then they got to use 6, maybe even 7. Bet
they will not let Stafford face any action in the preseason at all.
No, and they don't want him to get touched.
Right, let's get back injury expert in here, Andre Ware, who also happens to be our color commentator and the 1989 Heisman Trophy winner, but he also knows about back injuries. Dre, good morning. How do you think Stafford's feeling? Guys. He's going to practice, but what is the long term for this, Dr. Ware, in your opinion, with the disc problem that Stafford has?
Yeah, I know a little bit about that, and I know that it can feel one way 1 minute, and then all of a sudden it flares up, and it'll do a 180 where you feel like you can play, you feel like you're making all this progress, and then all of a sudden one day you wake up, and there's no rhyme or reason to it. It just happens. And if it happens to be something along the lines of that's going to be tough for him to deal with all season.
Yeah.
Ouch.
2 of the 3 of us have had this back issue, and 2 of the 3 of us have had the epidural shots that Matt Stafford has taken. Now, one of the 3 of us had surgery that alleviated my pain. So I just imagine what it's like when you have that epidural shot. You got a couple hours, you feel good, and then all of a sudden it flares back up. And that's kind of that was my experience with it. I know Dre had that same experience. Dre, let's get to this.
He could actually, Johnny, feel good for a while. It could go around a month. But I just don't understand. I just don't comprehend anyone trying to play in the NFL, let alone any football game, but an NFL game, dealing with that. And if that's what it is, it's going to be a long, tough year for him because, like I said, that epidural shot could last him a month. It could last him a couple of hours. It might last a week. You just don't know. Everybody responds differently to it.
Yeah. The one thing that I'm pretty sure of is it won't last 17 weeks. So if I'm playing the Rams, which I said this before, Dre, I would blitz him all day long until it's like, I can't take it anymore. It was interesting on Saturday because my girlfriend was in one booth and my wife was in the other booth, and it was just odd that I'm in between the 2 of them. But how much did y'all miss me on Saturday, and what were your big takeaways from the game on? So what's the biggest takeaway you took out of Saturday, Dre?
It's funny that you use that analogy. I was watching a reporter was asking an NBA player, and it was a true story, why he played so bad. I mean, he couldn't hit anything, couldn't even get it to the rim, missing free throws. That's a pretty good player. And then all of a sudden, he looked up after the game, sitting in his locker, and he said, "Man, my wife was sitting next to my girlfriend all game long." So during the game, and so no wonder you can't throw it in the ocean, man. But I enjoyed Saturday. I thought there were some really good parts in the game, especially early. Offensively, Ursary is going to be a player, and I was pleasantly surprised. He has just got to get on the voyage of getting a little bit better every single day. He's going to want to see it in leaps and bounds because he's a young player, but it's going to come in short spurts. And he's got to be willing to just accept it as that, learn from it, try not to make the same mistake twice. But I think they're on to something. This second-round pick from Minnesota, him having gone back to the city that he was playing in. So it was a good start from a comfort standpoint from him. Higgins, I thought, did some good things. There were some young players who did a lot of good things. E.J. Speed, a free agent signing in the offseason, played his butt off in the first half. So I made several big plays, 3 that come to mind right away. So all the new pickups, new being rookies, free agents, a lot.
Yeah, let's talk about the receivers here, Dre, because Jalen Noel had that screen catch and run where he broke the tackle. You talked about Higgins. He had a couple of catches in the game. Berrios had 3, had the touchdown where he went for the pylon. Yeah, what about this group? Because they showed some things that we didn't see Nico or Kirk.
There's some excitement there because you didn't see the top end guys, but other guys were making plays, and so they're just going to fit right in along with the guys who didn't play. And there's competition. Isn't there always a guy that kind of flashes during camp, early in camp, and you wind up becoming a fan of this guy? Does he make it? And you're holding your breath for him through the entire camp, and then all of a sudden, either makes it or doesn't, and you feel one way or the other about it. But there's always one guy, and I think Berios is that guy for me this year. You just sense the energy in which he plays the game with, and by that, his love for the game is genuine. It just exudes confidence. He bounces around. You just see it in every route that he runs, every time he touches the football. So he's a really, really fun young man to watch play.
You know who that was for me last year?
Who?
Was British Brooks.
Okay.
British Brooks was that guy because every time he touched the football, it was like he did something, like he ran somebody over, he ran through it, got in the end zone, and then Saturday he dropped the hammer on Ty Felt on that kickoff. I mean, our ground mics, at field level mics must have been cranked up to 10 because every time there was a collision, it sounded like a bomb going off in our ears, and that sounded like a bomb going off when British landed that hit on Felton. So that leads me to running backs, Dre. Nick Chubb, a little banged up at the Greenbrier, should be okay. We should see him soon. But we haven't seen Joe Mixon. Dameon Pierce is kind of ramping up a little bit. I know Jawar and Woody didn't do a lot on the ground, but I thought their pass protection was pretty solid. And then Dare gave you what you got out of Dare on that first drive. I think you went, 50-something yards on 8 or 9 carries or whatever it was. How do you look at this running back position? If Joe and Nick are healthy, is it really just them as the 1-2? Do you think Jawar or Woody could get a part of that? Dare, does he remain the third down back, or is that turnover to Woody? How do you kind of look at the running backs right now? And throw British in there because he can play fullback too, so he's got a little bit of that. What do you think of this running back position right now?
And we know Dameon Pierce can play special teams.
That's true. Yep.
You've got a tremendous amount of competition. That is the position group this year that you don't want to have to make a decision on, that you're going to. Do you keep 4? Do you keep just 3? Is the fourth guy a fullback? Or is he, one of these running backs that can maybe do both like British Brooks did last year? Jawar, I thought, was excellent in pass protection. I mean, there are a couple of times that the ball doesn't come out if his block doesn't happen. So it's fun to watch them compete. There are a lot of young guys after that third spot behind Joe Mixon and Nick Chubb. So it's going to turn into something. Damien's going to have to, I think, work his way back into this thing. Who knows? But it's fun to watch. It's going to be a tough cut down. And I know they're being coached well because one of the best coaches that have ever been in this organization is Danny Barrett, and he just knows his stuff. He knows running backs. He can take guys that if they've got to come in here because of injuries, he gets them prepared and ready. And you see his group. That happened with his group during the preseason based on pass protection, because that's how you get on the field fastest. If you want to impress a coach and you're a young running back, know the pass protection of every single play or every pass play, because if they know you can protect the quarterback, now you've earned some trust and you're going to get other things thrown on your plate.
I saw Danny on the sideline from our vantage point, which was a long ways away. I saw him get really excited when Jawar cut down one of those linebackers one time. Because you know this better than anybody, Dre, because that running back was right in front of you, protecting for you. If you can't protect, you won't see the field. Forget it. That's why Ty Chandler is sitting at number 3 for the Vikings. Ty Chandler is as talented as any back that was on that field, as talented as many backs, but he can't pass protect. He doesn't know where to go. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't hold up. That's why he doesn't play. But these guys that were stepping on the field, they pass protect. And that's the thing. And I said this in the broadcast. Where the competition is, you miss one pass protection in a game, you go the wrong way, you block the wrong guy, you get knocked on your wallet, you don't protect your quarterback. Well, it could be one time, and they don't trust you. All of a sudden you drop, and, man, that could be the difference you make in the team, missing the cut.
Wow.
You're on a bus to the house, either bus or a plane, out of here, because Most running backs, especially you see it on the collegiate level, they come out of high school, all they've run is toss right and toss left. They haven't been asked to protect the quarterback. And so, that's why parents really have to kind of settle in to this thing, and don't get me on my soapbox with this. But they think, he's ready to play. No, he's not ready to play because, he can run it. Half the time he can maybe catch it 50% of the time, but he has not been asked to pass protect. And there are three key, categories in being a complete running back. Those are the three.
No, please go on about the parents, Dre. I love this.
Oh, yes. No, you don't want me going there. You did not want me going there this morning. No, but seriously, in all honesty, this year, my group of parents were the best that I've had ever.
Okay.
I mean, they allowed me to just be me. They allowed me to coach tough. They, they won't come to me. They would come to me behind players' backs. Hey, he's screwing up in school. Can you run him a little extra or something? Just things like that. And it's like, oh yeah, I can do all those things for you.
Not a problem.
But it was a pleasure this year. We finished, I think, ranked seventh in the city in the greater Houston area. So that is what.
Very nice.
Cap, yeah.
Very nice, very nice. Andre Ware joining us. What is this week like in camp? I mean, we have another week to go after this, and then the 2-week prep for the Rams. For the veterans, Dre, how do you handle this? Because you're asked to practice. You need to practice. You want to get better. You don't want to get hurt. You want to get better, but you're really in the kind of dog days here. I guess looking forward to a joint practice on Thursday helps, and another game. How do you see it?
All those vets that have these little soft tissue-ish injuries or some things that have been nagging them, this is the week they come back because they know they're going to hit a different uniform during practice, and they also understand that it is kind of wind-down time in terms of training camp. You're not going to do anything in that final preseason game, but there's a lot of stuff, as you just mentioned and described, this week with the joint practices with the Panthers, and then obviously the preseason game on Saturday. So this is the week that most veterans will get some work. Most will probably want a little bit of work going into the season because you know me, I don't believe that you can go from 0 to 100. And that's when injuries happen, is when you start holding them, and then you're asking your body to go from 0 of not doing anything to 100 miles an hour in an NFL game. Something usually gives. And so you want to ramp your body up. That's what most vets this week are thinking. Though even those that may be a little bit hurt and have sat out ways this week.
Dre, I was watching Hard Knocks, and I'm going somewhere with this, with the Buffalo Bills. And the Buffalo Bills go to St. John Fisher College for their training camp. They stay in dorms still for training camp.
Wow.
Did you ever have to do that? Did you guys ever go away for camp when you were playing and you had to go stay in the dorms?
No, I think Detroit does now, but I'm not sure. We never did it. It was a hotel down from the Silverdome is where we were housed for training camp, and we had camp right there at the Silverdome. The only thing that we would do to go away with was a mini camp every March. The first week of March, we would go down to Tampa, Florida, where Wayne's hometown was, or where he lived most of the off season. That's why we ended up in Florida. But the excuse was it was still too cold in Detroit to host a mini camp. So we would go down there, coaches would party, we'd practice a little bit, and then about a week or so of that, we'd come on back to Detroit.
Okay, so this past June, the LA Rams decided to go away from minicamp.
Oh, geez.
They went to Maui.
Yes.
Now, it was a cool thing because they did some fundraising and things for the people that suffered the fires a couple years ago in Maui. And so it had a good reason attached to it.
Oh, yeah.
But if you could go away for training camp, not training camp, for minicamp or even training camp for 5 days, where would you go?
Dre.
Day training camp. We're just pulling up stakes, and we're going. Now, you got to stay domestically.
I can go anywhere? Oh, okay.
Let's keep it domestically. Where would you go? Where would you go for 5 days?
Take you to Italy, man. We're going to the southern coast of Italy and hang out. Now, it's going to be a little bit hot there especially during the times that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Unless it's like early in the spring or something. But, you get into the summer months or in that June area of a mini camp, and then it's going to be a little bit hot there. But, here at home, I'm at that point, I'm thinking weather-wise.
Right.
And so you send me somewhere that I can really unplug and really focus on what I'm doing. So maybe Montana.
That's what I was thinking.
Somewhere in Colorado, maybe those two states.
I was thinking Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
Weather.
We had it as good as you could have it.
I know.
The Greenbrier is as good as you want it because it's cool and it's sequestered. You're not doing anything else but being at the Greenbrier. I think if they have a good year, I think they go back. We'll see. Dre, quick note here, and I know it's early, but Texas, Ohio State. Here we go.
1v2.
And 1 and 2 battling. What are your thoughts on that one? Just an early peek for us, please.
My thoughts overall on college football is we should stop ranking teams coming into the season and play it the way the college football playoff does it, where you give it a couple of weeks and then you go back and prioritize and rank. Because there is no way you could text lost. Okay? All the draft picks, I think 13, two starting tackles on the offensive line and some others they're rebuilding in front of Arch. And I think they're ranked number 1 because of Arch. Let's just be honest. Where's Ohio State ranked? They lost about as much as Texas has. I think everybody on their defensive line was drafted. And so they're ranked high. It's a great start to the finish. But you have no idea if this is, the type of matchup that you're going to be talking about in, say, October. Does it have the same cachet that it had to start the season because of one, the two teams and the brands, and two, where the teams finished last year? And so I don't want to be Debbie Downer. It's a great matchup to start college football, but we have no idea who should be ranked where, and we won't know that until we get out of this somewhat preseason schedule for most college football teams to start the year.
It better be a great matchup, because there will be some alumni that are going to be very mad about the checks they wrote to the universities for the NIL money paid to the athletes from those two teams, because their salary cap, I say that air quotes, is quite high. Even though Sark is like, it's not that high. It is high. And it's high at both places. But that's going to be a fun one. There'll be some sweet NFL talent there for sure.
You want to know what I'm impressed with Sark about? Sark, I'm impressed with his ability to keep Arch components in that. But I think he just got a young man that is wired right. But my gripe for the season is the head coaches in college, or most major college programs, don't have to develop quarterbacks anymore. You just go to the portal and find the next best guy, plug him in, and next year we're going to do the exact same things. If you're able to hold on to your guy and continue to recruit, convince a guy like Arch Manning that it's in your best interest to come here and learn, and then it's yours for a couple of years if you choose to go past the 1 year, I think it's outstanding. And Sark has done a hell of a job with that, convincing him to sit behind Ewers and learn. And then, Ewers, it's a whole nother story, but he was kind of ushered out the door with having another year of eligibility. But I think that's a hell of a deal, because in this day and age, you just don't see development. You see replacement, not development on the college level when it comes to quarterbacks.
Dre, great stuff as always. We could carry on that conversation for a while, and we will next week.
Forever.
All right, looking forward to Saturday, my friend. Noon kick with Carolina. Thanks a lot for joining us.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, guys.
All right, noon kick on RG Stadium. The Panthers coming up. The Hall of Famer, the General. What did he see on Saturday? What are we looking forward to this week? We'll go around the league as well. It's Texans Radio.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Your health is personal.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
2nd and 2 for the Houston 40. McCarthy offset eye, stands up, taps the helmet. McCarthy boots out to the right, quick throw. He's got Ham, the fullback, but he's ripped down for a loss. Good stop there for the Houston Texans by E.J. Speed, the former Colt. So they lose yardage on the play, and it's going to create a 3rd and about 4.
E.J. Speed, nice play there. Playing well in a game. If he was still in Indianapolis, he would not be playing in this game. He's a frontline player, would not be playing. But here, crowded linebacking core. He's a reserve, and he looked good on Saturday. One of many Texans players looking good, especially in the early going. Joining us right now, always looking good, the Hall of Famer, John McClain. General, how did you see it on Saturday? What'd you like? What'd you think needed work?
I thought that first series with Davis Mills at quarterback was as crisp as you could get. Boom, 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 straight down the field. Started to think after the season, I think, is his extension this year or did he sign for next year? I think his contract is up right after this season.
Yeah, just this year. The 1 year was for this year.
I think that Nick Caserio has got to do some serious thinking, and DeMeco, and then Davis Mills has got to do some serious thinking. Does he want to sign a multi-year extension here to back up C.J. Stroud? He and his wife are very comfortable and happy here. Does he want to try to catch on with another team? He knows what it's like to play for a bad team, like he did when he was a rookie, who had some good games. So I just think right now, if you're a Texans fan, that you are very comfortable that Davis Mills has to play. And I thought there were a lot of players that stood out. You know, you guys talk about speed. There were a bunch of defensive players. And, John, too, one of the reasons I like, let's see, how can I not offend Mark? Like watching you and Indy, but especially you, is because you've seen everything every day. And you know football, so I like hearing your opinions about the technical stuff and the players. And you do a great job, not just on this show, but also on TV. But watching those guys, you said 2 weeks ago when we were sweating over at practice that you said, I don't know which side he's going to be on. But Ursery's going to – I think the more we see of Ursery, the more impressive he is. Every year, there are rookie offensive linemen who play well and stand out. And they don't have to be taken in the first round. And I think based on the early returns of the off-season practice and now preseason games, Ariante Ursery is here to stay. And, Kenyon Green didn't work out. Juice Scruggs, 3rd year, don't know if he's going to play or not. And Blake Fisher really struggled. Maybe Ursery's a 2nd-round pick that they've hit on, and this kid is going to play maybe right tackle as a rookie when Cam Robinson comes back. Robinson's on a 1-year deal. Will move to the left side. It was fun watching the offense go down the field, and the offensive line looked good. Now, I realize both teams held out a lot of starters, but for what you're looking at a time like that, they look good. Dari Gumbawale, they're going to have tough decisions to make and running back. Now, if Joe Mixon isn't available to start the season, then won't be as difficult. But you know Woody Marks is going to make the team. You know Nick Chubb and Joe Mixon are going to make the team. And Dari, because he is so versatile and so valuable in that role, and he averaged 5.8 yards a carry, that he's going to force his way onto this roster. But the difficult decisions that Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans are going to have when they have to cut it down. And one more thing, excuse me, last week, I can't remember the experts I was watching. It might have been Pro Football Focus, talking about the Texans are not good at defensive tackle, and they're going to have to think about making a trade. And I'm like, have you not watched this team? Defensive tackle is going to be one of the toughest cuts on the team. The defensive line is going to be one of the toughest cuts on the team. And so I love watching those linemen, love watching the DBs. You know, Yeast has come out of nowhere and is making big plays. We knew all about speed, but the better these guys do, the harder they make it on Caserio. And maybe instead of cutting guys, he can get low picks for him, and we know how he likes to use those low picks on draft day.
Yeah, he definitely does, and can package him to move up higher. He can package him to get something next year as well. So you're right, John. One position that you didn't mention, I think, got more interesting on Saturday with the performance of Braxton Berios and John Mechie. Now, we've seen both of them have pretty solid camps, but Braxton really popped with Braxton had 3 targets, 1 touchdown catch, first down with each of the other on third down. So he had a number of targets. Mechie led the team with 5 receptions. This receiver room, it just gets more difficult. Who they're going to keep week at Greenbrier. Jaden Higgins on Wednesday at the Greenbrier was tremendous. Receiver seems to be getting just as difficult as a lot of other positions. General, what do you think about Berios and Mechie and kind of how that maybe makes the decision that much more difficult at receiver?
The top 4 are set, and that's Collins, Higgins, Kirk, and Knoll. And so then, because Berios shows no signs of the injury he had last year, he can return kickoff and punts, and he can catch. I would say that unless he just bombs out, which I don't expect him to do, he's going to make it because he can do both returns and he can catch and he has experience. Then, you know, I think they could get a pick for John Mechie before they could get one of Xavier Hutchinson. Hutchinson had 2 catches, and he's big, and he's good on special teams. That's the one that's going to be tough. Now, Watson 2 years ago averaged 17 yards a catch for the Chiefs. Last year, I think it was almost 15. And can he force his way into the conversation? But if do we think they'll keep 5 or 6?
That's the question.
At least 6, maybe.
I would think at least 6.
At least 6, maybe 7 if you count Berios as a return guy who can do other things. Although if he's catching the ball this well, all right.
I'm counting Berios as 5. Then it would come down to Mechie and Hutchinson. I don't see him keeping 7 receivers because they'd have to cut back at another spot, and I do think they could get a pick for Mechie before they could get a pick for Hutchinson.
Well, last year they kept 7, but Sims was one of them as a return guy, so we'll see. And those Mechie had 5 catches. He looked good. Berios receptions where he just kind of ran along the line, just very shallow route. Nice throws, good catch, got around, got a little yak, got the first down, like you said. Very good to see. General, let's go around.
He's very quick in the middle of the field, and he's got a zigzag to him, and I'll be surprised if he doesn't make it based on what we've seen.
General, going around the division a little bit here, Anthony Richardson hurt the finger early on as the Colts took the field. Daniel Jones took over. Jones will start week 2. Any thoughts on the Colts or anything else around the division as we saw Travis Hunter play? We saw Cam Ward play a little bit for the Titans and look good in spots. What were your thoughts on the AFC South?
I thought that Richardson getting hurt wasn't a surprise, but they snapped his finger back in place, and he is back at practice, so he should play off the bench behind Jones in their second game. Cam Ward, he was okay. He doesn't have a good team around him, and that's extra difficult for a quarterback taking high like that. And, you know, they asked me on my shows, I had one over around the country, another one on a local station, and they asked me all the time about Stroud, DeMeco's rookie year, and want me to say that they could be like that. And I told them, I said, the fact is I had no clue that the Texans would be any good in C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans' first season. I said, and I have no clue. You know, here with the Titans, I would say no, they can't, because the Texans had some talent in place that Nick Caserio had drafted and signed and traded for. So I said, maybe next year, not this year. I think Titans are desperate for last place, and Ward really is going to be the only reason to watch him because he is an exciting player, and they do have what should be a good offensive line with an offensive line coach, Bill Callahan, who's supposed to be one of the best and has proven throughout his career that he is, and that's a good start. And the Jaguars, Travis Hunter, he did both. And I think they're going to realize he's got to play receiver first, put him in some sub packages. But, man, I think he's going to understand. It's going to become clearer for him that you can't do that full-time in the NFL, what you did in college football. You can't even do it a lot. Maybe a few sub packages when they're desperate to throw the ball or move the ball, but it's hard. And so Trevor Lawrence, the key, everything is revolving around Trevor Lawrence. Can he excel finally on a consistent basis with new coach Liam Cohen? Because so far he has not been worth the generational first overall pick they expected him to be.
Any talk among your friends in Canton about early induction for Shador Sanders after his preseason game one performance? All right, sorry, I couldn't help myself.
Yeah.
That was a nice story, though.
Let me point out something, and I thought it was very interesting. Tony Grossi is one of my best friends in the league and has covered them for 35 years. Sanders went up to him in a nice way afterward. The media had it all on tape, put his arm on Tony's shoulder, saying, "You never write anything good about me." Well, he also talks and writes, and of course he has written some good things, but Tony likes to be a contrarian. And so after the game, of course he's going to write and broadcast good things about him because he deserved it. And it wasn't Grossi, it was somebody else that said, "Pump the brakes. Here's Brady Quinn's stats after his first preseason game." And they were even better than Shador Sanders. And so there's a lot of people around the country know he should be the starter over Flacco and Kenny Pickett, and he should be starting the first game. And we see it happen every year. And good for people to get excited. He has handled himself. Sanders has handled himself so well in Cleveland. And his daddy's not putting up signs calling him legendary. Now, he does have an entourage that follows him around still. One of his brothers is the one that recorded all that and put it online. And so he is fun to watch. The only reason to pay any attention to the Browns at all.
All right, General. Well, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate the time. Looking forward to Thursday. We'll have you on Thursday night talking about the joint practice with the Panthers and getting us ready for Carolina on Saturday at noon. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, guys.
That's John McClain, Pro Football Hall of Famer, and coming up, smoking hot players of the game. Any thoughts on anything else around the league? On the way out, it's Texans Monday.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems, like snoring.
Now, more Texans Monday.
27 following Mertz's second interception in the fourth quarter. And the ball is out. The ball is dropped, and there's a scrum for
Still
it.
out, and I
Who's got
think the
it?
Texans
say
have
they have it inside the 30-yard line. Tafuna pointing the
They
way
do.
of the Texans. And Casey Osai comes out of the pack with it. A Texans takeaway. So they've cut the turnover margin in half 2-1, and they get the ball right back for Graham Mertz.
Yep. And then Mertz, unfortunately, gave it back to them. 3 picks in the fourth quarter. So that was a sloppy fourth quarter. You don't like to see that.
Yeah, that was tough.
And it's too bad, because I want to play clean. I wanted to see a Texans victory. I like, you know what, because every sportscast, every reference to the game, Texans lose their preseason premiere or whatever, and it just sounds so negative. I like positive. I like winning, Johnny. Even if it's Tom Savage hitting Ryan Griffin and Travis Labhart at the end of that Denver game.
Pull.
That was the greatest preseason victory ever.
That was awesome. I was celebrating.
Remember I did... This is when we were internet crazy writing, because the website was so, I don't know, it's just a different era, even 10 years ago. But I was writing top 10 preseason moments in Texans history.
Lestargine, for sure.
Oh, he was outstanding. Jacoby Jones erupted in 07, and they were actually selling his jersey by the end of that preseason. And Jacoby had a nice career here, and obviously a great career with the Ravens, or great moments with the Ravens, the late Jacoby Jones. Anyway, let's get to this. Smoking hot players of the game. And Casey Osai, I'll give him one. Okay. The recovery, very nice rookie linebacker, and he was one of the guys we sort of highlighted. So the listeners got a chance to watch the team play. You're like, okay, Casey Osai, I get it. I get why you guys were talking about him a little bit.
Yep.
Berios, I get why you guys were talking about him a little bit. You go ahead.
Ariante Ursary.
Yeah, he's number one.
He's number one.
We
You
led off
said it
the
to
show.
start the show.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's funny because when we do the radio broadcast, we're always talking in between quarters and breaks and all that kind of stuff. So we're staying in tune to what each other is thinking. The three of us are thinking as we're going through, because we're kind of monitoring, hey, did you see this, you see that, all that kind of stuff. But when we do the preseason games, obviously we're separated. So when you came in and said the number one story is Ariante Ursary, it's the best thing to take out of this game, I was like, man, okay, we really didn't get a chance to talk about that, and it was exactly the way I was feeling. I think fans, for the most part of the Texans, are like, okay, yeah, you know what, Mertz 3 interceptions, whatever else from that perspective. We needed to feel good about our offensive line. And I remember thinking, I don't know what you're going to see before we went into the game. I don't know what you're going to see that's going to make you feel good about the offensive line. I walked out of that game thinking, Ariante Ursary can be something. Is he going to be perfect right away? No, it will not be perfect right away. But you can see the seedlings are there for sure. That's A. B. They pass protected really, really well. So what was the other conversation in the offseason? Nick Caley and Cole Popovich, offensive coordinator and O-line coach. How would they look in pass protection? The back protection was absolutely brilliant. The Vikings blitzed 52% of the time. They brought heat. They brought corner blitzes. They brought nickel blitzes. They ran kitchen sink blitz where they brought 7 and you only had 6 to protect. They threw a little bit of everything, and the quarterbacks still were able to get the ball off with time to receivers that got themselves open. So, to me, going in, like I said, I don't know what we're going to take out of this. We're not seeing Titus. Cam Robinson's not playing. Laken Tomlinson's not playing. Okay, we'll see. I walked out of there thinking, okay, do I know what the offensive line's going to be? No. But I do feel like the pieces on the offensive line and the way they played together was totally different than at this point last year or the year before that.
This was an offseason in which you traded your all-star left tackle and went through an offensive line overhaul. We talked about Shaq Mason, trading Kenyon Green, all of that.
Right.
And you're right. You needed to see something that made you feel better.
Right.
And I think you should feel pretty good right now. It's preseason game 1.
Step
Got
1.
Joint practices. I have no idea what the Panthers are going to do on Thursday and Saturday, but this is step 1, and step 1 went pretty well. And this is all in real time, all these shows, all this analysis, so we'll see how it goes Thursday. We'll be back tonight at 6, and we'll talk more about the week to come. Thank you, Ben, for producing this show. Thank you, Andre, for coming on, ND Kalu, John McClain, all of them. Texans All Access every weeknight at 6. Game Saturday noon, ABC 13, and right here on Sports Radio 610 and the Bull 100.3 FM. In the loop. Right there, everyone. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Whether you're playing with your kids or playing for the Houston Texans.
Let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Clogging the toilet?
like at somebody else's house and you can't find a
Dumb and Dumber at all. When you Dumb and Dumber it? Not awkward at all. Yes, it is too.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Mills looking, throwing, got a man across the 10, and to the pylon, and no signal yet. Touchdown! Braxton Berios catch and run.
Oh, man, ain't it good to have some football back on your airwaves. You are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Is this Reaction Monday?
Not officially, or is it? Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah.
Let's count it.
Yeah.
Happy Reaction Monday,
How
baby.
about that? How about that?
Look, football back in tow. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, as he always is. And you rocking with us in the various ways that you always do. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. And, of course, appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and the Twitch chat, 610 Houston, because baby, we got stuff to talk about. We have seen it on the man. It feels so good after months, weeks upon months of this looks good. However, we'll have to see it in the game. We'll need to see it in the game. Well, we've seen some things in the game, John Lopez, and I feel like we need to talk about them. And I don't know that there's a better way to just kind of get our scattershot thoughts out right off the top than with a little bit of passing thoughts.
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just.
It's time for the OG's passing thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
You know you missed that. All right, passing thoughts. It counts. It's a game. You know you did.
Miss what?
Yeah, we only had it last week. Somewhere. Well, I know, but this is the official game passing thoughts, baby, not just some practice. And look,
that's true.
First things first, we all know, what was the total number of players that did not start, presumed starters?
All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, presumed starters specifically? Because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
So there you go. We know they didn't start a lot of guys. Didn't matter. I know most of our listeners, most Texans fans were listening. So let's get to some passing thoughts, because there's still a lot you can get out of it. The first thing is watching this game, the guys who did not start, and sometimes more importantly, the guys who did start with the presumed first offense of the first preseason game. The preseason kind of seemed upside down to me. And by that I mean, and I know it's been several years, where it's not the traditional third preseason game. It's been a while now that they've kind of changed the way they do things. But it used to be where the last preseason game was where the guys were fighting for a job. Second and third teamers were fighting for a job. That's the first game now. That's the first game now that we saw guys fighting for jobs that may not get as good a chance again, because the second game is probably going to be, that's here, of course, Saturday at noon. Looking forward to it, where you'll probably see some starters, unless they go real heavy and there's injuries and such, or people getting bumped and bruised in the inter-squad practice.
It'll also be interesting to see, considering that'll be 2 days after a joint practice, as you mentioned. Yeah,
but then the third preseason game is going to be third and fourth teamers just looking for other jobs. So that's what I found interesting, and I say all that to say this: guys like, I think, lock things up, because he's going to have some more opportunities. But he's not going to have an opportunity like he had Saturday to make a big-time impression, and he did.
Yeah, no, he was incredible, and I think that, I felt so much more confident about the linebacker spot, seeing him actually play a game. The speed in EJ Speed absolutely showed up in that, but, I mean, for me, it wasn't just the physicality. It was the awareness, like breaking on the football. He did that well at one point. And then he had a great pass breakup, I think, on the first Minnesota Vikings drive to help kind of close that one out. There was pressure on the line by Togiai, good push, and then there's just great awareness of speed on the backside from EJ Speed. And I think that's exactly what you need in that position, especially as one of those was like him in coverage, and we've talked about it. Linebacker
coverage is something that we're looking to see, whether it's Azeez and Henry, elevating it, whether it's Christian getting out there and displaying his wares, but having another guy, a fourth guy that you feel confident in, especially who can do at least a little bit of coverage, be kind of useful.
Yeah,
I think that's awesome.
Yeah, you said speed, you said awareness. I thought explosiveness was big. I mean, he could just bolt out of his stance there. Another passing thought for you, and maybe this guy fits in that category too, where he may well have locked something up, and that is Braxton Berios. Not just because, obviously the touchdown was, made a big thing, but I think he's a fly in the ointment in the wide receiver room. I think the Texans, and then you have to realize he was injured. He was injured last year, missed a lot of games. He was pretty dang good the year before. I think at 40-something, 30-something catches. The numbers don't stand out, but that's just a part of what he can bring in offense.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that I have, I try and make sure that if I can, I watch the game with some fellas like Clint and Sean, get some of their thoughts as I'm going. And had a conversation with Clint about Berios, and it's obviously he's a veteran. He also, every move seems like it is intentional, and it feels like everything is setting something up. And I think that quality is so incredibly useful. I don't think that he has locked anything up by any means, but I think you very much see one of the things that could be very useful from him is just the routes are so crisp, and that's not something that Jalen Noel quite has. He does seem to just get open. Right. I do wonder if you keep him on the roster just also to help facilitate the development of Jalen Noel as he goes as well, because can you imagine, of course, this is not quite how it works, but imagine Jalen Noel with the physicality that he showed, his ability to break tackles because he's a little bit more stout than people give him credit for. But then he also has the route running acumen where every single step does something to move a defender into the place that Jalen Noel wants him to be. That would be very good for the future of the Texans as well, and that might be helped by simply keeping Braxton Berios on this team.
No, I think it was a very good day for him. And who knows, again, as I mentioned, who knows how many more chances like this that he's going to get. Another passing thought for you guys here. So I'm watching this game. Dare Ogunbowale, hops out there early, does pretty dang good. We have
20.8 yards of rush on 5 carries, of course.
This is the thought. If Joe Mixon is healthy, and we don't know, but if Joe Mixon is healthy, the top 3 running backs are Mixon, Chubb, and Ogunbowale. I don't even think it's a competition right now.
You feel certain? I thought, honestly, if you're looking at anything in this run game from preseason game 1, which I understand, you keep it, you have to keep your expectations kind of measured. I took from this that, if the line is going to block the way that they're supposed to, most of your guys should be able to make something happen. And because Woody Marks looked solid in this game as well. Now, of course, I think the thing that I would give as plaudits for both Woody Marks and Jawar Jordan have less to do with running and more to do with pass protection, and we could talk about that some more. But I thought that Woody ran the ball well as well, because when your offensive line is getting up and blocking the way that they did, I think that, especially in that first drive, I think that's probably more of what I was harping on than Dare, which, again, respect to him and all of the various things he does. I thought that if we're talking about the run game, the place that we need to place to give applause is the offensive line, and probably one guy in particular, because he looked like a man amongst boys.
We'll get to that too. Yeah, we'll get to that too. I didn't see it the same. I think Ogunbowale is going to be. He's trusted. They love him. I thought Woody Marks didn't really flash off the screen, but he's a rookie, so there's room there to grow.
Now, to clean myself up, I do want to say I thought Dare read his blocks very well, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that could be fly in the ointment when it comes to the running back?
That's exactly what I wrote down. I said, he could be a fly in the ointment here. Be able to play, and then that changes things because Dameon Pierce didn't play.
What are you doing right now?
Or at least play for a while.
Oh.
And then where's Dameon Pierce? Where does he fit in? I know they like him too, or at least they seem to. Another passing thought for you. We've talked about the center position. Jake Andrews seems to just do smart things and really seems to be kind of a teacher's pet of Cole Popovich. I would hate to, this is the main thought. I would hate to be in Jarrett Patterson's shoes right now. He's good. He's done the job. He started at center. He's being competitive enough to maybe win the job. But I feel like Jake Andrews has some inherent advantages with the coaching staff, specifically Cole Popovich, because of his experience. I'd hate to be that guy.
It's quite possible. I can see what you're talking. I think Jarrett Patterson has also handled his time
He's doing
pretty
everything
well.
He needs to do.
Yeah. And That's tough. Yeah, everybody wants PT. I was like, yeah, being on the roster and being a guy that the team trusts is still valuable, but everybody wants to be able to be on that field.
Yeah.
To display their wares. So yeah, no, that's going to be a tough one. But I think one of the things that makes me confident or makes me comfortable is it feels like both of those guys, they believe in them to, somewhat equal degrees. I think that we're talking about small magnitudes of things that might make the decision. And that's probably, that's the epitome of the competition that they've tried to establish on that line.
Real quick side note, Figgy, Reggie, are those the best road uniforms? To me, they are. Ones? The Texans, the ones they want. I think those are clean, man. They're sharp.
Best road uniforms compared. You're gonna get me to saying bad things about the Texans?
No, the best that they've had. I think those are sharp.
I think so. Yeah, I thought they always were sharp from the beginning. I know when we first saw that the whole secret reveal type thing, we was a little underwhelmed, but I had to see. I think under the lights they look super.
They look really clean. Another passing thought here, and we're gonna dig into the offensive line later, which is why I didn't lead with this.
Yeah, but you still probably should have led with it.
But probably still should have led with it. It was the worst kind of day Blake Fisher could have had.
Oh.
It was the worst. And here's why.
He started with the negative.
Here's why. I've got questions about the depth of this offensive line, but that first group was pretty dang good, except for Blake Fisher. It's almost worse. Like, if the whole offensive line is getting destroyed, you're like, oh, these guys. Oh, Cole Popovich. Oh, the offense. Oh, whatever. But they were pretty good. And we'll dig into Ursery as well, which is what you were referencing, played really, really, really well. Not only was the offensive line pretty good and Blake Fisher bad, running backs were picking up blitzes. The whole system seemed to be work. The run game was not a negative. It was always pushing forward, maybe not big yardage, but pushing forward. Pass protection was okay, quick routes, etc. So it's like he just stuck out even more.
Yeah. Especially because also the fundamentals and the technique of things got really was if you were able to kind of keep your eyes on it, dudes were getting paws on the defenders. Now, of course, someone wanted to make mention of it, and I think we should still, even though I don't want it to sound like, which they're not facing off against first-team defensive linemen, although I think Jonathan Grenard got one of them moves in on Blake Fisher. In fact, I think Jonathan Grenard was the guy who spun to the inside and allowed that inside pressure off of Blake Fisher, which is definitely not what you want at that right tackle position. But, for the most part, they're not facing off against the best of the best pass rushers. They also are not facing off against the best of the best schemes. Like, I think Flores threw some things at them that wasn't just absolute vanilla, but it could get a lot more hairy. However, what they did with what they had was very good. They got hands on guys.
Yeah.
They got dudes moving. They drove dudes up the line or up the field in run blocking situations. It's just, Blake Fisher, you can't. We talk about with offensive linemen. If people are noticing you, it's probably for a bad thing, unless you're pancaking dudes. Which shout out to Ariante Ursery, right?
Yeah.
But we were noticing for bad things, including what I saw was a John McClain make a note of and call tonsillitis. Hey, once we start seeing them flags on number 57, that's not a good way for you to make yourself known either.
That's why I said it was the worst kind of game he could have had because everybody else was good. This is going to sound a little weird, I know, but I want to see if you guys buy into this. Jalen Noel, for the role that he's filling, might be a better fit than Jaden Higgins.
100%.
Right?
Like, I can even simplify this even further. Jalen Noel flashes in a way that Jaden Higgins doesn't. Like, it's just, you get the ball to him and he can make a little something in space, it feels like, and it was kind of cool that he made it with physicality rather than just kind of speed. I know that sometimes the short guys get pigeonholed in the physicality to him that is really cool to see. Jaden Higgins, I think, he had a couple of catches.
Well,
one was just kind of a little drag route across the middle where he used this big, substantial body between the defender and the ball. Cool. He had a nice little out route, which I thought was a really cool pass. It was a little high, and so you use the physicality of his height and his ability to explode upwards. That was cool. But it's different when you see Jalen Noel. And Jalen Noel wasn't even like routing guys up in the way downfield that we've seen him out there on the practice fields, where it seems like you see that in addition to it. So, no, I think that Jalen Noel flashes more. Jaden Higgins might not flash in that. I'm not looking for him to flash in that same way, at least early on.
I'm not even really. You're right, but I'm not even really talking about just flashing and making plays that make you go okay. I'm talking about the role. Like, you need in that role a guy that can catch the ball behind the line of scrimmage, either make a guy miss or flat out, be stronger than him, which is saying something. He broke through that tackle. and then gain yards after catch. He just seems to fit that role. It was a great pickup. Another couple of passing thoughts here for you. Sometimes when I write down my passing thoughts, it's literally what I said out loud, and I literally said this out loud at one point during the game. Who the hell jumped on the table for Graham Mertz?
Yeah, I mean, this was not the Graham Mertz coming out party. I imagine there are 3 interceptions there in the second half. A couple of them, however, I don't know how much were his fault.
One for sure was not his fault, but
like he had the Cade Stover one where it felt like there appeared to be some level of miscommunication, and especially with the ball, maybe expecting Cade to kind of take his route a little bit further outside, which would make sense because that's where the space was.
Yeah.
There was one, two, was it Donovan Jackson or was it Johnson? I think it might have been Xavier Johnson, one of those. Johnson and Jackson, of course, I'm mixing those up in this moment. But one of those is like, was the receiver supposed to sit down in that space, but he was also seemingly flowing with the quarterback in what almost felt like a scramble drill? So do you expect your wide receiver to stop running in a scramble drill type of situation to come back to a space? I didn't know how to break it down, but ultimately the end result is you have some balls that are high, you have some balls that are not in the same place as your wide receiver, and it didn't feel like it was the game that I imagine he would want to have had.
I get it, first game for a rookie, all that, but he was a reach. Even when they drafted him, somebody
didn't they take him in the
6th round?
6th?
Yes.
Damn, that was a reach.
Yeah, no, he went before. He went before.
Well, don't say Quinn Ewers because he didn't have a day.
Well, he didn't have a good game.
He didn't have a day either.
But no, it was.
I think there was only a couple of quarterbacks that were selected after him, and a couple of them, I'm going to be completely honest, I don't really know them cats, and then Quinn Ewers. So I don't know that I necessarily am doing the thing where I go, you should have gotten this other quarterback. It feels like one of those, you take a flyer just to see because quarterback is such a valuable position. If you find a guy, with all due respect to Graham Mertz, anytime I see a dude who played at quarterback at Wisconsin, Russell Wilson, be damned, I go, we sure?
Yeah.
And this one definitely felt like a we sure game.
Yeah, to me, I feel like they drafted him because they wanted a rookie in the practice squad type
they got
setting.
One.
Yeah, they said, screw us, we had. Maybe this is cheaper to get a practice squad QB.
One more for you here. Are John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson fighting for the last receiver spot?
It's quite possible. And they both had pretty solid games, especially John Mechie, 8 targets, 5 receptions, 45 yards. Like, he had a pretty damn good game. You say they might be fighting for the last spot. They might both be kind of displaying their wares for
other teams?
31 teams that are not the Texans. Maybe that's probably more where Mechie is. I mean, Hutchinson, I made a fantastic block on one of those Dalray runs with the first team. Like, that's one of the things that I think he does well with the physicality. But, I think that's you're right. Like, those guys are in this tough place where it feels like 4 spots of your probably 6 or 7 are absolutely filled. One is another guy who is a special teams ace, and then another guy in Watson just kind of who I don't know that he had a fantastic game, but I don't know that Watson is ever going to be that guy where you go, oh, wow, what a jump off the page day. So, it just felt like, hey, these guys are already limited in just like the way that the numbers fall.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Now, Xavier Hutchinson has more of the bona fides, as people say, in the regular season. So we'll see. John Mechie maybe putting it on display for another team.
Yeah. I do want to clean myself up. I think I said Grenard was on the edge. I guess that was a different pass rusher. I'm trying to figure out exactly who that was. There was a lot of numbers flying, and numbers that you had to look at depth charts in order to get right. So I apologize for getting that wrong. And maybe we have to talk about this more at another time. Were there any passing thoughts for you about Nick Kalu as the game was going?
He was working in the booth. Yes, I have some thoughts on Nick Kalu, and one of them we're going to get to later in the show. I think this is what we saw. A lot of times you don't show a lot, in the preseason, and the Texans are no exception from that. But I think we saw the template, of run, short pass, run, safe pass, et cetera. So that would be my number one takeaway, and I want to dig in a little more on that later.
I'm with you. A couple things that are coming in on the text line. Somebody asked, how do you keep Jamal Hill on this roster? Because, he had a pretty good game. There was a few linebackers that showed up. KC Osai had a couple of situations. I do wonder, does Jamal Hill fall into one of those guys that every team looks at and they go, oh, we can't get rid of this guy because somebody will come pick him up, that eventually is just like, no, he'll make it, but he's solid because he means something to you?
Yeah. No, he's a hard guy to cut. But overall, one of the not questions, but one of the things we've talked about is just how good the linebacker position is in general. What's the depth? Who's going to play? I feel a lot better about linebacker today than I did on Friday.
And then maybe we save this when we go around who hooped, but no mention of Davis Mills, huh?
Davis Mills, he was my last one, but we were kind of up against it.
Fair enough.
The safest, most competent backup you could possibly have.
Yeah, we'll have to give him more love as we continue on with the program. That's why it's beautiful that we have 4 hours here on a Monday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Coming up next, the Texans weren't the only ones having fun on a weekend. I didn't even talk about the fact that technically they lost 20-10. Don't worry about that. It was good. But the Astros get 2 out of 3 in New York. Spectacular fashion. Let's talk about the weekend that was for your Astros. And was this the push that the Astros needed? 713-572-4610. We'll do it next.
Despite the loss, our guy Clint saw the Texans practice what they've been preaching in the preseason opener.
They've been very intentional.
610. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, a reaction Monday where the Texans technically lose to the Vikings. But let me ask this as a question.
We didn't even say the score in the first.
Yeah, I said it at the very end. It was 20-10. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It's all good. When I ask you, what were your vibes coming out of this? We'll talk about the Astros here very, very shortly. Don't get me wrong. I just want to ask this question real quick. What were your vibes coming out of it, win or loss?
Oh, a win for sure. Just because you got some hints of what you needed to see up front, and that's been the story.
Yeah, I would say win too, because this game, like, nobody really played that was really, really, really important, but we got some players that we were keeping an eye out on.
Yeah,
and I felt like that was we got some answers.
Yeah, that's 100% the same. Like, I felt more like a win, even though the score objectively was technically a loss. So shout out to the Texans, and then also if we're talking about things that absolutely felt like a win, especially finishing out the series, a 7-1 victory, the Astros definitely felt like a win, especially when you got the adversaries that you do in the Yankees, and you got dudes like Jose Altuve doing this.
And they have that whole scandal on top of it all. But Jose Altuve will always remember New York, and this one into the left field corner is gone.
When you don't want to wake up a sleeping giant, and he lives for these type of moments.
Who's your daddy now? Should I say the Astros?
Yeah, shout out to Tyler Milner getting a little editorial on that. But shout out to Jose Altuve telling them Yankees broadcasters to hold this.
Yeah.
Hold that.
That
How
wasn't
about
even the Yankees. That was Apple. Was that Apple TV? That was on Friday, right?
That was Apple TV.
Yeah, that was Apple TV.
Yeah. Well, whoever. Y'all can hold that
how
too.
How funny that is.
Hold this as well.
How funny the first part of this, they brought up the scandal.
Dude, it was perfect.
And they have that whole scandal on top of it all.
Hold that.
What'd you say? Sorry. Excuse me. You say it felt like a win. This felt like more than a win. This felt like freaking afterglow. I mean, this was great. It was.
That's the second time in a week that we have mentioned.
It did. Yeah, I mean, it was just like, it was, what did I tell you guys? What did I tell you? Is it going to be what the doctor ordered? This was just what the doctor ordered. Not only beating the Yankees, getting back, we talked about it, on Friday. This is a team that when the Astros really, truly need to make a statement, they make that statement. I mean, I was just giddy. I mean, and by the way, I was thinking about Tyler all weekend watching the Astros.
That's adorable. Did you text him at all?
No, I didn't. I should have. He listens. Tyler, I was thinking about you all weekend because nobody enjoys pointing and laughing at the Yankees more than
he's gonna be 70 years old, still happy as hell whenever the Astros beat the Yankees.
Remember when we were the Yankees' daddy? It was really
what was that
fun,
yesterday?
Yeah, it was really a fun weekend. And the Yankees' frustration, their resignation that the Astros own them. I mean, absolutely, was just clear. I mean, they body language, some of the posts. That we saw, guys were just like, they were like not even trying to fight it anymore. Like, they own us. They own us. It was incredible.
Yeah. So you get an extra inning win on Friday, and then unfortunately you fall 5-4 on Saturday. And do we have to have a conversation about Brian King at this point, because he's been really struggling giving up home runs. I mentioned it, right? Like, was it last outing? The outing before? It's just like, even though you look at the numbers and they're not terrible, it just feels like he's constantly getting. But you do get the win on the series, as I mentioned. Jose Altuve does something that's incredible, which is continually give it to the Yankees. But also in doing so, he kind of hit a milestone. And I mean, we'll salute him a number of times today. But he became just the 25th major leaguer to notch 250 home runs and 250 stolen bases with the 250th home run that he hit over the weekend.
That's what made it even more sweeter. In fact, that's what made it the sweetest. Was that it was Altuve and Correa. I mean, the band, part of the band anyway, was back together, and it was those two guys. See Correa do the shirt thing.
All right, so let's talk about this because, when he did hit the home run, which actually, you know what? You want to hear it? Do we want to hear the home run as it came across on Space City Home Network? All right, let's do that.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad, Fig. But
let me find it.
Oh, man, I thought we had the Carlos C. I done messed it up. But yes, Carlos Correa, who, mind you, and we'll talk about this as we continue, I feel like
I got it now.
This, like, today is very interesting for a number of reasons, and we'll talk about that here in a second. But Carlos Correa hits this home run, and it sounded like this.
Correa drives one to left field, and he caught this one all the way back and gone. Carlos Correa hits his second home run in an Astros uniform in 25, and the Astros lead this one 5-1. It's been a while, but that man is incorreatable.
Oh
God!
Come on now,
Blummer and his little isms.
What is that? All right, so
Doobie. I like when he does that.
I like Doobie. I'm sorry, that one's good. That one's good. You're not gonna bold. Yeah, I don't know what he was trying to get for there, but as he's rounding the bases. He touches his chest right in the middle, pinches his jersey a little bit, and then points upward. Well, he actually gives you a little a little no. Yeah. Rest in peace to Dikembe Mutombo, and then points upwards. I saw this, and I think it was Tyler Stafford of the Clutch City Territory podcast. Shout out to the fellas. I saw him mention this, and I think that I lean more towards him. It felt more to me like I didn't do that, God did that.
No.
You think this is very much this is buzzer talk?
No.
Yeah. Because Cody Bellinger is on this team, right?
Yeah. Oh, Cody Bellinger, he had his show up in this game as well, where he's supposed to be trying to throw Altuve out. Whose double was it that scored Altuve here? Cody Bellinger's, shallow left center, and it looks like, all right, let's get this ball and send it in. And I don't know what kind of yakety sack should be playing when he was making this play. I don't know where the ball, I don't know if his hand was greased up or whatever, but whatever he did was antithetical to baseball, any baseball that I've seen. And so shout out to Cody Bellinger, who had his thoughts about the Astros, and I could tell him where to shove them, but just not on FCC airwaves.
Yeah, look, there's no way. I mean, I guess I don't even want to put a percentage on it. But he clearly, what did it for me is he pinched his jersey. He pulled it a little bit.
And plus the little backstory is Cody was really vocal about Jose Altuve refusing to take his shirt off and all that stuff.
Yes. And so I think he did, sort of point to God, thank God or whatever. But it was after hey. Correa hitting .405 as an Astro with a 1.09 OPS, 2 doubles, 2 home runs.
Get him the hell out of Minnesota, man.
He is happy to be here.
All right, so with all that being the case, how did you come out of the weekend? Because I hate to be the bearer of bad news. With all of that and the win versus the Yankees, all the fun that you had, you have, is it still a half-game lead over the Mariners now, headed into
half-game lead?
This the remainder
Mariners
of
won 7 straight? No, it's a race.
And Kyle Raleigh's not slowing down. He leads the league with 45 homers as of right now.
45. That was the other thing that sort of you kind of calm yourself a little bit and take a deep breath because yes, it was awesome beating the Yankees with Correa and Altuve doing so much, but you are in a race, and that's why I think it's important. And going into the series, we said this. Make it a launching point again because they were scuffling a little bit up and down, going in. So now that you got that, you're the Yankees' daddy. Correa's back. Correa's hot. You've got pitchers coming back. Et cetera. I think if that's the launching point, it's still going to be a race. But I like the Astros' chances right now.
All right. So to the question, because as we were going into the weekend, we were talking about this as a very vital weekend for a number of things like offense, obviously, just beating the Yankees and then being the launching point. Do you feel like it was successful in those various different ways? Did you see what you wanted to see from an offense coming in that had a really good series versus the Mariners? But, did you see what you wanted to see otherwise in possibly this being now the MO for the Astros in this time period?
I did, simply because you came up clutch late on Friday. You had multiple opportunities on Saturday to still win the game, stranded some runners, which maybe speaks to, what you're talking about. You needed a little more offense, but you got plenty of runs, 7 yesterday. And beyond that, the vibe, I mean, just the momentum, the ability, the confidence that you built. And that's what I was pointing to before the series, and I'm going to point to it again right now. They needed this, and the Yankees came along at just the right time. I think they're sort of rolling right now.
Yeah. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Big day of baseball today that we'll keep talking about because there's a number of things that are kind of convening at Dyken Park to make today and obviously the remainder of this series really, really interesting. So we're excited to talk more about that as we keep going on a Reaction Monday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. But coming up next, we cannot ignore just how much Altuve owned the Yankees at their home ballpark this weekend. And so question of the day, which is coming up next, who or what do you absolutely own in the same way that Altuve owns the Yankees? 713-572-4610. Let's have fun with it next.
When the Texans take on the Panthers.
and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credits plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio's The Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Lopez, is it fair to say that Jose Altuve had the best Houston sports weekend of anybody? Which is kind of crazy to think because there were some folks that were really good. Davis Mills was really good. Ariante Ursery was really good. We gave EJ Speed some love as well. I'm probably forgetting someone else. I mean, Carlos Correa himself wasn't bad either.
Man.
But Jose Altuve does what he does when he sees them pinstripes across from him, is that he whoops their keisters. I mean, just
he becomes their daddy.
He does indeed become their daddy. 6 of 11, 2 homers, a double in there as well, 5 RBI, 3 walks, only 2 strikeouts, and continued his dominance. By the way, you want to know what the OPS is for him versus the Yankees in that 3-game set?
I didn't look at that. What is it?
1.825.
1.8.
Yeah. I mean, just now that's 3 games. OPS will get inflated, but that's how bad he put the beating. Again, just different ways to look at the metric. You know, OPS plus 100 is average. The OPS plus that he put up in that 3-game set versus the Yankees, 414. Like he owns them. He belt to ass.
Yeah,
that is the daddy behavior that he has with the Yankees, and so that got us going for the question of the day. 713-572-4610. What is something that you own, or who, or rather, or what is something that you own in the ways that Jose Altuve clearly takes great pleasure in owning?
Don't be bashful.
The New York Yankees.
Don't be bashful. You got to admit, you own this or this person.
Yeah, talk your talk.
Talk your talk. Like you own it, like Altuve owns the Yankees. 572-4610. My sons, if they're listening, are going to immediately text in. But the NCAA tournament pool, I own them. I own them for going on 20-plus years. Now, I might not always win it, but I always beat them.
Oh, okay. See, that's the thing I was going to ask. I was like, how big, first and foremost, how big is the pool that you're in?
Yeah, this is the family pool.
So we're talking about what, 5, 6,
10,
12? Okay, that's not a bad.
It's nephews and stuff.
Got you.
Nieces and all that, and cousins and all that. So it's probably about 12, or maybe a little more. But I also enter the other one, the big one, that they're in. And I've won it a few times, but my sons, my phone's lighting up right now, actually. I just looked it out of the corner of my eye. They can't deny it. I own them for 20-plus years. Smoked chicken. You know I love to barbecue.
Have I had your smoked chicken before?
I had some. Did I have some at the Super Bowl?
I think you did. And this is where I was going to be like, not so fast, my friend. Shout out to Lee Corso. I think that because you did a brisket and you did chicken, right?
Yeah.
I think the brisket knocked the chicken way out the park.
I can do a brisket and I can do ribs, and I just cook all the time, so I can do that. But my smoked chicken, plus you have to realize I cooked it the previous day.
Okay. Yeah. All right. That's fair.
My smoked chicken.
That is fair.
Come on, man.
All right, I'm reserving judgment until I can judge this in a more accurate way. I'm gonna say that I'm calling a little bit of cap in that moment right now on you owning that against.
It's won the most whenever I've competed.
Okay, fine. Like I've put this in competitions. I don't need your judgment, Reggie. Figgy 713-572-4610.
You own it.
Is there anything that you own like Jose Altuve owns the New York Yankees?
Honestly, I think when it comes to look, I ain't gonna sit here and say I'm the biggest trash talker or whatever, but when it comes to the little subtle shots, like the Jeffrey from Fresh Prince type of jab.
Oh, yeah.
I'm cold at that, man. I'm cold at that, man. To the point, it be people that be like, man, y'all ain't even catch that what he just said. Like, oh, man. Some people try to get me to be a comedian.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, nah, I'm not going down that road. I ain't that damn funny.
That's a different world, too.
Yeah. Nah, I leave it to the professionals. But when it comes to little jab, little jab, people be like, oh man, like Figgy or Boot Man is the best when it comes to that.
Yeah. I like it. From the 346 on the text line, the buffet at Golden Corral.
Oh yeah.
I wish I could still be in that place. Like I have a certain kind of morose respect for the people that at their big age are like, nah, I'm going to this buffet. And I'm gonna see if I can put them out of business. like when you're a teenager, or as people like to say it sometimes, a growing boy. It's like, oh yeah, this is to be expected. I got to a point where I had to be an adult and actually value portion sizes and everything. I'm like,
hate when that happens.
This is nonsense. In my family, at the very least, one of the things that I think I got to was, I don't know how I ended up here, but I was like the spaghetti champ. Like I cook a little bit. I'm not gonna pretend like I'm anybody's chef, but like I vividly remember.
You're ahead of the game.
There was one day I made spaghetti. My little brother, or actually one day we were planning on making spaghetti. My little brothers were like, "Hey mom, can Reggie make it?"
Ooh.
And that one hurt and was stung, like especially for my mom, just like I think a lot of people's moms.
Yeah.
That being a cooking champ is a pride.
That's like when you you beat dad for the first time or your son beats you. You're kind of proud, but kind of pissed too.
I feel like that one's different. I feel like playing sports.
Yeah, but your mom was probably kind of proud, but kind of like, damn.
Yeah, no, you're probably right. Yeah. She probably wanted. What is the equivalent of a hard foul in cooking? Like, did she just drop some salt in there?
Yeah, sugar.
Like just put some spices in there that aren't supposed to be in there.
It's supposed to be a secret, her secret type of seasoning that just take it over the top, and yours ain't there yet.
What's up?
Why are there bay leaves in my spaghetti sauce? How did that happen?
You do put bay leaves in spaghetti sauce.
And some.
Yeah. Well, what?
Not the ones I make.
Okay, so you must be the champ. You must be the champ. What about a board game? That's always one where someone in the family.
Ooh, that's a good point.
Someone in the family, like King of Monopoly, which takes 7 days to play, but
but you shouldn't play Monopoly because Monopoly is a game for bad people.
What?
I believe that's so. What is the point or the objective of Monopoly?
To win.
How do you win?
Owning all the property.
By bankrupting your friends and family. That is the objective of the game.
That's what you're supposed to do to family.
That's real life.
That's what you're supposed to do to family. Bankrupt them.
Is that how that's supposed to happen?
It's teaching you to pay rent.
See, you're approaching it like as a metaphor for life. We're talking about a board game. And when you bankrupt your friends and family, that's chest out.
Do you hear yourself right now?
Yes.
It's a game for bad people. It's a game for bad people.
It's a board game. It's not real
It's
life.
business.
What's the board game where you like, I got it? Like, I know Show's going to say spades, but that's card game.
Yeah. I was going to say spades too. I would probably say I had a long run with Monopoly to the point I was beating my wife every single time. I was beating her
in Monopoly.
Yeah,
I want to make sure that statement in and of itself is not isolated.
Yeah. But we even played it on the PS5.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they got Monopoly on like the video game Monopoly. But it was one point where she got me, and I'm like, damn,
it hurts.
Yeah.
I had a good run, but not like that on Scrabble. I can do Scrabble pretty good. But my sons are really smart, and they've gotten good at it.
I had a good run with what was it? Chess. I think
really
chess, checkers. Yeah, I had a pretty good run with that.
Parcheesi. Parcheesi's the game I like playing.
Who plays Parcheesi?
It's Nigerians definitely do. We call it Ludo, but yeah, Parcheesi. I know also my friends who are my West Indian friends will play.
You said Parcheesi.
Some Parcheesi. Yeah, I know the game. If I called it Ludo, you wouldn't even have a chance of knowing what the hell I was talking about. Various people. Someone said owning their grandfather's love and respect. That's got to be dope.
Oh wow.
That's got to be awesome.
Oh wow.
Feeling like that. Felt like you couldn't lift a finger without him or whatever. There's extensive story here that I absolutely love that I just can't read all of right now. All right, from the 713, Premier Fantasy League.
Premier League?
Yeah, Premier League Fantasy.
Just go with
is
Liverpool,
different.
you'll be fine every time.
That's not how that works. No, but how much do you value the person who's like, I dominate fantasy football or fantasy sports?
Well, it's generally hard to like completely dominate fantasy sports because it can be so unpredictable. All I'm saying is my sons, I own them. I own them. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
This is a really good one. I think everybody can relate to this. Figuring out who the killer is on a crime show or movie.
I either love you or hate you, and there's nothing in between. Like, sometimes I just want to enjoy the ride of finding this out, and you just ruined this. Keep that to yourself. But other times it's like, damn, you were good at this. What were you looking at? How did you tell?
I thought I was good at that until I, got with my wife. My wife is good with that to the point it'd be early on in the show. She like, I think that's the guy that's doing all the murders.
Yeah, I like playing the game. I'm not really. I'm not like this dude that texted, but he said he can get them all the time.
Yeah, my wife get them all. She be early in the show like, I think that's the guy killing all the women.
Yeah.
And I'll be like, what? He's trying to help find the killers. What you mean? And then at the end of it is him. I'm like, what? Find that out.
Sean Pendergast, Family Feud.
That is a great answer, and that reminds me, I am fantastic at game shows. Now, of course, I don't know if I'd be good actually on the game shows because I recognize them lights get bright and people, turn up. But Game Show Network used to be a staple on in my house, and buddy, I lit them things up every time. But yes, I respect Sean Pendergast apparently being great at the feud when, they get to the answers that neither of the families get, and they're passing. And nobody's in them things off. So shout out. I know who is going to be on the Sports Radio 610 Family Feud team. In fact, he's going to be the host, or he's going to be the leader. He's going to be the
he'll be the dad.
Well, okay. I guess that is one way that you could say it. Own Mario Kart 64 like Altuve owns the Yankees. Mario Party like Altuve owns the Yankees. Dominoes in my family like Altuve owns the Yankees.
That's a bold claim right there.
But those are the good ones. If you play the games where we can make some money off it, or like we can really get some bragging rights, because look, if you're the Scrabble champion of the family, there's a level of bragging rights, sure. If you're the Dominoes or Spades champion of the family, you could talk crazy to anybody.
Yes. Marcus on the YouTube, my 80-year-old father owns me in arm wrestling.
Oh, yeah, that's a bad mamma jamma.
You could never get your pops at arm wrestling, man. No matter how old you are.
Yeah.
They will always get you.
Get that leverage on you and that old man
They got that old man strength. Yeah.
Yeah, man, I bet that man's handshakes are just...
I bet you they're just mitts.
Yeah, real strong. Shout out to Jose Altuve. 1.825 ERA, OPS this series versus the Yankees. God, he beats the mess out of them every time. All right, you're in the... Oh, by the way, 819 OPS over his entirety of his career versus the Yankees.
Lord.
He loves seeing them, don't he? He loves seeing them. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, talk about the weekend that was full of preseason football, including the Shador Sanders thing is becoming a thing, isn't it? We'll talk about that next.
The Texans lost. FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. And blessings, there's football to talk about. So, I mean, look, there's still stories and interesting things that are happening, but we can talk about field performing, and no one had more of a grip over the weekend than number 12 for the Cleveland Browns, Shador Sanders. He starts for them because you have a number of injuries, actually to the point where they brought in Tyler Snoop Huntley to be quarterback number 5, or technically 6 if you are still counting Deshaun Watson there. But it was all going to be the Shador show, and it was going to be a very high leverage situation, right? It's either going to be he performs in a big way and people, the hype train can continue, almost Cap-like, if I'm going to be completely honest, Colin Kaepernick, because of the amount of support that jumped in behind Deion Sanders and his sons at Colorado, actually starting at Jackson State, then moving to Colorado, or it was going to go the other way, and people were going to say, oh, see, this is why he went in the 5th round. Let's tap in with our sister station there in Cleveland. This is Ken Carminetti, right?
Yeah, Ken Carmen.
Ken Carmen. Sorry, I messed up my man's name.
92.3 The Fan.
This is how it went for them.
And I'm gonna do it. Super Bowl! Super Browns! Yeah! I think we might have one.
The circus is here.
I think we might have one. Then fine, call me the ringmaster, because I'm excited. I'm so excited. I can't believe he did what he did. I thought
Carmen and Bailey, we're here, the circus.
I was hoping it was going to be okay. I had no idea it was going to be that good. I am busting. I am so excited.
Hey,
I have no idea how this season is going to turn out. But damn it, what an exciting moment. What a night. Nearly as much as I did. I was watching this thing and go, it's getting better. Oh my God, it's getting better. And it kept getting better. And then it came out in the 3rd quarter. It's like, okay, there's your typical Browns luck.
14-23, 138 yards, 2 touchdowns with no interceptions. Man, it was a really good outing for Shador Sanders, man.
Yeah, it's worth talking about what Shador Sanders did. But first on that audio, I may be, overstating the obvious here. Seems like a bit much. It seems like a bit much.
Yeah.
Sure.
Look, they got nothing else to root for.
Dude, it's hilarious.
This is the bright spot in
was
the Browns.
Was he kidding? It looked serious. Or was he just putting some jelly on it?
You know what? I think
he was putting some jelly on it.
I think he was putting a little bit on it, like from a larger standpoint, but I can't blame him for having a situation where, when was the last time that I'm not even going to ask the question, when was the last time the Browns had a good quarterback? We don't have to do that. When was the last time the Browns had a quarterback that would make you excited to watch the football game?
Well, you texted, did you say it on the air or did you text us about Johnny Manziel?
Just the love,
the craziness.
It was really like Manziel mania.
And how did that work out?
Sure. I mean, we can talk about the outcome. I can't blame them for wanting to have fun while there's fun to be had right now.
I was watching, and at first I thought he's just kidding around. I'm like, I think he's kind of serious.
Now, I think it's a situation. They went into the season like, man, it's not about to be a good season.
Yeah.
We don't know what we got in these quarterbacks, and probably be drafting another quarterback next year. So this is going to be a tough season to get through.
Yeah.
And you got somebody that it's like, hey, this is something entertaining to watch, because it's nothing worse watching some bad quarterbacks.
Well,
man.
and now to the serious aspect of this, the football side, because I mean, he was very impressive. So the touchdown throw he made was like ridiculous, like a veteran quarterback putting it exactly, having that connection with the receiver over one player in front of another one, and he had other throws like that. And I kept going back to, and I watched a lot of this game because it was Friday, and what are you going to do, But I watched a lot of this, and I kept going back to what people were saying about Louis Riddick, especially, like, they're throwing him out to the wolves. There are people in that building that maybe were thinking, yeah, he's gonna stink it up. And he did not. He did the exact opposite. He was really good.
Yeah, I mean, the ball is back in the Browns' court. How do you want to handle this? because obviously this happens out of necessity. I know we talked about the throwing him out to wolves. I don't think that they would have if you had other guys healthy, right? You would have had Kenny Pickett out there. You would have had Dylan Gabriel out there, but those guys not obviously able to go, so it's all Shador. And I think that it had to be all or nothing for him. It had to be him looking incredible so that because anything so would have left room for equivocation. Now they're in a place where you get Shador Sanders, and he looks pretty much like Colorado Shador Sanders with some of the negatives. I thought me and Figgy were talking about that earlier. Just there's instances where you see him not handling pressure well and just deciding to run backwards, which can't be the way that you handle this.
Yeah, because I've seen some people saying, I guess the Browns want pocket a little bit, be more comfortable in the pocket, and he liked to jump out of the pocket a lot. And so I've seen a couple Colorado plays where he just going backward.
You can't do that. They're too fast.
They're
too fast. They're too good.
Yeah, but like I said, he's a rookie. I mean, if you want to count 5th round pick, I thought it was a good game.
Yeah,
for
all
him.
that said, he was good, like legitimately good. And the other thing is not only how do they play it, now the pressure is there.
No, it's going to be tough on the other quarterbacks, man. I know they love Joe Flacco, or the fans did at one point. But as soon as somebody throw an interception, man, they going to panic right to Shador, man.
Yeah, they are.
It's kind of like that's how it was with Johnny Football, because you had a local guy that was there, Brian Hoyer, that was loved the season before, and then now you got a Johnny Football where as soon as he make a mistake, they pan over to Johnny Football. So I think it might be the same thing this year.
Yeah, I think the idea that he looked like Colorado Shador, obviously there's some bad things within that. It's a lot of good, and I think just looking at the way that he played, he would have been a highly drafted pick. It was some other things within there that we could talk about that ultimately got him to being a 5th round pick. And I see you text line from the 832 saying, "Come on, let's take a breath." It was against second string player. That's how he does with the first couple of games. First and foremost, I don't know if he'll be a starter in the first couple of games, but that's what you can ask. This is all you can ask for.
That's the cards that was dealt.
Yeah. Especially when you look at moving on around the NFL. How about a 2nd round draft pick? Because we were just talking about a 5th one that looked really good. We saw from one Tyler Shuck with the New Orleans Saints.
Tyler Shuck rhymed with Shuck. It's almost malpractice what they're doing down there in New Orleans. Maybe somebody just had him evaluated high. A lot of people question that pick. They don't have a quarterback. They don't have a quarterback.
None.
Zero.
I mean, there's not a lot of upside in my mind, and I've said this. I've been consistent about this with Tyler Shuck. Like, maybe you can find a certain level of baseline. I don't see that you're getting anything special out of Tyler Shuck that you probably couldn't have gotten out of Spencer Rattler, who was there. I mean, I know Jake Haener is there. I don't know exactly how high I would rate Jake Haener, but all things considered, this feels like a season that you're kind of chalking it up and hoping to get into a place where maybe you have an opportunity to get into what is a much more promising quarterback draft class in 2026 with the likes of Lenore Sellers. I know people have talked about Arch, but we have on good authority now, especially that Arch will not be there. But there's still a number of guys that could be very interesting in this 2026 draft. Why take a guy that I don't think that there was a lot of upside on and use a 2nd round pick that you could use to continue to make your team better on a Tyler Shuck? I don't know, but ultimately it's early. Maybe he still has room to develop. However, the starting play point is not very good.
And how about just bringing in a competent backup to lead the way? If you think there's something with Shuck there, in terms of development and all that, the other options are Rattler and Haener.
Yeah,
that's where I am. I mean, just bring in a backup that can start 7 games or 9 games,
and that's what make it look really iffy too, because they're gonna take a flyer on Shador Sanders.
Yeah.
And clearly they felt like he was better. So, man, I don't know. They might just be tanking for Arch at this point, man. Yeah. I don't understand why you don't try to get at least a decent backup quarterback.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
And the funny thing about it is I don't know if it would have been a good thing for them to take Shador Sanders rather than Tyler Shuck. I think it's pretty clear in a very small sample and, something that you have to take with a grain of salt in preseason game 1. It's clear that Shador played better than Tyler Shuck. I think we can say that. I don't know if Shador Sanders is ultimately going to be like a really good NFL quarterback, and you could get yourself in a place where you're in a little bit of a hamster wheel with a quarterback that can't take you to the places that every team wants to go.
Right.
However, I don't know that
But
that
do
then
that
justifies.
mean you take the bad quarterback?
Exactly.
the thing, yeah.
I don't think that justifies taking a quarterback that I don't think can do very
Let's take
much.
the worst quarterback because we don't want to be in a situation where we don't know if he could take our team to the promised land.
That's why I said it's borderline malpractice to not have any option there that can just get a playoff and look, competent.
So we got the good, we got the bad. Where do you put Jackson Dart in his start? I didn't get a chance to see much of the Giants play in their preseason game. What did you see from Jackson Dart?
He was really good. I don't know how much you guys saw, but from what I saw, I thought he had one ball down the left side that looked like it was straight out of an Ole Miss playbook. I mean, just dropped it perfect. He's really good on the long ball. He's kind of cool because on that play, he was getting some pressure, stood there, like down the left side in a perfect spot. And, I've kind of been, sort of this reputation of I'm a Jackson Dart guy. I just like him. I didn't like him at Ole Miss because he beat the Aggies, but I just like him as a quarterback, and I think he's going to be really good. And then the other thing is, your guy. Your guy on the defensive line.
Talk to him.
Dude.
The most impactful of those early rookies is absolutely going to be Abdul Carter. Six plays. Yeah. Six pressures?
3 pressures.
Or 3 pressures in 6 plays.
Yeah.
But, I mean, all of them, he looks like, he is in your face because that's the level of pass rush.
And that's without the full complement on the defensive line.
Yeah. That defensive line, when the season comes, it's going to be crazy.
It's going to be nuts on that defensive front. So you just need an adequate court, kind of what, a dumbed down, version of what the Texans, the Texans want to be better at quarterback than that, and they want to be better offensively than that. But for the Giants, with that defense and that defensive front, you just have to be good at quarterback.
All right, so let's bring it into the division. A couple of guys that are in division, and one of them, with one team in particular, the Jacksonville Jaguars. You get Travis Hunter. We get the first taste of the split time with them. Looks pretty good. Like wide receiver-wise, pretty solid route running and, did a good job with his hands, had opportunities to even make plays with his feet, which obviously is one of the things that you're looking for there. As a defender, I think cornerback-wise, good coverage. There was a couple of instances where he had to come up and try and make some plays physically that he did not quite do in the way that you imagine. But hey, that is a rookie with an opportunity to have some space to grow. That's probably where you want to be with that type of guy. It looks preseason game 1 is not going to be a proof of everything that's happening here. But if you're just looking at the concept, it looked really good.
The concept looked good. It's about how I would expect them to separate things. How many plays did he have on offense? 10, I believe. And then
it was more than that.
It might have been 20.
I think it was 20, and then 12, I think, on defense.
Yeah, that's what it was. I had 10 or 12 on the other side. That's about how the breakdown is going to be, I think, for them. And they're doing it, and he looked competent.
He did look good. But the man who looked the best, and it might sound funny because I'm talking about a specialist, Cam Little is an Arkansas grad, if memory serves. Cam Little, the kicker for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Apparently, as soon as you get the ball on a kickoff, you might be in field goal range with Cam Little on the field. This is him from 70?
Drilled the ball. Holy smokes. They got a shot. He just kicked a 70-yard field goal. Are you kidding me? Crazy. I've never seen that. The NFL record. That would be an NFL record. In the first half. Holy smokes. That's unbelievable.
That's like Monstars kind of stuff, right?
They should make that a record, man. It's something that it's in preseason and it don't matter.
Sorry, dog. You just gonna have to live with that one. We saw it. We know it happened. It's just not going.
That's
books,
something
dog.
we never saw before, man.
Yeah,
and that don't even count.
70.
You remember when Bassey, when Sebastian Janikowski used to feel like the biggest leg that's ever existed, and now we got dudes just casually kicking 70. A few more yards left to go.
Yeah.
What is happening? What are we doing here?
That's a good question. To be able to do that. I'll give you my confession right now. That was going to be one of my confessions, but I've got others. This kind of changes the way I look at the Jaguars. Like they have a weapon. They have a weapon. It kind of scared me when I saw. I know it's just preseason; it's not going to count. But when you got a guy that can kick 70, they're going to be able to get points on the board pretty much anywhere around midfield.
Yeah. Assuming that he can do that consistently, which I don't know for certain.
But see, this is 70 in the game set. This is not him by himself out there with
like
the
a YouTube
long snapper
video or something.
Yeah, this is actual an actual gameplay right here.
That's why it kind of. I kind of went like,
yeah, so maybe he's not kicking 70 all the time, but what about 65?
That's what I'm talking. He's a weapon. He's a weapon.
62.
Yeah, 62 is nothing.
Yeah.
Which is another reason why, especially against the Jaguars, but just in general, this offense making sure to get sevens rather than threes, because it looks like threes are going to be a lot more available to the Jaguars should Cam Little continue to do this. So, yeah, no, that was really cool. Someone said, speaking of Cam's, Ward looked good too. I did miss. I feel like I've been doing a lot leaning into the general trend of not giving Ward his props. Did you watch any of Ward? Because I know that's one of your
really guys. Just the highlights on that one, and then I looked at the numbers, and I heard John McClain this morning on Texans radio saying that he didn't think he looked good. I wouldn't say that. I mean, I don't think he looked great. Arm strength, from what I saw on the highlight reel that I saw, like it's just about the arm of player he is in terms of just being able to lift a team and how he's battled through everything and being able to get number 1 overall pick. I thought his arm strength was pretty impressive.
All right, cool. We'll talk more about that as we go. But real quick, around the NFL, finishing off with where we always do, or at least where we have the last few weeks, the NFL's top 100 as voted on by the players. I think you're going to be real interested.
Is this going to be boring?
No, it is not. We are into the 30s. Actually, we start with number 40 on there. It is linebacker for the Baltimore Ravens, Roquan Smith. He's had quite a drop, 21 spots from last year. And a man who has also had a drop, he was previously, I believe, number 20 last year, quarterback for your Houston Texans, C.J. Stroud, 39th. And if you want a some level of understanding of where that ranks, that is the last quarterback that was ranked was Baker Mayfield at 50. You had Justin Herbert at 56. You had Matt Stafford at 59. You had Bo Nix at 64. Jordan Love was behind him. Sam Darnold was behind him. Dak Prescott was behind him. So he's ahead of all of those guys, but he has slipped from where he previously was with people, the write-up saying that those concerned with Stroud's sophomore slump are missing the bigger picture. With him under center, a team that managed only 11 combined victories in 3 seasons prior to his arrival has won 11 in a season for the second straight year. They talk more about some of the other things when it came to the offensive line clearly being of not a good caliber. But no, C.J. Stroud definitely took a little bit of a hit, but still being respected over a number of guys that get a lot of love in this league.
A little bit, but, people in the league kind of feel the same way that we've been talking about. Like as bad season as it looked on the surface last year, they respect the hell out of him. I'm frankly a little surprised. I know he dropped, but a little surprised that he's as high as 39. Again,
highlights how the discussion that has kind of denigrated C.J. Stroud's sophomore season is more about the likes of the gas bags and the folks that are talking on the outside rather than the players. The players look at it, they vote on it, and yes, saw him slide, so they're not ignoring the season that he had last year, but he's still regarded pretty highly, and I imagine that's jumping back up this year because I think he has an opportunity to really control the offense to mitigate some of the bad things that happen. And he can, I think, more so control his own destiny this year.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Look at you caring about the top 100.
I do.
No thoughts about Roquan, though?
No, well, other than what you said. That's a pretty significant drop for him.
Yeah, that is true. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's around the NFL. Man, feels good to just have football back, man.
Oh, my God. Are you kidding me? Being able to watch all this, get it done. And by the way, the division games to me, that's why I checked in on them. Because I think this division with the way we'll get to it because I think kind of changes the way the Texans are approaching games.
Ooh, okay. But speaking of like being excited about football, the thing that I was most excited about in all of football was seeing what this offensive line had. And after one preseason game, I'm asking you, dear listener, 713-572-4610. How do you feel about the offensive line after one single solitary preseason game? Better, worse, indifferent? Let us know. 713-572-4610, and we'll discuss it next.
Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
How you feeling about this offensive line after one single solitary preseason game? 713-572-4610. Because, I mean, I don't want to speak for you, John Lopez. I don't want to speak for any of you, whether you're Texans fans, onlookers, however you would like to describe yourself. But I know for me personally, that offensive line was where my attention was trained on drive number one. And I'm got to be honest, I was somewhat encouraged.
There was a lot to be encouraged about. Ariante Ursery, number one, just looking the part strong.
Number one and number two.
Just moving people strong. A couple of other little things, and it was very validating. I checked in on Seth's YouTube channel. By the way, he does a fantastic job.
Doesn't he?
Really good, man.
He really does. And kind of funny when he's trying to go from audio to his own camera and discussion. He like apologizes all the time because he's trying to get it going, smoothly, and he does. But there's a couple of glitches. Anyway, he does a really good job, and it was validating to me that he was talking about, the way that they get slanters on in the run game. This is something where they were getting killed last year.
Yeah,
different blocking scheme, of course, but they as lines, have their quote games up front. They just get the next guy. They block down. They move their feet. Ursery did that really, really well. We'll get to Fisher, of course, but I thought the whole line did well. Now, you do have to qualify it and temper it, and I'm not trying to be that guy. Hey, it's the preseason.
Here he comes.
No, I'm not. But it was really just the one drive.
Well, yeah.
It was just the one drive. So you want to see more, but what I saw was pretty darn good, except for Blake Fisher.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And to be fair, Blake Fisher also contributed to the run plays. Like when we're talking about getting up and moving guys, he contributed. I don't want to make too much of that. But the guys got their. I like calling them the big uglies, even though I imagine that they won't take too kindly to being called uglies. But I think it speaks to the certain nastiness that I think Cole Popovich is now trying to inject, and you're seeing some of that come along. And not only the nastiness, but the fundamentals. They get their paws on dudes. Like, I'm not calling them hands. They put their paws on guys. And we saw that. Like, you get a hold of these guys and then move them, right? That is a part of this. The game in its essence with the level of seriousness that was necessary, and I thought that was really good. On top of that, there were instances where they got beat, but you saw especially like the power turn takeover, and that's specifically for Ariante Ursery, who did not look out of place at left tackle against, admittedly again, second string defenders, but he looked like a first string strength, like a first string power type guy, and that more than anything is something that's encouraging. Do you have something that is a strength that you can use against anyone, that's a strength against anyone? Yes, there's things that are weaknesses that need to be brushed up, but if you have a strength that you can lean on, and Ariante's physicality and strength showing up as one of those things is absolutely a good thing.
Well, let me ask you guys this then. What if Ursery's the best left tackle on this team? What if he's done? I get Cam Robinson, obviously resting and all that, but they've used Ursery. It wasn't just the one drive in terms of what we've seen from Ursery at left tackle. He's played left tackle, sometimes out of necessity, sometimes they switch him in, etc. And he's been pretty good at left tackle, and obviously, and right tackle too. What if he's your best left tackle?
I think the secondary question I would ask to your question is, how much better is he? We know Cam Robinson is a pro. He is a vet, although he didn't have the greatest year last year. If Ariante Ursery is a smidge better than him at left tackle, but is also a magnitude better at right tackle, then we start getting into the philosophy of, are you just trying to get your best five out there, which when you consider the way that the offensive line was last year, I think I would subscribe to that. Ready being at the left tackle spot for the future, which it does feel like he does have the possibility of being your future left tackle. I understand the people that would want that, but I think for me, especially with how Blake Fisher's not covered himself with glory, we haven't seen Trent Brown out there just yet. I mean, who are your other options? I think that I'd feel more comfortable if he is only just a little bit better. Now, if he's much better than Cam Robinson, we might need to do some real figuring out and have a come to Jesus moment. But I think that unless he is far and away better at left tackle, I still think that he's probably better suited to be your starting right tackle.
Probably. We talked about his Trent Brown hold the key last week, but we don't know what Trent Brown's going to end up being or how healthy or whatever. If Cam Robinson is not the player, and it'll come to light, we're going to see it this week, with the joint practices and then the preseason game on Saturday. If there are some, type moments, Ursery might be the left tackle, and I think it becomes easier. You say if he's just a smidge better,
sure,
then he should stay at right tackle. But even if he's a smidge better, and Cam Robinson, maybe you don't know, how sustainable it is with him out there. Titus Howard has been playing a lot of right tackle.
Okay, that is a fair point.
So that's where I'm going. If you think your best, if it's about the best 5, okay, and Ursery is better, whether it's a smidge or a lot, at left tackle, and Titus Howard, we know, can play right tackle and has been playing a lot, maybe that's what you're looking at.
Who then is stepping in at your right guard? Because
are you open? Juice has been getting a lot of run.
Well, let's ask. How did you feel about Juice in this game? I think he played a little, but he played more where he moves along that interior. And then you got some Ed Ingram, who, mind you, did not look bad in his outings. I don't know that he looked great per se, but how do you feel about whoever would have to step into that space? And I guess, again, we will have to see more with preseason games because we didn't see Cam Robinson in that space.
Yeah.
But are you confident that whoever has to come in at guard is handling that position as well as Cam Robinson could hold down left tackle, right? Like, this is the musical chairs that we are now playing.
I think you have a higher floor on the interior. You have a higher floor and maybe some better depth. Not maybe. You have some better depth.
Are you sure?
On the interior.
Really?
Compared to, well, let me illustrate it. Your options right now at right tackle are Zach Thomas and Blake Fisher.
Right. Not considering the injury to Trent Brown.
Trent Brown.
Fair.
Blake Fisher he's not playing well, man. He's not doing well. He's fighting for a job. Zach Thomas has a lot of fight in him, has played some right tackle. Dude what has he started 2 games in 3 years? I would much rather, I'd feel a lot better with, some combination of Titus Howard, Cam Robinson, and Ariante Ursery rotating at the tackle position, again, not knowing what Trent Brown is, than anything inside.
Yeah, but I feel like all of this whole, this whole chain reaction that we're creating just to get slightly better at left tackle is something that I don't think is worthwhile, especially when I consider that one of the key issues that you had last year, and I don't know if it continues to be that with better technique and everything, right? I understand, and better schemes. But interior pressure is something that you just cannot abide. Especially one thing you were looking to hopefully get Tom Brady, because I know CJ's not Tom Brady, but I think we understand the kind of comparisons that have happened because of the offensive system. If you think back to Tom Brady, the things that you could do to knock him off his game, get pressure with 4, and particularly if you can get pressure on the interior. What are we talking about when we're talking about pressure on the interior? You need to make sure that those guys are solid, and I feel like having Titus Howard in there as that big body right there, if Lakin is going to be set, all right, cool. Having that big body in there rather than, I think, the smaller bodies in Ed Ingram and Juice Scruggs that you put in there makes me feel more confident. Let this big mauler be in the phone booth as opposed to Juice or Ed, with all due respect to them, being in at guard just because, you want to be slightly better on the left tackle spot and maybe get Ariante going faster. I get that. But again, unless he is leagues better than Cam Robinson, I'm not creating that domino effect that maybe puts the middle of the pocket in jeopardy for CJ.
Well, what I did mention to you off air that I think is important is a good first series, good offensive line play, good run blocking, good protection. Blake Fisher was kind of the sore thumb that stood out. But what I mentioned to you before off air, to me, what's very, very clear is depth stinks on the offensive line right now.
That's
what we're talking about. Inside or outside, it's like there's some depth issues everywhere, whether it's Zach Thomas and Blake Fisher or on the interior, however you want to characterize that. They have to stay healthy, and they need Trent Brown back just and Cam Robinson good at this point.
How'd you feel about LD, Ladarius Henderson? I thought he was solid in this game, and I do need to probably go back and watch this game another time and really just train a whole nother eye just on what was happening offensive line wise. I thought Ladarius was cool. I just don't know if he's standing up to the place where he's pushing any of these guys that we're talking about in these other facets.
Yeah, but again, we're talking about Ladarius Henderson again. Okay,
yeah,
but not exactly what you call good depth. I mean, you look at this right now, and whether we're talking interior, you're going to have to sacrifice something on the interior or the tackle position.
Right.
So either way, you need better production. I will say I thought the run blocking was particularly impressive, the way they got to guys, they found the guys. You mentioned that Blake Fisher was okay on run blocking. I remember one particular play where they were all sliding to the left, and they all got their guy, and Blake Fisher's guy came straight across the line and made the tackle.
That is fair.
And I'm like, oh man, so depth right now is a huge concern.
All right, so here's the funny thing, because you're making that point as you're making it from the text line. There's 2 8-3-2s. I saw a couple of holds by Fisher that they didn't call, and then someone said Fisher had 1 penalty, but I don't recall him being bad. If I was leaning to one of those texts, I'd have to tell you that there was more of the things that didn't get called, especially Blake Fisher. The tonsillitis remark that I think John McClain, I believe it was McClain. I hope it was him. I hope I'm not attributing that to the wrong person on Twitter. That tonsillitis thing, it really is apt, because not only did you have the flag, he was doing a lot of trying to time the snap.
Yes.
And we know that can lead you to a bad play. There was where he gets beat back to the interior, which is something that you absolutely can't have.
That's the one I was talking about.
Right, and that was a pass rush, as you were mentioning. Yeah, I think that there was a number of things outside of just the penalty that you could see and go, all right, that is not up to the standard. And I think one of the things that I give this team a lot of credit for in this year, is that the standard, especially on the offensive line, is starting to meet in the same way that DeMeco seems to hold the standard for the defense. And if that's the case, I don't know how you can, sell anybody that Blake Fisher is going to be the guy that you lean on, even in secondarily, especially if you have other options.
Confidence level alone right now, just based on what he's done and what he did in this game, is going the wrong way.
No. So the offensive line, some good things, some things that they can work on or that they can add on, especially we can work with an offensive line that's actually going to get pushed in the run game and get up to the second level consistently and get pulls on guys.
Yeah.
We can work with an offensive line that's going to be able to pick up slants and stunts. And, I mean, right now we just basically got basic games. They picked those up, or blitzes, and have that. But there is still questions on depth, and there's questions on what the high end is going to be, especially once you get up against elite pass rushers.
Yes.
But still, one game in, I say, largely, I'd give a thumbs up.
Yeah, thumbs up.
Fair enough. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping. The weekend that was for the Astros. And then also, the Texans add another player. Let's talk about that and more next.
When the Texans...
That's legacybox.com/value.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. A fantastic weekend. Really kind of a weird, bittersweet weekend for the Astros in they got 2 out of 3 versus the Yankees. Yes, absolutely. I know it sounds wild because we had a lot of fun. You had the Altuve showing out as he often does against the Yankees. You had even Correa getting in on the fun. You got a chance to see Cody Bellinger fall on his keister.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you got to have all of that fun, but you also somehow
the bitter part.
Somehow you gave up ground to the Seattle Mariners.
Well, yeah.
Like, somehow, even with all of that, all of the fun that the weekend was baseball-wise, Apple TV Plus shutting people up about the 17 World Series. In fact, even seeing Yankees fans on Twitter and on various forums and stuff asking other Yankees fans to cut it out because clearly it's not helping them.
Yeah.
We're talking about how they are so dejected over the state of their franchise, what they should be. Those guys are jerks. You had all that, but then you still look up and you go, damn, we're only a half game ahead of the Mariners, who are continuing to try and hawk you down.
Yeah, that was, for me, it was largely sweet and cool and awesome. Maybe a hint of bitter there. You're not wrong. Half lead. Mariners 7 in a row. Cal Raleigh 45 home runs, making their run. They're playing some great baseball. I get it. But it was largely a sweet game. And then here come the Red Sox, man. Yeah. This is going to be fun tonight.
It's going to be really fun tonight and over the next 3 days because the Astros, again, the stakes are important, right? You're playing another AL foe, but in general, you're just trying to keep ahead of the Mariners. But you got 3 really big storylines in this one today. So I guess power rank them for me. 713-572-4610.
Correa's home.
Correa's first home game back with the Houston Astros. I always say you can always come back home, and I can only imagine the number of number 1 jerseys that have been dug out from their places in closets.
It's been in the back of the closet for, 3 years?
That are going
4
to be
years?
packing Geico Park. Our very own Tyler Milner will be out there as our correspondent for Sports Radio 610, seeing what's happening in the stands. I believe he said he's going to be in the Crawford boxes.
Oh,
so
nice.
I can't wait for Correa to plant one right there as well. That might literally
had that
blow
number
the roof.
1 jersey in the back of the closet. Man, they're like, oh, there it is.
That might literally blow the roof off of the stadium.
It's going to be nuts.
If he does that. So that's one, right?
And then Bregman.
Alex Bregman is returning in his first game back at Daikin Park since becoming a Boston Red Sox.
I'm curious how that's going to go, man, because remember when we was talking about Bregman in the offseason or wondering where you going to sign and all that stuff, people was like, get the hell out of here pretty much, which kind of shocked me a little bit.
Yeah, that'll be very interesting to see how the crowd reacts to that with all the other things happening. I imagine there's definitely going to be a video for him.
There's got to be a show. Yeah, big time.
This is a whole nother story that maybe we talk about at some point. Supposedly, there's kind of questions as to whether he will go into free agency and use that opt out that he has within his clause, considering where the Red Sox have been, or where they are. That also becomes a whole nother interesting thing. Obviously, you see the Astros fans who are just like super giddy about it, be like, "Oh, can he come back home?" And I'm like,
bring them all back.
Where would he play?
Yeah.
What are we doing? But that's neither here nor there. The third storyline for the Astros: Christian Javier back off of IL. You're getting these pitchers back. Will Christian Javier display his wares to the point where you go, yes, there is the third starter, or just in general another starter that we feel confident running out there on any given day?
Yeah, and obviously we know what Eric Getty did last time. It wasn't great. You want to see more out of here, but you're starting. Now you have Eric Getty, who goes tomorrow, by the way. So we'll see how that goes. Javier tonight. And that's why I was saying going into the weekend series against the Yankees, just win this. Put your stake in the ground, show that you still own the Yankees, and then you can feel much better no matter where the Mariners are. But, obviously the Mariners are close, but you're going to feel much better if you can start getting this pitching back.
All right, so power ranking those, how do you feel?
Correa, Bregman, Javier.
Really?
Yeah.
For someone who has talked a lot about the pitching, Javier
on the field,
being third.
I'm talking about just as a fan.
Sure.
On the field, clearly the most important thing is Christian Javier. You can invert him. You can invert him. But for coolness factor, I want to be able to watch that. Correa back in town.
Milner on the YouTube page. Shout out to Tyler. He also goes, Correa turned slump 2, Bregman's first time back 3. And what's funny is we'll talk about this as well probably tomorrow, but the whole series, you also, as you mentioned, Eric Getty does he look better than that last outing? Was it just he needed more in his return to baseball, or is it something else that is more negative? That's for tomorrow, but this series should be really interesting. I should take a second to fully declare, if we're talking about Astros before I move on, Summer of George, baby. Mm-hmm. Jason Alexander had a fantastic outing yesterday. 6 innings of, what was that? Was that scoreless baseball? Am my memory serving me? But I mean, he was fantastic for 6 innings of baseball. So the second straight outing that he's had where he's been really good. Shout out to Jason Alexander. I'm still in a place where I'd prefer if he did not have to be depended on. Yeah. But it is good to see he's giving you good enough baseball to where if you do need to go back to him, that's necessary, because especially where you've had the likes of is it Brandon Walter, who kind of, and some of those guys that you've leaned on, who have, faltered after a long period of time of being, stalwarts for you. Mm-hmm. Seeing someone else be able to step into that role as you need it was really cool. So shout out to Jason Alexander.
Big time.
Doing it against the Yankees, especially.
And I Figgy, I get your point. What people were saying at the time, they were just kind of angry and wanted and mad at Bregman. It's going to be very, very welcome return.
I hope so. Yeah, I hope so.
It is. It will absolutely be that.
Well, real quick before we go, and I like this text from the 512. A lot of those jerseys are going to be tight after 2 years.
Yeah,
hilarious.
That's going to be great. Wait a minute, I think it shrunk.
Right. There's got to be a video for Correa too. Bigger.
Do you do a video like that?
I feel like, come on now, I feel like you got to do something.
But they did
not like the same type of video, but you got to do something.
They'll
to
highlight him, like running out on the field, warming up, all that.
I think the announcer going to put a little extra jelly.
Carlos Correa.
Yeah.
Would you be upset if they did a video for Correa?
I wouldn't be upset.
I kind of want it.
I don't think they do it.
I kind of want it. Like, I know it's not. It'd be weird because he's returning to the team, but I kind of want it.
Yeah, and then they did it before when he came back, because that's not his first time back at. I won't say Minute Maid.
Yeah.
But Dyken Park.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they're gonna do like a tribute video.
It'll be Bregman.
If I wanted to be a jerk, I'd be like, technically, this is his first time at Dyken Park. But I'm not that much.
Go ahead and do it.
I'm not that much of a jerk. All right, some other things when it comes to what's popping. How about this? The Houston Rockets, man, they are set for marquee treatment in this 25-26 season that's upcoming. So we got announcements on 2 of the major days that basketball runs out there. 1, opening night, and 2, Christmas Day. Mm-hmm. And the Rockets are present for both of those. It's interesting because I think this is also going to speak to, expect to see the Rockets in a lot of marketing, a lot of things that show up that try and push the league forward, especially because of KD. This is the KD experience.
That's why.
Opening night at the Paycom Center, where you get to face off against the Oklahoma City Thunder on their banner night.
Yeah.
How sick is that, though, that the NBA was like, hey, Kevin Durant, you want to watch this franchise that you are undoubtedly the best player to have ever played for it? Watch them hang the banner that you weren't able to get here?
Yeah, why not? That's what the marquee, that's those teams up there. But yeah, it's the Rockets because they're so good, obviously, but it's really about Durant. Both those days.
So there's that, and then Christmas. I think Christmas is even cooler, right? Like that one is like kind of a weird little subplot, but it does pit probably what a lot of people view as the first and maybe second or third best team in the West against each other. That's going to be a fun measuring stick early on in the season, just generally as to what's happening with this team. But this one will be really good. Christmas Day, and it's the middle of the 5 games on Christmas. The Rockets versus the Lakers, prime time. So you have what the NBA is they should be moving away from, but you're still kind of pitting Kevin Durant and LeBron James, a couple of the older guard. You're still selling on that when really you want to get younger. However, it's LeBron James and Luka Doncic. That's a Lakers team that I don't think they're going to be bad, but I don't know how good they'll be. That's going to be an interesting look versus the Houston Rockets in probably what is the best time slot for basketball on basketball's big day of Christmas.
I mean, 3 of the biggest names in the game, certainly in the top 5 or 6, all on the same day. They're really pushing this. You're right about LeBron and KD, but you still got to play the hits. There's still hits until they're not in the league.
Now, what's funny is what games are they competing against? So you'll have the whole day of Christmas for the NFL.
Oh, yeah.
I believe you start with Lions-Vikings, which that's a division game that very well could be interesting. Then you get, you'll get Cowboys at Commanders, which that's a division game. I don't know how good those teams will be.
Who are they going head-to-head
I think Manners actually look at the times again. But then you'll also get, I think you might get into, no, you won't get into Kansas City hosting the Denver Broncos, which I think is the best game on the day. But I think you'll be
all division games, too.
Yeah, all division games. But I think you're really probably going to be in that middle slot, which I think Houston fans will be very okay with not watching that NFC East matchup.
But that's it. That's the sad part. I mean, the NFL is just taking over right now on Christmas. Yeah.
All right, one more thing I want to get to in what's popping, and it's kind of funny that this ends up being the last thing I mentioned, but it is a Houston Texans situation. They add some depth at safety. Jalen Mills, who last played for the New York Jets, you might remember him playing for the Eagles as well. One more team that, of course, escapes my memory right this moment. How did you like seeing Jalen Mills get added? And what do you think it says after you have Miles Bryant and MJ Stewart and Rush East? Yep. I think the guys that played showed pretty well at safety, but we've had questions about the depth. What did you take from seeing Jalen Mills get signed for the Texans?
Well, two things. Number one, I was glad they brought him in because I've been wondering about the depth here at the safety position ever since.
We didn't even talk about the update on the CJ.
That's the second thing. Like, do we know? Like, has anybody?
We talked about it on Friday.
No, I'm saying
the new update from Adam Schefter.
Like
he could be playing week 1.
Yeah. Do we know that for sure? I mean, because
depending on the extent of the injury, which we haven't gotten any further update on. Now the Texans are practicing at 2. So maybe we'll get, a little bit of insight after, once DeMeco talks or what have you on what's happening there. But no, I don't think we know that within that possibility of whatever the extent of the injury is. Schefter did say that it seems less severe than they had previously thought, which is how you end up with a place where maybe he could play week 1.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't want to do all that. I want to bring it back to Jalen Mills, who played with the Eagles, the Patriots, and then the Jets last year. There's some pretty good passer ratings against, although he's probably played more as kind of like a free safety than that strong safety.
Mm-hmm.
But a dude who's definitely played a number of years, what is that, 8 year, or this would be year 8 for him in the league. Like, veteran guy, has a level of experience and, can be a nice depth piece that maybe even sticks with the team depending on how it goes.
Well, see, that's it. I mean, it's more of, they've got MJ Stewart, they've got Russ Yeast, et cetera, but they want more of a proven commodity and see what he's got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, shout out to the text line making note of this. Yet another Jalen.
Oh, God.
Could we have any more Jalen's?
Forgot about
that. The Houston
Mm-hmm.
Jalen's is what's coming together right now.
Man.
Yeah, so shout out to the Texans. I'm interested to see once he gets on the field what he looks like and because he remained out there for quite a long time while still being a guy that I know that he only played 9 games last year, but it seems like a guy that can still play.
Yeah.
So, we'll see what he looks like. But Caserio adding some depth, and I thought some much-needed ones. And I think that probably bridges the gap kind of nicely, depending on how long we lose C.J. Gardner-Johnson from, and hopefully not at all, because hopefully Schefter's right, and he is there at SoFi
That would
Stadium
be wild if he started week 1.
I don't know.
I can't believe that.
I wouldn't be able to believe that right now.
Well,
that'd look bad.
I'll try and believe enough for both of us so that when we get there, we can all be all good.
I mean, I'd be glad.
That's right. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It's fall season. One of the things that we like doing is talking about who hooped, who delivered, who played well in preseason game 1 with the Texans versus the Vikings. 713-572-4610. Let's salute good play next.
Despite
Terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, who hooped? 713-572-4610. Preseason game number 1 in the books. Texans technically lose 20-10 versus the Vikings. I think a lot of upbeat feelings, though, because as I was talking to my mom about it, because Mom's was watching the Texans game, tried to watch the Cowboys game. She loves sports, so she wants to talk to me about all of it. And she was like, I saw they beat your boys. And I'm like, ain't nobody worried about no score. Nobody worried about no final score. I'm talking about how these individuals
she pulled
play.
your boys lost.
That's how my mom talks to me about sports, just the same way that most anybody in your family would talk to you about it. So I appreciate it.
It's kind of funny, cute, if you will.
Oh, yeah.
When people take like a preseason game and say, they lost. Like, okay.
My wife kind of did the same thing. She asked who won. I'm like, it's preseason. Don't worry about it.
She was just trying to be invested in your interest. That's all.
Yeah, she was just like,
But yeah, what was interesting to you? 713-572-4610 from the people that performed. We're talking about who hooped in this instance, and I kind of want to get your feelings for it.
Well,
Lopez, you want to go ahead and start?
I want to go first because, I did the by the way, it's nice to have who hooped back, too. We talked about how nice it is to have
I like the segment.
Passing thoughts back, but who hooped for sure. And I kind of glossed over this on my passing thoughts. Let's start with Davis Mills.
Hey!
Let's start with Davis Mills.
Can we tandem this up then?
Go ahead.
Can I get highlight number 7 here, Fig?
Yeah.
Do we got the highlight computer done been never mind. Don't worry about the highlight. But yes, Davis Mills, the quarterback. He started this thing out. He definitely hooped in this one.
No, he absolutely did. I said it, I glossed over it earlier. I don't know where he ranks among backup quarterbacks in the NFL, but it's the top third. Is it anything below the top third?
I think there's definitely a lot of teams out there that you would run out a quarterback that you go, you start tugging at your collar. I don't think you feel that way about Davis Mills. He's clearly not the same quarterback as CJ, but one of the things that was encouraging on top of what you're talking about, like clearly the throws are good. He looked like he was executing the offense pretty well, which is something that's kind of interesting considering how much we've been looking at CJ and how much it's very clear that he's running through a lot of things that are on his shoulders. Davis Mills does not seem to be that same way. Now, I don't think he has the same responsibilities as CJ does, but he seems to be,
I do.
Some of the checks and everything.
Oh, yeah.
You feel like he's handling
going the exact same things that C.J. Stroud is, and I'm saying this just as an observation, not that it's meaningful or anything. No.
Fig, you hear this? We starting a controversy over here.
No.
Davis Mills is handling the offense better than C.J. Stroud.
Do we have a quarterback controversy? 713-572.
Why can't
Hey, move over, Cleveland Browns. Move over, Cleveland Browns. You got the Houston Texans.
No, and no. What I am saying is he's familiar. He's much more familiar with the concept of this offense. He played for Bill O'Brien.
I feel you.
So it's not a stretch to say that Davis Mills could pick this up quicker. He's because they got to be ready. They have to be ready.
Who played for Bill O'Brien?
Well, Davis Mills, he's played in this system, I should say. He's familiar with it. And so
he played for David Culley, man.
David Culley, I know.
Respect on David Culley.
I'm sorry, my bad. But he's familiar with this type of system. And by the way, people pick up things and learn at different rates. It's just an observation. C.J. Stroud all day, every day. What I'm saying, though, is Davis Mills might be able to kind of pick up some things a little quicker.
Well, I mean, it's good that he seemed to kind of be able to execute, at least as far as we could tell when it came to when he was out there. Because, again, God forbid he would need to get out there. But if he did, he looked like he was very capable.
Look at him picking up that Tim Kelly offense.
Y'all sick. Y'all are sick. So, we definitely want to salute Davis Mills. And we've talked about it a good amount. His name has come out a lot during training camp because he's thrown the ball very well, very accurately. And, I'm very appreciative of a lot of pass catchers that are playing with twos that need those reps. So getting a good football from Davis Mills has been really, really good to help continue their development. But on the other side of that, one of the guys that was catching the ball that I thought was really good, and maybe it's because of what training camp has been overall, Jalen Noel.
100% too. I totally agree. Go ahead.
No, I mean, Jalen Noel, it really is. We're seeing the proof of the concept that's been established, and we kind of seen it in, team periods out at training camp where he's been able to go up against them. The thing that just keeps jumping out to me, he seems to just get open. And then in that game, on top of him getting open, that's strength. Like you saw a screen pass to him on the right side where, he has a little bit of a tunnel, but there's defenders on him, and he's breaking tackles as he goes, almost running back-like. And I'm like, okay, that's a fantastic wrinkle to add on top of a guy that is, not a big guy, but has an ability to move, has some wiggle to him, and if he can break tackles, I think there's a lot. You open up a lot of possibilities with a player of that caliber. It really does feel like, as we've gone through the 3 weeks of training camp or whatever, I keep looking at it and I go, he feels like he is better positioned to make flashy plays and maybe more impact than Jaden Higgins, and I almost feel sacrilegious saying that.
No, I don't think you should. I think he fits the role that they want him to play much better than Jaden Higgins. I mean, Higgins is trying to kind of, not exactly sure. He's not the number, the outside guy that can really burn. That's Nico. Obviously, Christian Kirk has his role. Jaden Higgins is trying to find his way, but for what they want, Jaden is built perfectly for it, strong enough for it, explosive enough for it, and there's an opportunity for him right there.
All right, so I also want to talk about this because the texter came in on the text line from the 972. This gentleman right here, operating in the return game, but he showed up in a lot of different places. Put some respect on John Mechie III.
Rikers kickoff at the goal line. Here's Mechie, 5, 10, 15, 20. Cuts inside nicely and gets brought down across the 23. And that's the kind of thing you're going to see. Ball inside the 25, inside the 30 an awful lot. Last year, too many times teams just elected to kick it deep, give up the 30. Sometimes the Texans and others would be more aggressive.
That's right, Mark Vandermeer. Teams looking out there. There's a guy who can make sure you get good field position. His name is John Mechie. John Mechie. 5 receptions, 45 yards with a long of 18. He was solid. He was very, very solid in this game. It kind of stinks that I don't want to speak for you, but I believe that we're in the same boat of it almost feels like he's not even trying to compete for this roster anymore.
It does. And the other part of it is we've heard DeMeco Ryans say multiple times, the preseason evaluation, which isn't necessarily altogether true for most coaches, but I think it is true in his case. The preseason games are really just part of the evaluation,
right?
Especially on the deeper end of the back end of the roster or second team or wherever. Now, some guys can make a team by just really under the lights, doing a lot in the preseason games. But I don't think Mechie was in that category.
Yeah, this might be. I think that season he did make the team, but this year you drafting 2 receivers. And second and third,
right.
The odds is against him.
Now, you'd rather do well in a preseason game than not, but I really feel in Mechie's case, this is just part of the competition, part of the evaluation. Hutchinson has done much more in real games, in NFL games, in the regular season.
Yeah, but I think that this was a good game. I don't think I could compare his hoop, even though he had the stats, to this man who I think was probably the second biggest hooper on this day, all the way across your Houston Texans team. Can I get some love for EJ Speed?
Oh, absolutely.
2nd and 2 for the Houston 40. McCarthy offset eye, stands up, taps the helmet. McCarthy boots out to the right, quick throw. He's got Ham, the fullback, but he's ripped down for a loss. Good stop there for the Houston Texans by EJ Speed, the former Colt. So they lose yardage on the play, and it's going to create a 3rd and about 4.
And I'm glad we played that one because that was the one where my only question with EJ Speed, and he's been okay in the training camp practices and scrimmages we've seen, sometimes better than others, but that explosiveness, to be able to just explode to the spot, loss of yardage on the play, that's something that I was like, okay, that's pretty impressive there.
All the things I want to see out of a linebacker, particularly in DeMeco's scheme. Recognizes the play well, triggers well, tackling in space, ability to break up passes, and he had a huge tackle for loss, big play where he wasn't even wrapping up to make his presence felt. So that physicality also there. He feels like he is perfectly suited for this defense, and I think was it Seth maybe talking about the idea that these linebackers might not even serve as much of like a traditional depth chart hierarchy of 1s, 2. It might just kind of be a nucleus of guys that filter in. And EJ Speed delivered a performance rather that made me feel like, oh yeah, I feel comfortable with him sliding in next to Azeez or Henry in a way and mixing and matching. That was really encouraging from EJ Speed. Some other guys that hooped. Actually, yeah, I want to say this because I think that you might not view them as hooping, but I think this matters. This is hooping in the relative sense of what a preseason game, week 1 game is supposed to be. Shout out to Woody Marks and Jawar Jordan because I thought both of them hooped in this very particular way. If we're talking about this running back room, you need guys that you feel like you can put out there and exist as a full running back. And at things we were talking a little bit before, I think weeks ago, about Woody Marks and Jawar Jordan, maybe sometimes wondering if they could be that full running back. I think for both of them, one of the things that we needed to see was pass protection. They both delivered on that in this game.
No, they absolutely did. Woody Marks as a running back carrying the ball, whatever. I didn't see a whole lot there that would make your head spin. But I think across the board, I think the biggest difference with this offense and last year's offense is running backs made, from what we've seen anyway, in one preseason game. The running backs were blocking, and by the way, the Vikings blitzed a lot more than you would suspect they would have.
Yeah.
And they blocked. No, the 100%. I'm with you on that. I just think the running back that hooped to me was Agumbawale.
Yeah, but I think that he had the benefit of the whatever we would consider the first line that went out in this game, where one of the things you took away when we're talking about the offensive line, the depth not necessarily being that great, those were the ones that these guys were running behind. So that was a little bit tougher.
Pass blocking was very good.
And look, am I being unfair? Because I thought Jawar Jordan in his pass blocking sets, he's throwing himself at the feet of some of these defenders to stop them from getting back there. I was really excited about Woody, that Woody is not just throwing himself. He is standing up, and he is getting his hands on guys, and he's blocking them like a lineman would. Like, he is getting full-on blocks for a guy that is maybe viewed a little bit smaller, like maybe that, the less informed person might call him like some level of scat back or whatever, and he's stepping up and picking up the additional man on the interior and taking a full-on block. I was like, that's very encouraging that you could have him in there on a third down or whatever, and he can hold up in the way that you want him to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Some other names that, how about this? Because we haven't mentioned a lot of defensive guys. It's a lot of offensive guys that come to mind. Maybe that tells where my eyes were. Jakob Johnson, the fullback. We were starting to wonder, like, hey, how do they feel about him? They brought in Dalton Keene as another fullback, tight end type guy. Jakob Johnson got an opportunity, and this is also part of why I give Dare love, but I also want to acknowledge that holes were being opened up for him. There was a lot of yards before contact in this thing. Hey, man, Jakob Johnson was in there throwing blocks as a fullback.
Yeah, not, we wondered he ran a little bit with some tight ends, and no, he's going to be a fullback. And, oh, by the way, we saw them using a fullback, which we haven't even seen a whole lot of that either, like actually using the fullback. And that was good for him.
No, that was very him, not just do that, but do it effectively, because, again, it highlights just how ill-fated, but how, short-sighted of a decision it was to not roll with the fullback last year.
Yeah.
It's very clear that if you want to do things, especially in the way that, and you want to run the football consistently, having a fullback that can get up there and clear some space is going to be very useful. And it looked like it in preseason game number 1. Was there anybody else that you felt played really well?
Well, the obvious one I don't think we mentioned.
We haven't mentioned him here, so I wanted to give you the opportunity.
Tay Ursery, just earning a job. I mean, he's going to be a starting tackle somewhere. He's going to be a starting tackle somewhere, probably right tackle, but it certainly was capable of doing it. Just like he just looked like a guy that could, sort of manhandle some of the best athletes on the planet. Like, he was moving people. He moved himself pretty well. I talked earlier about the way they were slanting their blocking coverages or assignments in the run game. Got there, didn't have to necessarily leg whip anybody, although I think once he might have. But anyway, he gets there in the right spots, looked the part. He was, what would you say, Ursery was the story of the game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, from our perspective, offensive line matters a whole bunch. And Ariante Ursery, in conversations of, is he going to be one of the starters, he looked like, one of the best guys. He looked like the best guy that you threw out there on the offensive line without question. And a lot of that was just the strength that he had, but he held up very well. He held up very, very well. And that all points towards what's the biggest thing about this team is they've talked about in various different settings. Keep CJ upright, keep him clean. Looked like Ariante Ursery put on tape. So that was awesome. So shout out to all the Texans that hooped. Yes, I know some people are like, what do you mean hooped? Hey, man, hooped is a state of mind.
You can do it.
Hooping is a way of life. Like, if you are just doing the best of what you do, I would say that you are hooping. And shout out to the players that did that in preseason game number 1, even though technically the final score was 20-10. Some honorable mentions that we didn't mention. Braxton Berios. I feel like we probably should have mentioned him in here.
Yeah.
This is preseason for us too, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Braxton Berios scored the only touchdown in this game and looked very good running routes, doing all of that. So shout out to Braxton Berios. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions as we often do. We'll do that next.
All right, Low T Center right now, guys. You know how it is.
interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions. Click on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Real quick, go ahead and say Nick Neiman's name.
Oh, yeah, Nick Neiman. Nick Neiman, I thought he did some
During
good
the
stuff.
break,
Made some plays.
This is another little mini confession before my first confession. He's like, he gets so... Reggie gets so upset when he forgets the smallest of details in the previous segment. He's like, "Damn it, I forgot to mention Nick Neiman."
Yeah, I thought Nick Neiman was pretty good.
He was pretty good, but you were killing yourself.
Yeah, I'm sure he's happy you mentioned his name now.
Yes, the Neimans everywhere. They're
sure,
all happy.
Yeah, I'm sure he probably switched the music.
The family Neiman
because you ain't name him.
Is loving Reggie right now because he fixed his hair. Anywho, back to my first confession. I got to tell you, when I heard Carlos Correa say it, I actually believed it a little more. So we've been kind of wondering about Jordan, the whole season, and maybe we won't even see him. You saw what he said after the game Friday night, right? He said, we're going to get Jordan back pretty soon, and the lineup is going to be stacked. And I'm like, well, I guess Jordan's coming back pretty soon then. It's just weird because, Correa, is he just falling in line with the regular Astros, whatever, messaging? Or I kind of feel like we are going to see Jordan back.
Oh, so you're believing him?
If Correa said it, I believe it.
I wonder if he talked to Jordan, and Jordan said, "Yeah, I'm close. I'm gonna be back soon."
I mean, he's around. But isn't that weird? Astros.
How would you feel if Dana Brown came out and said this?
I would cringe and I would roll my eyes and I wouldn't believe a word. And that's the confession. When Carlos Correa said it, I said, "All right, maybe." Maybe.
Hypocrite.
So all the situations where we had conversation, all it took was Carlos Correa to say it?
Because it was kind of an unofficial. When they are officially talking about an injury, like Dana Brown and Joe Espada or some release or some injury report, I'm like, yeah, right. But when Correa said, yeah, we're going to have him back pretty soon, I'm like, okay, sounds cool. Let's go. Let's do it.
This is unbelievable. I cannot believe, rather.
It's true.
That skeptical ass John Lopez, who at every step.
When Correa said it, I believed it.
Not even do you see what I'm saying here, Fig?
No,
I can't believe this.
He's being a hypocrite right now.
No, it's called confessions, how I felt. When he said it, that's how I felt.
If the training staff came out and said, yep, he'll be back in a couple weeks.
I wouldn't believe him.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe him.
Correa said it, I do. That's not hypocrite. That's just makes me feel that way.
Your feelings are hypocritical. I'm going to say that.
These are my confessions.
All right, so we'll talk a little bit more about it here in a second, but Nick Kalu was a guy that I feel like we were all trying to try and watch to get a feel for. I kind of like what he's doing here. I thought that there was some really good things within this game, and I've got to admit, I'm excited for him as play caller. There were some instances where they were taking a little time to get up to the line, but especially early on, felt like they were getting to the line early. It felt like he had a good balance of pass and run, with run kind of getting that preeminence early on, establishing it so that you run a pass off of the run.
Yeah.
It's way too early to make any large-scale judgments, but I think I like Nick Kalu. I'm leaning towards liking him this offense.
I don't know if I would say I like it as a football fan, as a CJ Stroud fan, but I get what you're saying simply because I think it's the, put it this way, it's the best approach when you have a defense like this, what he's doing. And he seems to be, at least early returns, confident in what he's doing and when the plays he's calling.
Yeah, I mean, of course, that's a very much a we'll see, and we'll talk more about it. But watching it, I was like, okay,
yeah,
I see what's happening here. I like what's happening here, and maybe it's just good feelings about the established foundation, the fundamentals that were coming through in the game, especially on that offensive line. And maybe it's just, hey, it looked good, so I'm going to feel good just generally. But definitely was a good start for the offense.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, man, I had a taste for John Lopez barbecue.
All right.
Really?
Yeah. So this is why. So John Lopez is doing the HEB tailgate tip of the game this year for a second straight year, right? I think you did it for 2 years.
I did it last year.
Yeah. And I was riding around in the car. We was running some errands, and I had it on Texans Countdown. So I'm just listening. and then Sean kicked it to John Lopez for the tailgate tip of the game. And you could probably do a better job than explaining what you was talking about, but you were pretty much talking about just the way you cook things and the different seasonings and how you cook this for 20 minutes and let it marinate and all this stuff. Yeah. I'm driving around. I'm like, damn, I'm getting hungry.
I say it's working. It's working.
I'm like, man, and then I said that, this sound good right now. Yeah. And then my wife blurred out, man, we need to go to Lopez. Is he cooking this now? Is he doing all this for the game?
Yeah, because we were talking about how it's hot outside, so you don't want to spend a lot of time over 6-8 hours, smoking ribs or something. You want something hot and fast.
Yeah.
And so we were talking about the different kebabs and stuff that you could make and skewers and all that.
Dude, I was over there drooling. I was sitting there. I wasn't even saying I was sitting there. And then my wife said, man, we need to go to Lopez
Take
house.
It right. Don't turn left. Take it right.
Yeah. I'm like, dang, it's been a minute since we had some Lopez brisket or barbecue since the Super Bowl.
All right, we can fix that.
Yeah, man. Let's go.
When's a good day? When's a good day?
Hey, any day's a good day.
I'll figure that out. I'm about to make it.
I would drive to your house too, man. I don't mind driving and pick it up.
It's fun doing those. And you just kind of offer little tips and stuff, and yeah, it's good.
Yeah, man. So that's a good reason to watch or listen to Texas Countdown too for little stuff like that. I was awful when it came. I was doing that a couple years ago too.
Yeah,
I ain't know what the hell to talk about. I'm the last person to be talking about cooking, and they didn't really give me good direction on what to make it about. So I'm just like, man, I don't know. So I started showing people love with the tailgates and all that stuff. But you Lopez is the perfect person.
Oh man,
for this one, man.
Appreciate that. Remember you said that when you hear my next confession.
Oh no,
yeah,
I don't.
These are my confessions.
I felt so stupid and silly. As much as I appreciate your words, I did the dumbest thing, and everybody's done it. Maybe we'll have to talk about it at some point. So as I'm watching the second half of the game, I'm putting a work for myself.
Okay.
And I was nailing something, and when something slips out of your hand and you try to catch it.
Like Cody Bellinger?
Yeah, exactly. I did Cody Bellinger at 100%. But when I was hammering something and I took a backswing and the hammer slipped out of my hand and I tried to trying to catch it, and I actually hit it even higher. It went like a foot or 2 feet above my head because I was, scrambling. So not only did I drop a hammer on my toe, I actually, launched it about 8 feet high, and then it fell on my toe.
Wait, hold on. So what you're telling me is once the hammer got into the air, you stayed around for the hammer to land?
I was trying to catch it. Like, how you're like, you try to reach for something after
you tried to catch the hammer, huh?
I tried to catch the hammer. I said it was stupid.
Yeah, me and you were different because I imagine I would have tried to catch the hammer at first, but once I knock it up higher in the air, now it's just time to duck and cover.
Get out of the way. Well,
it's kind of like a football coming in there. Yeah. You just kind of like just try to move.
Here's the second part of my stupidity. I was barefoot. When I was hammering this thing. So I slipped. I tried to catch the hammer. It went about a foot, 2 feet above my head. And at this point, I am trying to move out, but it just landed right smack.
Yikes.
Metal part right on the top of my head.
How's it looking?
You want to see it?
No.
Come on, let me show you.
No, I asked you.
You want to see it?
No, thank you.
Come on.
I appreciate the offer, though.
I'll take a picture and send it to you.
Please don't.
It's going to look worse tomorrow.
I'm reporting that to HR if you sent that to me. If I receive a picture on my phone with your toenail turning black and it directly to HR.
It's the bone. It's already blue. Black
okay,
and blue.
whatever part of your foot. I ain't no Jose Altuve showing off feet here. We're not doing this, okay?
I can show you just like Jose Altuve.
I don't want any of that whatsoever.
It is funny the way you described how you tried to catch it. I did the same thing one time. This was years ago. My homeboy, he had some chicken wings, and you like, hey, let me get one of the wings. So he gave me one that was hot. So I started juggling it. I tossed it up in the air, hit it up in the air, trying to catch it. It felt like I was going for like 10 minutes trying to catch. I'm like, all that to fall right in the dirt.
Oh no.
I missed my opportunity, man.
Somebody texted, Lopez, why are you hammering with no shoes on? Did I say it was stupid? I said I did something stupid. This is confessions.
You did confess that. Shout out to you. It's from the 832. Where the smelling salt's at, Reggie and Fig. I put that. I think I put that on Fig. I was like, Fig, if you want to do that, you got it.
Yeah.
All right. So here's my confession.
So all right.
These are my confessions.
After seeing like damn near every sports program do smelling small salts over the weekend, I was like, actually, I don't think we need to do this anymore.
Yeah, we know what it does.
I feel like everybody did this. Like, I saw Kay Adams do it. I saw a friend of mine, Haley Sutton, at CBS Sports do it. I saw like a lot of people end up with the smell of salts, and I was like, all right, so we don't have to do this, right? Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
It's played out now.
Yeah, it is played out.
Yeah, I probably should have got it before we even brought it up. I didn't even know what it was. Yeah, I didn't know what it was.
That is surprising.
I wasn't all into sports like y'all. I was doing other stuff, so I ain't know what the hell's. I ain't know what they were sniffing over there.
By the way, Lopez, not that I like encouraging you in your endeavors like this, but from the 832, shout out to B. Scott with Lopez on the Correa Jordan thing.
Thank you.
What?
Yeah. If the Astros say it, don't buy it. Correa says it, I'm like, okay. All right.
What does he know? All right, whatever, man. From the 832, and we now have proof that John isn't Thor. Oh, I had a lot of proof before that as well. I feel like the locks of hair that are not there probably would have told me a little bit of something. And from the 281, Rex Ryan wants to see the toe. I bet he does.
Okay,
all right,
that might be the one person I don't say.
By the way, people are already RSVPing and asking how much for a three-piece plate. So yeah, you might have created an inadvertent business real quick. All right. Those are your lunchtime confessions right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's a Monday. A lot of things happened over the weekend, so I'm interested. Who do you believe were winners and losers on the weekend? 713-572-4610. Let's parse that next.
The Texans lost their preseason opener. JOY. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Hope your Monday's going all right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig. Continue to hang out with you. Let's get into some winners and losers of the weekend. 713-572-4610 or on the Mokaram Injury Lawyer live streams. Let us know who you believed to be winners and or losers of the weekend. Lopez, I knew you would enjoy this.
Why'd you do this?
What do you mean, why'd I do
You
this?
just put that on.
I did. I wanted you to be able to see it if you don't know what we're talking about.
Good
Understandable, because I haven't said anything about it yet.
I mean, it's covering the whole screen.
Well, I didn't intend to make it that large, but however, Jen Powell, who is the first female umpire in MLB history, she had her first opportunity to get out there this weekend, and we talked about it ahead of time. We kind of were shouting her out and gearing up for interesting. She did yesterday in a matchup between the Marlins and the Braves. She ended up with a pretty average accuracy, when it comes to
So that's
umpires.
what we're talking about. That's what you're leading with.
I mean, I wasn't going to, but you made a big deal about it on the front end.
It was.
I mean, the clear winner on the weekend was going to be Jose Altuve, but you were the one who were like, let's talk about umpires. So we're going to talk about the umpire.
I did not. It was, I don't know, it was maddening. It was frustrating for sure. So Jen Powell, first woman to call, especially behind the, well, not especially, but yesterday was behind the plate, balls and strikes. First woman umpire in a Major League Baseball game. And she was actually, it was kind of cool at first, and then it just got bad. She was applauded.
She became an umpire?
She was just applauded, like just being, the players and the managers and the coaches were all congratulating her. It was really cool. And then all the bozos on Twitter and everywhere else were basically live streaming her balls and strikes calls and whether it was an actual ball or a strike.
That's right.
I mean, we know that
that's sad.
It was sad. It was frustrating. I mean, maybe at the end of the game, hey, she hit whatever percentage, which we know now. But she was actually, average to above average overall on the day.
Yeah, she was fairly average when we talk about there's at least a Twitter account called Umpire Scorecards that they'll literally grade the umpires' performances based off of the K-Box and various different metrics.
Yeah.
And I mean, her called ball accuracy was a 95. Her call was a little bit less at a 87, but her overall accuracy came in at a 93%, and that's usually, about average, a little bit lower than average, I would say. But I mean, she did fine, especially when you consider average for a first-time umpire at that level. It also didn't help that her very first call was a pitch that was very much inside, and it should have been a ball that she called a strike, and a little bit late as well. So I imagine that in addition to what you're, I think, alluding to, which is umpires in general are one of those positions or jobs where the less we think about you, the better.
Yeah.
And immediately, because of the novelty of her being a woman and being the first one to be in this case, you were already in a place where you were going to think about her rather than not think about her. So anything that she did, umpires make bad calls pretty regularly, let's be honest. It becomes magnified.
Yep.
And so that was the case. She was fine. I'll be interested to see. This can't be the level she stays at, though. But I'm sure it won't be.
There's worse ones than her in the major leagues.
That is very true.
Now, how did she sound? I
wanted to see her ring it up. How did she ring it up?
I don't know.
I missed that.
I missed that as well.
She rang one guy up, and I missed it. I didn't see it.
Okay, because that's one of the things I like about the umpires, just how they sound. Somebody be straight.
I like the guy that goes, huh. We had the Astros had one this weekend. I think it was Friday night. Every time the guy, because they some guys go Steve, right? I mean, I like the guy Friday night. I don't know who it was. He goes, huh.
Yeah, it was one back in the day when I was a kid, and he was like,
high pitch.
Yes. I'll never forget that.
Don't worry about it.
It'll come to me. But I wanted to know that. But I also wanted to see. It's also they have their own personality when they ring them up. Some do the punch, like a literal punch out.
Yeah.
Some go up here, with the kind of the hammer in the air. I mean, the fist in the air. And some get really into it. They turn their whole body and strike them out. So I missed it. Help me out on the text board. How did she ring up that one dude?
If you saw it, let us know. Some other things, some winners and losers of the weekend. One that was very clear to me, Quinn Ewers was a loser on the weekend.
Not good.
5 of 18. I mean, he ended up throwing 91 yards, had a couple of sacks as well, but
You said 5 of 18?
5 of 18. Yeah, just did not complete very many passes.
Somebody playing on all Madden at that point.
Yeah. It was very tough. It was very tough. But if we're going to talk about guys and rookies at that who I would consider winners. Actually, let me just say, the entirety of the Patriots offense was a winner. I mean, they put up 48 points in this one, and I know obviously overall that's not going to be a huge thing, but if I'm going to specify, can I go ahead and give a winner to Travion Henderson?
I was just going to mention him, yeah.
100-yard return. I know he had only one rush, though, but he carried it for 18 yards as well. Like, he looks like he's got some juices. Obviously, you would kind of know. Figgy definitely being a Ohio State guy, but he showed up very well, and I imagine that's going to be really
right? Yeah, somebody's got to say I.
No, I don't have to. I'm not in your cult or whatever. But, he looks like he's going to be a nice guy to add in with, like, the likes of Ramondre Stevenson and what they're doing running back-wise.
Yeah, that was a splash, man. You talk about juice. He's got it. He's got speed for days, man.
No, for sure. So I thought he was a winner on the weekend. Some other winners and losers of the weekend. Let's be honest. Jose Altuve, absolutely a winner.
Owns them.
I've got a number of numbers that I can throw out there for you on the reason or the way that Jose Altuve is doing things. He became just the 25th major leaguer to notch 250 home runs and 250 stolen bases. Only 3 players all time have had that 250, 250, and had a above 300 average. Do you think?
Who are they?
I was like, would you be willing to guess? But I don't think you got him.
Ted Williams?
Nope. Willie Mays.
Oh, that makes sense.
Derek Jeter and Jose Altuve.
Wow.
Now, I did want to give you the opportunity here. Or no, I'll just let you know that only 8 have had 300 homers, 300 stolen bases. Only 8 have done that. And so that would require Altuve hitting another 50 home runs. You think he does it?
Yeah, he could do that.
Okay. I think that one feels good.
Yeah.
Now, there's only 2 guys that have hit 300 home runs, 300 stolen bases, and 3,000 hits. That gets interesting. So it's Willie Mays and Alex Rodriguez that have the 300, 300, 3,000. Altuve currently has 250 home runs, obviously, 328 stolen bases, so he doesn't need to steal any more bags. But he has 2,358 hits. So still 632 or 642 more hits that would still be necessary.
Plus 5 years of hitting 140, 160 hits, somewhere in there. Not impossible, but a big ask.
Yeah,
a big ask.
I mean, if he stays on pace and probably for what he's been doing and gives you 3 more seasons at this level without a decline, I think he can get there.
Yeah.
So I'm intrigued to see it. But no, Altuve was absolutely killing them as he does with the Yankees, and absolutely a big-time winner on the weekend. All right, some other ones that come to mind here. Mariano Rivera is a loser on the weekend. And I know you're asking, how could he be a loser on the weekend?
How could he be a loser on the weekend?
Apparently, the Yankees decided to have an old-timers game.
Yep.
And Mariano was in the old-timers game. Mind you, hitting.
What is he doing?
He hit a ball off of Andy Pettitte.
Yeah,
he did.
And what happened?
He also injured his Achilles.
Yeah.
I'm surprised we're still having old timers games.
I didn't know. I think
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yankees must be the only ones doing it anymore because they've got a lot of history with the old timer games. Back in the day, they've always done it, etc. So maybe they might be one of the few, if only, one to do it. But that's ridiculous. I mean.
This is the problem with old-timers games.
Yes.
These dudes just get hurt. Like, didn't the NBA used to do kind of an old-timers game that they did? Like, during an All-Star game, and they had to quit that because it's all fun and games until we all have to be quiet because somebody's down on the court.
Yeah.
And it's a legend. Usually, if it's an old-timers game, it's going to be a legend.
Yes.
Yeah, just imagine trying to make them slime and all that stuff. Of course, you're going to tear something.
Yeah. Well, what do you think? They're old-timers. Yeah. That's hence the name. They're old-timers.
It just keeps happening. But I think a winner that you have to mention, though, is that, hey, if you're a UFC fan in the United States, you are a big winner this weekend because starting in 2026, the UFC is getting in bed with Paramount and CBS. They signed a new deal that is a 7-year deal for $7.7 billion. Now, of course, that doesn't hit the fans. That's obviously a USC part.
Yeah.
But the big part is that they will have the pay-per-view model will be dead. They're going to have some select, fight nights and cards broadcast on CBS, but a majority of them will be on Paramount Plus. Yeah. So akin to what I think wrestling fans have dealt with recently, where if you have that Peacock membership, you can just go on there and watch your events. Paramount Plus, if you have that membership, you'll be watching UFC events consistently, which I imagine is going to matter a big deal for a lot of fight fans and make fight nights a lot easier to have some parties.
The streaming wars are getting really interesting and very, very high level. Everybody's trying to get their big piece of whatever it may be, in this case UFC. Streaming wars are getting expensive, and it's fascinating to watch.
I'm waiting on the day today to decide, hey, let's combine all of these streamings and put it into one package.
But even the competitive...
What, like cable?
Yeah. Oh, that's a great idea. Wow.
But even the wars for, made-for-streaming programming. And Netflix and Hulu, they're bidding for, like Hollywood did back in the day for movies.
Yeah. I would be remiss if I did not mention, shout out to... a winner on the weekend as well, who is Jason Alexander. He had a fantastic 6 innings of no-hit baseball as well on Sunday to help you to a 7-1 victory. So as much as Jose Altuve made the Yankees his daddy, they might need to rename the stadium Altuve Stadium out there in the Bronx. I think Jason Alexander really solidified himself as a dude that you can turn to if you absolutely need it. And hopefully you won't need it because you'll have Christian Javier starting today for your
Christian Javier today, Eric Getty tomorrow. Wasn't Jason Alexander mentioned in the trade, or am I thinking of someone else?
I think you might be thinking someone else.
Yeah, but ended up not.
I think actually he might have been one of the 3 others in that Padres potential Dylan Cease.
Yeah, that's what
I thought it was Eric Getty.
Eric Getty
was the one that was
no-go.
named.
Yeah, Eric Getty was a no-go. It was a deal breaker.
But there was 3 other prospects. Maybe it was a part of that as well. And shout out to Gilbert on the YouTube page mentioning Aja Wilson, who was a winner. Absolutely historic weekend for her. She became the first WNBA player with a 30-20 double-double, which, I mean, you might go, okay, well, that's cool. It's the first time. I think the added order of magnitude, or the added portion of this is, remember, the WNBA plays shorter quarters.
Yeah.
Like, it's shorter games. I believe it ends up being 40 minutes of game time versus 48 in the men's game. So that's less time for you to accumulate 20 rebounds.
Right.
She absolutely is the best player in that league. I mean, maybe you go who is probably the MVP this year, and then I know Caitlin Clark has the most buzz and hype around her and draws probably the biggest crowd. But Asia really making sure that you remember, she's probably the best, though.
Yeah.
She's probably the best of all of them. All right. Somebody said, when is Lopez putting out a cookbook? Well, you're not a winner because he's not doing that just
I've got
yet.
some recipes.
You got some stuff on the website.
I've got some recipes on ogsauce.com.
So are you going to put together a cookbook is the question.
Well, it'd be easy to do. All right, we'll see.
I was like, that still wasn't an answer.
He ain't about to do it.
He's not doing
Hey,
that.
Tom Brady was a winner, wasn't he? When did he get his
That's
statue?
right. I forgot the statue went
this
for
weekend.
Tom Brady this weekend. And I guess a winner in this because of that, but also, and we talked about this a little bit, it kind of looks like him. It doesn't. It's not. We have a number of these statue unveilings where you look at it and you go, nah, what were you looking at? Were you drawing this from memory?
Yeah.
This one, actually, they got it right on the first try. So I'm like, good for you. I think that they did a good job there.
I think it kind of sucked for them because I felt like the ones that don't look like them or look bad always the ones that go viral. I felt like this one didn't really go viral. I had to search for it.
Yeah, the only thing that went viral was his comments about the Jets, wasn't it?
I believe so. Yeah. Which, I mean, look. I would say stop beating on the Jets, man. They're down bad enough, but it's not, it doesn't stop being funny. So I'm not mad at you at all. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk more about this offense in general. We mentioned a little bit Nick Caley. We talked about Davis Mills and some of the running backs. But with all of this, I think we might be selling, or at least Lopez might be selling on an idea of how explosive or maybe lack thereof this offense might prospect this team in general. Let's break that down next.
It's sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope you're enjoying your Monday. Texans will get back to practicing at 2 today. So hopefully you'll get some updates and hear some more things from, as you roll with the drive as the show or as the day continues. But we got a preseason game in the books. We got to learn a little bit more about some of the depth on this team. The Texans even add Jalen Mills. So a lot of things moving and shaking for this team. But offensively, that has been the name of the game. What is this offense going to be for the Texans? Because the defense, we almost feel like, is a absolute known commodity. So will this offense match it or find some way to be complementary so this team can go and be somebody in this league? And I think you've settled in on some level of feeling on the identity of this offense, have you not?
Yeah, I don't know how many explosive plays they had for the totality of last year. I should have looked it up and did not. But I can tell you this, and this is not just from one preseason game. It's watching what they've done and in their scrimmages, listening to what they've said, being around this team, and some of the things they're doing. Do Texans fans realize this is not going to be a big-time explosive team? They're not going to be. The thing about last year is they had a bunch of struggles. Obviously, they changed offensive coordinators, but they had some big chunk plays. I mean, you can go back to any number of games where they kind of either saved their bacon or created some opportunities, some drives with some big plays. There was kind of feast or famine because their run game was so bad. Maybe it was out of necessity because they had to throw the ball so much. But what I'm picking up on, and I think it was kind of validated, on Saturday, it's pretty obvious. They're don't get used to what you saw in terms of big time. Not that they're going to not have any, but they're not going to be a real explosive team. They're going to pick their spots.
Yeah, I mean they had some plays that would have been explosives if they connected, right? Some plays that were down the field. I'm immediately drawn to the Cade Stover play where, Davis Mills and Cade weren't able to kind of get on the same page. That one was just drop back passing, down the field, attacking down the field. But I can understand the feeling that you seem to have, especially when you understand that they established the run and how much of that you might ask was preseason and we're just going to kind of keep this reined in. Fair, but they've expressed that they want to run the football well. So I think that obviously that inherently is going to lean to more running the football. I imagine that their quick passing, which it felt like there was a good amount of in this game as well. So if you take those two things, you almost kind of don't give yourself much of an opportunity.
There's not a lot of chance, right?
Of a big time explosive play team. And I don't think I'm upset with that.
No, I'm not either. That's exactly where I was going to go. Go ahead.
No, because it's all about complementary football, and it's very clear that your defense, at least early on, but probably through the entirety of the season, is going to be the tip of the spear. It's going to be what you put the foot forward that you have on this team, because that very clearly is one of, if not the best units in all of football.
And think about the head coach. Not that he's, he said after last year that, he was kind of surprised about some of the things that they couldn't do. And he was going to have a bigger, influence, say, FaceTime with the offensive side of the ball. What do you think DeMeco Ryans wants them to do? He wants them to just give the defense a chance and not screw up. Give your team a chance with occasional big plays, explosive plays, and don't make the negative plays. And they had a lot of negative plays, and they put themselves in some bad situations. With this defense, it does two things. I think it gives you a better chance, to win games if you're going forward more than backwards. I mean, that's common sense. And you're not really taking a lot of risk with the ball, deep. But the other thing is it does put a lot more pressure on the defense. It does put a lot more pressure on because you're going to be in closer games. You would figure to be in closer games if you're sort of not nickel and diming, but sort of being more deliberate with your approach offensively.
It's possible, right? Yeah. Or, especially if depending on how effective you are with your plays. Because I do want to be careful when we say make it so that you can't have these big plays of 10, 20, yards or whatever. You can have those even there are explosive run offenses because they're creating opportunities and allowing these guys to get out with a number of yards before contact and then additional yards after contact. there's opportunities, especially with the types of receivers that you have, to get them the ball in space, even if you're not throwing it downfield, but then them having space to then make a big play and be explosive. Hell, I might have kind of inadvertently described a Miami Dolphins offense of a couple years ago when they're getting the ball out to guys in space, and Tua Tagovailoa is not throwing the ball down the field, but there are explosives to be had.
That's exactly it.
So,
that's a great point.
I mean, it can be explosive, but I don't know that they're going to be as much of we're probing with downfield passing necessarily.
Right.
But, I mean, again, if you're effective, and I think that that's why the emphasis has been on making sure that they are effective, that they have the foundations, that they do that, the fundamentals right. I think that you can make any offense into one that is more productive. And honestly, considering how the lack of productivity, it doesn't matter if you were quite, crazy explosive. If you put up points on the board when you have opportunities, I think that you're more effective than you were last year, regardless.
I agree, and you help the defense a lot more because they're going to be creating turnovers, stopping opponents or whatever. And the other aspect that it kind of, even though he didn't play, it kind of I started thinking about it. If C.J. Stroud is starting to come along slowly, which is what they want, learning the offense. You don't want to just throw all kinds of crazy stuff. You do want to run the ball. You do want to be safe with the passing. And I don't think this is a bad thing. I think if I were DeMeco Ryans, I'd be doing the same things. Like, we know what we have defensively. Just be deliberate. But I do want to ask you this: does it kind of put some clamps on what C.J. Stroud could possibly be with his accuracy and being able to make big plays and the way he can throw the ball?
I don't think so, because one of the things about CJ is we know if the opportunity presents itself to get unleash and throw it down the field, he relishes those opportunities. And I've seen a number of people both on the YouTube page and the text line right now reminding us of the fact that if you are running the ball effectively and teams have to come up and decide we're stacking the box, we're trying to stop that, that only gives you more opportunities to get them over the top. And it's not like you even have to commit that many bodies forward. Just Nico Collins going down the field, if you can get him on a one-on-one, or even in some instances, if there's kind of double coverage, he can go and he can get it. And Higgins is another big body, especially depending on how he shows up. Christian Kirk is a guy that is very much capable of attacking the seams of a defense and being a guy that catches the ball downfield. Talk less of, early on, Jalen Noel looks like a guy that gets open. Like, that seems like that would present itself the opportunity. So, like, you have those guys that you can get the ball downfield to. If you can adequately manipulate a defense by being effective in what you do, pretty much any offense can be explosive. Yeah. I think the bigger question for me is what happens if they are not like the 100% best version of what they're trying to do, because that's a possibility, right? We talked about this offensive line, and yes, they want to do everything right, and we fully see what we have. What I have worried about is the talent just isn't up to a scale that makes you feel great. Like,
it's funny you say that.
Is it just a fine level of offense that can run the ball decent and maybe pass the ball sufficiently? That would apply a little bit more pressure on this defense. But one of the things that I think is nice is this defense is a turnover one. I think shorter fields even help with some of those things as well. The offense won't necessarily have as many, hopefully, as many instances where they have to go 75, 80 yards compared to going maybe like 65 to 50 yards, and now you're getting yourself in a better circumstance.
Yeah, but it's funny you say that, because what's the other way, and the other reason you want to be more diligent with quick throws? Protect your offensive line.
Yeah.
That's the number one thing. If you can run the ball and some quick passes instead of some dropbacks or whatever, longer developing plays, that's how you protect the offensive line. It stands to reason that they're going to have better success protecting C.J. Stroud, because C.J. Stroud's going to get rid of the ball a lot quicker on these plays. What was the big complaint with him last year? Thinking too much, running around, trying to get – well, that doesn't help your line either. So I actually like what they're doing. I don't think it's necessarily going to be, fireworks all the time, but they're going to have some, because you do have some explosive players and you do have C.J. Stroud. I did come across, some numbers from Saturday's game. Like, more than half the time they were under center. More than half the time they got rid of the ball, the quarterback did, in less than 2.5 seconds. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, and I think what's interesting is the underlying question that you asked was, will this error? And I don't think so, because again, we're very early on, but it does feel like they've established a foundation of being more efficient with what they have. And even if it's nickel and diming, 3 yards in a cloud of dust or what have you, even though I don't believe necessarily that it'll exist exactly like that, compare that to last year where at times, because of your offensive line, you had a number of 3-and-outs.
Mm-hmm.
You had a number of ineffective drives where you're not picking up yardage and the defense is having to come back out on the field and then take the ball away or get a stop in order to get you the football. And they were under a lot of strain last year, and they held up very, very well.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that as long as this offense is whatever they are planning on doing, and it does feel like it's going to be more geared towards running the football and maybe a little bit less opportunities or less chances down the field. Maybe not. But ultimately, if you are more effective, consistently moving the chains, that is going to open up the margins of error for your defense because they were razor thin last year already.
They were, and the other aspect of that, you just kind of start piecing these things together and you realize, okay, this is the smart way to go with this offense right now. It keeps it simple, for the quarterback in most passing situations to help your offensive line. The run game shortens you don't have as many negative plays, hopefully, if you're not pitching the ball or doing some crazy stuff on first down. They went directly that's the other thing. They were going directly at the Vikings. And I don't think it was just playing, keeping it vanilla for the preseason. I think that's what they're going to do. They're going
inside the tackles.
They're going to run between the tackles because they're tired of losing yardage and being on 2nd and 18 or whatever. 14.
Damn, you run.
They had some plays where they lost 6 and 8 yards last year.
Right.
But even if it's 2nd and 12, they are tired of that. So if you're doing that, it helps everybody, and then you can actually be a little bit more unpredictable. The only thing that I started to think about is like, man, quarterbacks want to throw the ball. Wide receivers want to catch the ball. They like to make those big-time plays down the sideline. They're going to have some, but I don't think they're going to be the same type of team as last year that's really, out of necessity last year, have to open it up.
Oh, I hear what you're saying, and I think that feels like, all right, does CJ kind of get the itch to throw the football in some instances? I feel like last year was already that for him. I think, obviously, year one, they tried to get the ball downfield a lot. There was kind of talk of it, but very clearly last year he didn't have nearly as many opportunities to attack downfield as he wanted to, and some of that was out of necessity. Defenses decided we're putting up the Iron Dome of sorts. We're running too high shells. We're not allowing you, or to at least throw over top comfortably. And so I feel like out of necessity, he already has had to deal with that. I think that he has that under his belt. He's learned and gotten a feel for that. So I don't know that he gets the itchy trigger finger on that in the way that you're kind of maybe pointing to there. And hopefully, again, if they are diligent with running the football and attacking and getting yourself into short situations, 2nd and 3rd and short, and now defenses are having to be cognizant of not only of the fact that you can run the football, but that you're going to be direct so that they don't have time to read and react. They need to be in the box. Now you have an opportunity to catch them over top, and I think that those will give you maybe even more opportunities possibly to do some of those things.
And the interesting thing is C.J. Stroud is going to have a big say in all this. When he's at the line of scrimmage, and maybe there's an opportunity. Maybe that's where he gets the big satisfaction because it's 3rd and 2, and they have a run play called, and he sees some. He's like, all right, now I'm going to take my shot here.
Lopez, do you feel like the Gary Kubiak teams are instructive in kind of this balance that you're trying to see struck, right? Like especially the best teams that you've seen in franchise history.
Arian Foster,
right? Like don't
all we need is one of those guys.
Doesn't that feel instructive? Well, I mean, Joe Mixon ain't Joe Mixon. If you're trying to compare him to Arian Foster, I don't think you're gonna have a bad time with that.
Yeah.
Doesn't that feel instructive though to what you're kind of establishing here?
That was the biggest misconception with the Kubiak offense, and really to this day with a lot of these Shanahan Kubiak type offenses. Oh, they're just going to throw the ball everywhere. No, they don't. They just don't lose yardage, as much as freely as the Texans were last year.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm very excited. This preseason game only did more to make me more excited, considering how diligent they were. And as you mentioned, getting, running between the tackles, getting that push in order to be able to run through the tackles, opening up lanes for Dario Ogunbowale, who read it well, and you ended up with some very nice runs. One of them up to 18 yards. Just because you were executing well.
Yeah.
One of the guys who was executing well, Davis Mills, somebody on the text line asking, and there's been a number of people having the conversation, does this now mean that you pay Davis Mills? I mean, he's coming up pretty soon on the
1 year. I mean, this is his last. This last year?
Yeah. I think it's probably going to be up to Davis Mills too. If he want to keep this backup role, or do you want to try to roll the dice and maybe go somewhere else to try to compete?
Yeah, I mean. Also, backup's very valuable in a place where knowledge and understanding, but it's not like he can't go and find somewhere else. I wouldn't be surprised if Davis Mills goes and finds another backup space where he was able to be paid very well.
He will be.
I think that Davis Mills is obviously very good. Excited to have him. We talked about that earlier because of clearly he's He's handling the offense, at least as the pared down preseason version of it, really well. He's been throwing the football incredibly well all camp. But I, as you're paying more and more, I do wonder, even if it's an extra sliver of money that you're pairing off to a backup quarterback, can you do that considering that you're paying, you're paying a couple of defensive linemen because Will Anderson Jr. You're paying, cornerback. You're paying a number of people. A nickel. You're paying a quarterback here soon. Like, there's a lot of people that are getting paid. The margins get very thin very quickly on the salary cap, and I do wonder, can you afford to slice off a little extra for a Davis Mills' backup quarterback, as good as he may be?
Yeah, I don't think that's an easy question to answer with all the contracts they have coming up, but sure is valuable to have a guy like that, and he's widely respected. He's really a good backup quarterback.
Yes, he is. And yes, they did have the 1-year extension that they signed him to recently, so that's cool. I do wonder, are they going to do that again, especially once you get into a time where then you add on the additional pay that Will and CJ will be getting inevitably here soon. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Monday. It's been a good one thus far, and it only gets better as it's about that time where we turn things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got for us, man?
Yeah, so it was a crazy weekend this weekend. Plus, school is starting, man. The kids are going back to y'all question. What do y'all remember wearing on y'all first day of school? Describe the outfit a little bit. 713-572-4610.
Okay. Let's get into the first day of school vibes next.
When the Texans take on the Panthers in Saturday's preseason. sports leader is Sports Radio 610.
Don't call me sensitive. Hell, your ass is
I am sensitive.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. Before we get to the first day of school vibes, what y'all was rocking on the first day of school, 410, you can text that in. I got to give a special happy birthday. Happy birthday to hip hop. So today, August 11th.
It started off in the park.
Yeah, it started off in the park. Yeah. So the official, I guess, birthday of hip hop is August 11th. Why? Because it was, I guess it started as a back to school party. So the last party before the kids go back to school.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at the old invitation. It was on a little index card.
Yep.
And it said a DJ Kool Herc party. And it's all scribbled out, look kind of cool. And it was August 11, 1973.
Wow.
So that's where they were, I guess, officially DJing and all of that.
So that's recognized.
Yeah, that's highly recognized. I would say official, but I'm not sure. I think it's hard to tell because you have no idea what people was doing in 1970 down here. But this is kind of the unofficial birthday of hip hop.
1973, I was going to school in the 5th grade, first day of school.
There you go.
Yep. So this party was 9 p.m. to 4 a.m. This was a long ass party. Ladies was 25 cents to get in. Fellas 50 cents. And it was given by DJ Kool Herc.
That's cool.
So happy birthday, hip hop. Now I want to get to this. So first of all, a lot of kids started today, or a lot of teachers went back today. Yeah.
Well, I feel like teachers have already been back because they have to go through their development.
They've been going there since July.
They hate the development so bad, and I can't blame them either.
Training and all that stuff.
Getting your classroom ready. Shout out to the 979 who said, "Bleep the first day of school. Signed sincerely and educated." Yeah. Okay.
I feel y'all, man.
At least she's honest, or he's honest.
Yeah. So I got to give a shout out to my guy Jeremy. Over the weekend, he did something cool for the kids and all that stuff. You get a lot of haircuts and all that stuff. So the guy, Jeremy, he pretty much organized something cool for the kids by giving them free haircuts. The ladies getting their hair done and all that stuff. And just want to give him a shout out. People know him as Mr._Officer 713. He go by Sergeant Lahar.
Okay.
And just want to give a shout out because I meant to do it on Friday. But that kind of remind me that it's that time of the year where kids are trying to get fresh. Make sure the kids got some sneakers. They were giving out sneakers at Burris Elementary School on the north side. And it was hosted by Houston Prestige Project and Real Outreach. So they kind of put all that stuff together. They had some people cutting the hairs and all that stuff, which kind of bring me to this. What was your first day of school outfit? Send it in 713-572-4610. And that could kind of show you how old you are too.
Yeah.
Because the first thing, some FUBU. This was like in 8th grade. I had a FUBU shirt. I had some. I want to say it was Fat Albert jeans. Yeah. But that's when they had the collab with Fat Albert. And so I remember that being on the back of the back of my pants pocket, and some forces. I had some all white forces.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So I had the do rag, which you had to take off in school. They was fighting us like crazy, trying to keep the hats off and all that stuff. So I want to know what was your first day of school outfit?
The one that comes to mind is junior year of high school, I believe. Y'all probably have never even heard this term before.
All right.
But
you might be doing a lot.
Maybe you have. But some 50 and olders, 45 and olders will
Reggie,
remember
like,
this.
I know every term.
All right. Have you ever heard of a Nick shirt?
Damn it, he got me.
a Nick shirt.
That sounds like a slur. I don't think we can say, do we got to dump that? I don't like that.
It was for about 5-6 years. It was the thing. And
all right, now I got to ask my friend
I'll show you. I
Google
got a picture
quick.
right here. These are Nick shirts right here. There's kind of paisley, disco-y silk shirts.
Ain't no way. And so everybody was wearing these.
Everybody.
Okay,
was
cool.
wearing these.
Because this is the thing. That's the type of shirt, from what you were showing me,
Look at
Lopez.
this.
That's the type of shirt that if just one person is wearing it, you will be laughed at mercilessly.
Yes.
If everybody's wearing it, I get it.
Yeah. I might have had this one. This one looks familiar. I think I had this Nick shirt. It's NIK for those who want to search it. And I thought I was the bleep, man.
You still got one of these? You still got one of these at the house?
It don't fit.
What's your size? Let me know. I might have found Joe a Christmas present.
It's so crazy thinking about all the stuff I wore on the first day of school. And when it got up to high school, maybe 11th grade, that's when the button-up shirts was a thing. When Jay-Z was rocking
out here looking like Common at school.
Yeah, had the button-up shirt with the big jeans and the hat and all that stuff. And I was just like, man, I had the cuff links.
Did you ever
on
put
it.
a sweater vest on that joint?
I never wore a sweater vest.
How about you? No, I was not a sweater vest. It's funny. I'm trying to think of like full outfits, and I don't think at least not that I can remember. And of course, outside of the times where like the 713, you might have to wear a uniform because there's a lot of people who had some of that feel.
Yeah,
although you get that the fresh uniform right before it gets dingy over 1,000 washes.
Like it's different type of uniforms too, man. Because you have you might have an all white plain polo shirt, or you might have the Ralph Lauren polo shirt.
Yeah,
like you might try to kill them. You know what? This is Ralph Lauren right here. This ain't no regular little uniform.
I definitely can remember a couple of polos. One of them definitely like one of them Chaps polos. So it was nice, but it wasn't. I wasn't in a Ralph Lauren, right? But then I'm not gonna lie. I definitely remember at one point a red Fat Farm T-shirt. Vividly
I remember those. Yeah.
Vividly remember.
I remember those.
And I thought I was nice.
And Nietzsche.
I thought I was nice.
Rockaware.
Yeah. Oh, the Rockaware.
Yeah.
I don't think I had the. No, I had a Rockaware shirt. I did. But yeah, I was putting that on at school. I was never the full oh, he's got the nicest fit on. I was just like, I did something nice.
Yeah,
this is nice.
Now, I am ashamed. I had a couple of Polo Assassin shirts, which is not the real
USPA, the U.S. Polo Association.
yeah. So
by the way,
that was rough.
Tangential. For the first time ever, I sat down and watched polo this weekend. It was the wildest experience. I don't know.
Not water is what you're saying.
No, not water polo. I'll watch a lot of water polo.
Yeah.
Like horses, mallets, polo.
There's a place right here off I-10.
I had never actually seen a polo match in
You can die.
Maybe so. I was very confused as to what was happening at any given time, and I'm going to be honest, not all that fun to watch.
Yeah, they all have broken shoulders. Every one of them has broken their shoulder at some point. That's all I know about regular polo. But yes.
Yeah.
Somebody was wearing the G-Bo jeans. Okay. Somebody said that they were wearing some Vans. Okay. Starchy Archies.
You must have graduated recently then. Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. Cross colors? Oh, y'all coming in with all the joints. I see you.
Salute to everybody, all the kiddos going back to school, and the teachers. Can't forget about the teachers, man. I know it's going to be tough times for y'all, but let's have a good school year.
That's right.
All right, it's Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So we seen the whole Shador Sanders mania and all that good stuff going on. We heard from Ken Carman up in Cleveland pretty much saying they're going to be a Super Bowl squad. I don't know if I'm messing up, but somebody else was going crazy over Shador Sanders. A guy by the name of Jamie Foxx.
Oh, wow.
I was not expecting Jamie Foxx to be dialed in on this game right here. But here is Jamie Foxx reacting to both of the touchdowns Shador Sanders made.
Let's go. Put it in. Bootleg. Yeah. Touchdown. You better know what the it is. Let's go. That's what we talking about. My name is Willie. Yeah, baby. Yeah. I'm here for Shador. It's man time. Come on. Ow. 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 My name is Willie. Willie, baby.
Wait, is this just what he does every time he watch football? Like, I know because he played football at, was it Terrell up there?
Yeah.
So I know that like his relationship to football is not just through that movie, but does he do that every time? Like
I have no idea.
He would be the most annoying person.
Oh my
Oh,
God! Yes.
man.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
My name is Willie Beeman.
Yeah.
Like it'd be
Anytime you're
fun the
watching a
first
game?
1, maybe 2 times, and then it's like, dog, we in the 4th drive of it's the second quarter.
This is preseason,
Come
bro.
on.
Yes.
Calm your ass down.
And by the way, you're not Willie Beeman. You're not.
He was going crazy, man,
Yes.
and he made it clear that I'm here for Shador.
Well, good for him.
Yeah, so
That's how it begins.
yeah, you got a lot of people on his side, and I felt like it was a good thing for Shador, man.
Yeah.
But-
It's going to get wild up there.
I wish he could start week 1.
Yeah.
Just so I can kind of see it play out, but that's probably not going to happen.
So it's funny, we've done all this and nobody's really acknowledging that Shiloh had his first preseason game and he was super hyped about it. Did you see what happened with his jersey?
Couldn't give it to Dad.
He tried to give his game-worn jersey to Pops, and apparently Dad said he didn't want it.
Yeah.
Why does he hate that kid so bad?
Yeah. He said he's going to have to give it to his mother.
Yeah, he's going to give it to his mom.
Man. All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. It was something else going crazy on the internet outside of Shador Sanders' game. So apparently it was a debate on X over the worst song ever.
Worst song ever?
Yeah. So it got pretty intense. So I'm going to give you this list of somebody put together the worst songs. I'm going to start with 10. Mm-hmm. So number 10 they said the worst song ever written is the whole discography of U2.
Oh, get out of it.
We're doing a lot.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that. I'm like, man, the whole
discography.
However, they earned it. Because I remember, and this is funny, I didn't even experience this, but I was close enough, and I understood the anger and the ire when U2 put that album on everybody's phones.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, you don't understand how bad that was, man. You really had to have an iPhone to understand how.
No, I personally don't, but I everybody in my family had it.
Yeah. That was irritating. That turned me off from them.
Yeah.
Like I really.
But they're great. Your list.
Yeah. So number 9, they went with "We Are Young" by a group called Fun. Mm-hmm. You heard
Fun Dot. Yeah.
You heard that song before.
Yeah. I don't think it was the worst. Didn't that one ended up in either a commercial as like a promo song? Was it like college football at some time?
Yes, it did. I can't place it.
It wasn't Fun Fun wasn't the college football. The college football one, and I think this is on the list, Imagine Dragons was the one on the college football one where I was like, I'm sick of this.
Yeah.
Cut this out.
Yeah, now I do want to make a disclaimer. I don't think this list is talking about how bad the song sounds or anything. I think they're going off the popularity
most irritating
of the song that people don't like. Mm-hmm. So the next one was "Shape of You" by Ed Sheeran.
Yeah, and that's not a bad song.
This is most irritating, is what this is. This list should be.
Yeah. Number 7 was "Cheerleader" by is it Omi? O-M-I?
I'm not sure that I'm familiar with that song.
I probably will if I hear the song. Number 6 was "Blurred Lines" by Robin Thicke.
Yeah, good answer.
Good answer.
It's time back to our Family Feud. That is a great. That would be on the top 8 songs that Americans in a mall would say was the worst of all time. I was so sick of that damn song.
Blurred Lines.
And then they got sued and ruined artist rights behind it too.
Yeah, they ain't making a penny off that song after they was finished. Number 5, "Move Like Jagger" by Maroon 5. I hate that song too. Yes, that song was very irritating. Number 4, "All About That Bass," Meghan Trainor.
Oh Lord, see, this is exactly what it is.
All of these you can put on a playlist of like college kids in the late aughts, early teen
list songs I'm tired of hearing.
Those are one and the same.
Yeah.
Those are one and the same.
Yeah. Number 3, "Sets on Fire," Kings of Leon.
See. Now, I'm going to come to the defense. This song was everywhere, but it was good enough to handle it. I'm going to be honest. I think this song was good enough to handle it.
Well, a lot of these songs were good.
No, but some of these were good.
For a minute, yeah.
I added to handle it. Some of these songs were good, but not good enough to handle the overplay.
Yeah.
I think the Kings of Leon hit. I'm sorry. Y'all can say whatever y'all want about my taste now. Feel
free.
Ron
the show Hughley is a Kings of Leon guy, too. I heard him talk about it a couple times.
That song, I'll play that song to this day and not be upset about it. That's a good song.
Number 2, Happy by Pharrell.
Oh,
yeah, that
way overplayed.
Wait, this is only number 2? What beat Happy?
Number 1 is Hey Soul Sister by Train. That song is irritating, man. I didn't realize how irritating it was until I seen the list. I'm like, yeah, that song is irritating. Now, the one I thought was going to make the list was, I think it was Carly Rae Jepsen that called me maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that
346 came in with that on the text line.
That would have hit. That would have got on my list. That probably would have been at least top 3.
Yeah.
Top 3.
Well, there's a lot that are on this list that are not on this list that could be. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what people was arguing about. Got kind of heated on there.
Yeah. All right. Man, a lot of people coming in with the various things that they wore first day of high school, 9th grade in San Antonio. Red Wing boots, jeans, and they said Tommy Hilfiger. Oh, man, some figure that would come out for folks. Yeah.
I was thinking about the time. I think I want to say I was in 5th grade. I had FUBU from head to toe, brother. Like I had FUBU shirt, shorts, socks. I had FUBU shoes.
Wait, hold
FUBU
on.
underwear.
Let me find out that Miss Sally was out here getting it together. She said she had this fringe sweet jacket with the platform shoes and the hip huggers.
Oh, there we go.
Sally
Okay,
was out here.
Sally
Letting her know.
I see you, Sally.
Yeah, I hope that y'all all have all the good vibes flow back
I
from
bet
your first
everybody
day of
was
school.
like, ooh, there comes Sally.
Sally out here.
Sally right there.
Mustang Sally.
Woo!
Okay. Keep those
I'm gonna start
coming
calling her Mustang Sally.
All right, you're gonna be respectful to Miss Sally now, okay? Appreciate you guys rocking with us. Bobby McFerrin, don't worry, be happy on that list. Ooh, there might have been a time. There might have been a time where that was tough. I'm gonna be honest. Polo down to the socks with polo boot. Oh, Gus and Katie was.
Oh yeah.
See, I know some of y'all were out here cooking with grease. I see you. All right, in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That was Figgy's mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday. Coming up next. Big day for the Astros, a big day for baseball. Which storyline is the biggest for you of the ones that are going down at Dyken Park? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Despite the
Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and an 8% kick of alcohol. Dial up the fun with Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio's and Reggie Attitude.
You're a real jerk for this, Figgy. I hope you know that.
Am I?
Yes.
Do people hate this song for real?
I think so. At least I probably do. I don't know how you feel on the text line, 713-572-4610. Up till this point, I hope you've had a very, very good day hanging out with us on a Monday. Reaction Monday. Texans lose 20-10 in preseason game 1, but a lot of very fun things when it comes to Ariante Ursary looking like a man and throwing dudes out the club. Obviously, you got some good offensive line play from a number of guys. All the guys really that ran out there in the first line, except for Blake Fisher, who had his noticeable problems. Even Ed Ingram over there on the right side, right? Some pretty good run blocks for certain. Dare ran the ball well. I thought some really good pass protection instances from Woody Marks and Jawar Jordan. There was just generally some really cool things to see from this Texans team there.
Yeah, it was really, they badly needed some sort of affirmation. It was just one series that really stood out, but it was enough outside of what Blake Fisher, was, because he stood out in a bad way. But they really needed this. The whole concept, and I heard somebody talking about this. I don't know if it was on the post-game show, or which I tuned in a little bit, about the iron, the whole iron sharpens iron thing is such a cliche, but for the offensive line against this defense, it had to have made them. It had to have been, made them a little sharper in this one.
Well, there's still more to go. They're getting back into practice here in the next scheduling. So hopefully that iron continues to sharpen iron, and once we see first teamers go, we'll really get to that place. In fact, we're getting closer to the home preseason home opener, which is this Saturday versus the Lions. And I'm very excited to see even more of that. But fun weekend, not just because of the Texans. The Astros also got a very fun win versus the Yankees. And that leads into the series here. They return home after a nice little road trip. And there's a number of things happening. What's the biggest, what's the most interesting for you in this series, and particularly in this night, where you'll see Christian Javier on the mound for your Astros? And quiet as it's kept, on the other side of Christian Javier is Garrett Crochet, who is nothing to sneeze at for the Red Sox. I think it's a 2.24 ERA.
Yeah, 13
for Garrett Crochet
with a 2.24 ERA.
You know what I mean? Like the offense that that's cute. This offense has been able to generate some fun stuff over the last couple of series, but this is a real test in Garrett Crochet. But of course, you're in the friendly confines of home, which matters to a different degree because a couple of players are making their return here. Carlos Correa's first game back as an Astro at home is tonight, and then Alex Bregman's first game back at Dyken Park since leaving to become a Red Sox is here. So which of these are the biggest things to you? What are you going to be watching the most as the game kicks off at 7:10 tonight?
Well, as a fan versus, as someone versus the baseball aspect of it. The baseball aspect of it, we really need Christian Javier to be the top story, not in a bad way, in a good way, because we know Arrighetti struggled in his first outing back from injury. We'll be able to find out a lot more on him real quick. But if Javier can come back and start at a pretty high level and then go from there, it's really, really going to be important for the squad. But that's not my number one story. My number one story is not about the baseball aspect. It's about Carlos Correa. I mean, back. He's back. He's back in, he doesn't even remember the name of the stadium. It's the Dyken Park now. They renamed the stadium after he left. No, that's it. It's going to be so cool. Yeah.
So, yes, this weekend he did this, and I wonder if he does this again tonight, like, are they actually going to literally blow the roof off the stadium?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, that was going to work a lot nicer, I thought. Let's try it one more time. If he does this tonight, will it blow the roof off the stadium?
Correa drives one to left field, and he caught this one all the way back and gone. Carlos Correa hits his second home run in an Astros uniform in 25, and the Astros lead this one 5-1.
It's been a while, but that man is incorrigible.
Jeez. It still
doesn't
land, but I'm super excited. Like, that's the thing, and it's probably unfair to be like, all right, hit the home run in this perfect way, but I really want that to happen. with all that being said, I think that it's going to be huge. I've seen a number of people breaking out those old number 1 jerseys that they've been keeping. I can only imagine it's going to be electric in that building. However, it's going to be so hard for me to not focus on Christian Javier and then tomorrow against Spencer Urghetti. Like, that is the biggest remaining question for this team. Where are you going to have your starting to spell you in the times between Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez? Like, that feels weird to say it in that way. Yeah. So you'll have Urghetti get a second chance around, coming off of the injured list. So what does that look like? And then how is Christian Javier looking at first time he pitches in 14 months, I believe, is what we're looking at. So how far away is he, if he isn't immediately looking like that pitcher, how far away is he from that? All those things are going to be
What do you want to
see?
You asked me this about Urghetti, and I got very greedy with it. But what do you want to see from Javier? Because, really you need just a good starting point.
No, for sure. Yeah. And because he's been gone for such a long period of time, I don't know if he's going to be pitching in the exact same way, but I would really hope that there is a very clear and decisive way of going about attacking his pitching. Like, he might not be pitching in the same way, but it's clear what he's doing, and hopefully he has a decent amount of control. If there's kind of soft hit, or if there's some hits on him, that's fine. But if he seems to be executing the way that he wants to, I'll be happy, because I feel like if you're that's the thing that you can translate, outing to outing is, okay, he is hitting his spots. How other guys kind of hit against him, obviously that is going to be somewhat telling, but I think that can go up and down at times. But if he looks like he has control and he is kind of have a very clear plan of attack and how he's going about it, I'll be happy. Because we know of the caliber pitcher that he is, if he is in that place where he has control.
Yeah, the location and hitting his spots is going to be the biggest tell to me. And that was Urghetti's big downfall. We were talking about, and even he mentioned that he felt pretty good overall, despite giving him. But he was missing his spots. Even if he got away with it, if Javier can just hit his spots, that's going to be a big development in terms of just where he is in his return.
No, for sure.
And then there's the Bregman aspect.
There is. I didn't even mention the Bregman aspect. Like, this might be. Is this
a lot?
Is this best case for Bregman himself? Like, not necessarily that we are talking about it from his perspective, but is this best case scenario that it kind of dampens down the return? Because Figgy mentioned it. There was a decent amount of people who were not happy with him when he left.
Yeah, that ain't going to happen.
We've seen some people talk about it like, well, bleep him and glad he's gone. Good riddance in a way that I didn't expect.
I'm mad. I'm stomping my feet. Oh, you're going to break up with me? Well, screw you. You're not as pretty as I thought you were.
Yeah.
That's all that.
He's still going to get his applause. He's still going to get his love.
Once he comes back, he's still going to get it big time. It's going to be deafening and heartfelt. No, we're not going to see any of that.
I don't understand people who would be mad at Alex.
Well, you saw him too.
He chose to be. He could have been here, and he chose to go somewhere else.
That's all. They're just bitter, angry, spurned, whatever you want to use.
How dare you go get more money somewhere else? You could have been with us.
You think he felt like he was treated with the utmost? You think he felt like he was? I'm just saying from his standpoint.
From his perspective, it had to sting. Had to sting a little bit. Yeah, not just what fans were saying, but that he couldn't get the contract here.
No, I know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You think he was? Yeah,
it had to.
No, I don't understand that. Like I understand you for your team, but like there are certain players you're like, all right, I can understand why about them, but I don't know.
There are certain players like that, and there are
certain players like Alex Brett. It wasn't like the organization was doing everything that they could to make sure he was back.
Yeah, right.
They went ahead and traded for his replacement, and then, all right, I guess we'll get on the horn and talk to you again.
Yeah. No, I agree.
No, for sure. It'll be a fun day of baseball all the way around, though. We were just talking about it, and I guess I would like to get your guys' opinion, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing, for this crosstalk. What for you is the most exciting part of tonight's game? Because we mentioned, there's the Correa first game back as an Astro. There's the Bregman first game back since becoming a Red Sox. And then, of course, there's Christian Javier coming off the IL and making the start across from Garrett Crochet.
Well, I think Bregman's last, just because the importance. I think actually that's not true. The excitement parts are the things that you're looking forward to. I think
that's what I think. As a fan versus the baseball,
as maybe Bregman and Correa. But then, so we'll see Bregman first, right? So then he'll come to the plate first, and then, but the most important thing is Javier, and it ain't just important. We reached a point where you thought when guys like Christian Javier were, and Spencer, Getty, and maybe Garcia were coming up to make starts that, it wasn't a deal like me and Clint talked about, like, hey, man, they can kind of work their way into this thing. No, Jack.
Yeah.
They playing for first place tonight.
Half game lead.
That is true.
They're playing he's going to ease himself in, going crazy. And so now, it ain't just no easing. There ain't no 5 to 7 game lead to where, all right, man, we'll see what Spencer and Christian Javier look like for their first 5 starts. Them jokers got to go.
Yeah, Correa, Bregman, Javier. Mm-hmm. I need
the baseball part's Javier.
Yeah, they ain't no doubt about it. Like the Astros fan in me, just the fan of the Astros, it's Javier. But if I'm the very rarely do I get J-Lo, have I ever in sports like got into a player to a point where I'd rather watch them than my team.
But it does happen.
And Correa is one of those guys. Yeah. For me, Correa just is always literally. I know it sounds silly, and we talk about it all the time, but when he stepped to that damn mic and said, "You got to know the fact, whatever, shut the hell," whatever, you know what he said, like that right there. I said, "Okay, this is no longer Carlos. This is Los, and that's my guy right there." So. Yeah. For me, it's Los, and I am a Bregman fan. I do want to see good things come his way, just maybe not tonight.
Yeah.
And Los has been swinging the bat, too.
He sure has.
He's been huge for them.
Big time.
He looks like he's been reborn because start of the season with the Twins was not very pretty for him, so this is great.
Not to bring up the negative, but get Jordan's ass in that lineup and get him.
Hey, Carlos Correa says he's coming back pretty soon.
Hey, get him in.
Whatever that means.
Here we go to players reporting on injuries. Huh? Get Jordan back in this lineup with these other cats swinging the bat the way they are around him.
Yeah.
Christian Walker's heating up. Altuve's on a. He is killing it.
Mm-hmm. Maybe they should try a different tactic with him.
With who?
The fan base.
I know. Just start cheering.
Maybe they should whip it.
I got a message to those Yankees. Exactly what you do.
Tyler didn't notice any of that, did he?
Yeah, just whooping that ass every time he walked. Maybe they
What happened over the weekend?
They should stand in ovation. Maybe they should try something else.
They do the we're not worthy. We're not worthy.
Something else.
See if you can have the entire crowd go silent. See if that changes something for him. I don't know.
This booing thing ain't working. Ain't nothing getting him.
This burner.
Man, stop playing that, man.
Daddy on the grill, daddy with the bat.
Playing that, man.
Oh, man.
Why does he sound like that?
I don't know. But, yeah, man, excited to have you guys hear your breakdown of what was a thrilling preseason game. I know that you guys will give us all your attention. I think I might see about going to practice, fellas, see what's happening with the Texans.
2 o'clock. Let us know, man. Let us know.
Little heat.
Yeah, I was like, look, the first time I get a chance to do this, let's do it.
I don't know, man. I feel like he may have said, you know what, y'all got all that
2 o'clock?
Y'all got all that damn cool weather in West Virginia.
90 degrees.
We're gonna sweat your
90
ass
degrees,
out.
Man.
Oh yeah, I know.
Come on, man. How soft have we gotten? It's 90 degrees. Bro.
All right, I got a little time, and I'm willing to push this. I'm willing to push this to the brink. Do y'all remember one of y'all's first day of school get-ups? Because Figgy was talking about that with the kids going back to school.
The one thing I remember, my brother was, I want 4 pairs of whatever the cheapest Levi's or Lee jeans were. I was the one, Mom, get me 1 pair of Z Cavariccis.
Okay.
The Brindle Z Cavariccis, brown and black. For those that don't know what Brindle is, it's a mix of brown and black, folded across the front and buttoned, so it almost like they had some wings on them joints. Oh boy, I had to have them joints.
Very good.
I remember that run.
That old gal that developed early in 5th grade, boy. I
remember her running.
She was more apt to show them to me around the corner.
I got one too. Shout out to Ranisha. But
all right.
Shout out to Judy.
I didn't put her. There you go. I'll go Ranisha Russell. I'll go first and last.
And we can't
you will never forget it.
And we can't say the T word.
That had to be a good what? How many years ago? 40, 45?
Well, I was in 6th grade, so.
Oh man, still remember.
We can't say the T word. See how powerful the T word is?
Man,
I'm telling you.
No, 50.
Good God. He still remember her name like it was.
We still Facebook friends.
We went Z Cavariccis to
Judy Kelly.
I had that time.
Judy Kelly.
See, Clint, I had that time frame when them K-Swisses were strong.
Oh, yeah. You had the shell toes on?
Oh, man. When they had them K-Swisses, I begged Teresa to get them. Now, damn it, you ain't going to give me no J's. You keep telling me to get my own money when I can't work in the 7th grade. The least you can do is get me them damn K-Swisses. I know how much they cost.
Hey, what about them capas back in the day when you had the little plug-in triangles? You could change the colors of you could change the color of the logo.
That ain't in me.
I have no idea.
The logo was triangles, and when you bought the shoe, that they brought little triangles you could plug into the holes to change the color of the logo on the shoe. So you could
all sorts of get fly technology.
You could go all white. You could go black on white. You could add a little flavor. However.
Tasmanian Devil when they would hit a crisscross in the backwards hat joints.
Yeah. By the way, I know exactly what Ron's doing.
No, I was like, we had time.
He tried to go to the buzzer anyway.
I was trying to go, but now he done called me out. So you know what? Have a fantastic show, fellas. Enjoy your Monday. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Tyler, Altuve is indeed the Yankees' daddy, and right now the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live. Live on a beautiful, beautiful Monday. A lot to get to in the city. Hey, I think a good weekend all the way around for. I know the Texans lost the preseason game for the stuff that matters. It felt like a good weekend there. The Astros, as we said when we left Friday, they had to win this series. You got Framber and Hunter going in the series. You got to win the series. Now, they lost the Framber game, but how about Jason Alexander? We'll have to look at him. He stepped up big time, even though before the game, I felt like the Yankees broadcasters, including Paul O'Neill, had a little too much fun with the George Costanza stuff. Little too much fun with it.
Is it bad of me to say I am completely lost?
When it comes to that, when we do that, whenever
I don't
Tyler
even know
plays,
where Tyler brought it from, and I don't know what the hell they're talking about. Is his kinfolk or something?
Jason Alexander is the real name of George Costanza, who played Jason Alexander played George Costanza.
That's a name? That's just the same name?
You got the same, yeah. And when Tyler plays that every time,
I had no idea. I thought he had some blood kin or something that was in that sitcom, or
like
maybe he looked like somebody. We're just doing the same name,
the same first name, man.
Same name.
And it is with Xander. I immediately thought George Costanza.
Yeah, he's the biggest character outside of like the Seinfeld.
713-572-4610. I'm not a huge Seinfeld watcher. Is that true? Is George Costanza the second biggest, or is it? What's my man that would come to the
Kramer?
I don't know, boy. I don't know.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I'm not a watcher. I got Kramer 10 times out of 10 on that deal. I ain't got Jason Alexander. I'm telling you, man. I've not. I'm being honest. I mean, Tyler's been hitting that drop about 14 times now, and every time I'm like, I don't get it. See, Tyler. I've learned. Typically, back in the day, I'd have said something that maybe would have offended you. Now I'm just like, hey, man, that's T. That's T's personality.
Pop culture education.
I thought he looked like somebody on that
same
show.
Name.
Or he was like blood kin to somebody on that show, like there was some kind of background.
Yep, same name.
I mean, 713-572-4610. Jason Alexander, you hear the name, do you go straight to that sitcom?
Absolutely. I go to him, and I think of him, and he's George Costanza. I don't know if he, unless you want to go to Shallow Hal. I don't know, but I think
he's really good, Shallow Hal.
He is, but
he's got a tail.
I think George Costanza is more of that. Of that. All right. Let's not get too crazy here. We'll get to Jason Alexander now that Clint is aware.
We're talking about an Astro and one of the greatest sitcoms of all time. I feel like we're
gonna get there, but let's get to the space. I purposely did not listen to you and Sean. Sometimes I like to do that because I want to hear.
Better sell somebody else.
It is.
I know where you ended up Saturday night. You better sell somebody
that
else.
portion of that Saturday night. Yes, that part.
Oh, my bad.
But there are times when I do drive around on Sundays, I try not to listen because I want to hear your takes fresh. I want to hear what your thoughts were. So, yes, I was blasted drunk. That ended up in me throwing up at 2 o'clock in the morning in my toilet.
See, I wasn't going to go there.
On Saturday. Well, you did. On Saturday night and then again Sunday morning. I've not eaten very much at all since Saturday night. So, yes, thank you.
Which is going to bode well for the weigh-in. But go ahead.
Shout out to Drunk Shakespeare. It was a good time.
Drunk Shakespeare turned into Drunk Show.
Clint hit me up late. Hey, man, where y'all at?
Hey, man, I'm out in the city, man. Slide by and have a drink.
Man, hey.
Yeah, okay. That's what I got.
I'm in a tough spot, man.
Okay.
I'm in a tough spot.
I sent him the address. Thanks.
I'm in a tough spot. And then I sent that right back to you. I said, man, I'm at this toilet right now.
I'm at the house, man.
I'm at this toilet. Anyway. I just want to get your thoughts. Everybody else, you can jump in as well. YouTube and Twitch text line Just walking away from it. I didn't hear what you said after the game, and you've had a little time to think about it, and you've had a little time to think about it. Listeners, walking away from it, how did you feel about the Texans after that first game against the Vikings? Obviously, we know a lot of the major players didn't play, but I still think there were some important things. How did you feel walking away from it?
I think there was two very real takeaways, observations, if you will, that as Texans fans we can lean into. I think there's two, and they have to do with the offense, obviously, and the first drive. All right, we have heard for a month plus now of NRG, from DeMeco to Nick Collins to Nick Kalu to Jake Andrews to Titus Howard, everybody that has anything to do with the offensive line. We've heard we want to be more physical, we want to run the football, we want to punch you in the mouth, we want to win, lose, or draw, we want the opponent to know they just played the damn Texans, and a lot of teams talk that. We've heard that kind of talk out of here before, and then you go out there and watch a team that really leaves a lot to be desired in that physicality area. It was a small sample size, but the one drive where there were starting players in the game, I thought the physicality on the offensive line and the ability to run the football, get push, create separation, if you will, create running lanes, if you will, space so the running back can make a decision without somebody, wrapped around both of his legs kind of deal. I thought that was very obvious in the first drive. Now, I don't know what that means for week one against the Rams, but I know I'm drawing the parallel here, connecting the dots, if you will, of what these guys tell us consistently to does it translate to us seeing it on the field. And that part of it, I believe, translated, and I saw exactly what they've been talking about. So for the time being, as a fan, I feel good about it. I think the physicality part of it in the run game was impressive, number one.
Yes.
Number two, I think Nick Kalu in that first was about as good as you could ask your offensive coordinator to be. You ran the football, which obviously we know he has his hands are all over rebuilding the offensive line and the run game schemes. So everything I said, number one, applies to Nick Kalu in the run game.
And by the way, I don't think it even for this conversation, I don't think it matters that, obviously a couple of starters across that offensive line weren't out there, but you can just see the difference.
Yeah.
in how they're going about their business. And we know a good three of them are going to be out there.
Mm-hmm.
Andrews, Ursery, maybe that's it, that were out there. Maybe Juice will have some run.
Yeah.
But they were physical, and it was a lot different than what we saw.
Well, you better believe if you're second string, if a couple of starters and a bunch of second stringers out there or guys that are competing for starting jobs are getting that kind of movement, clearly they're making progress and they're practicing what the hell they're preaching, right? We always hear them preaching, but what are they practicing? You can see it. There was a physical approach to the run game. The Nick Kalu thing, again, obviously that number one run game physicality is indicative of what he's bringing to the table as well. But I thought on his front, Ron, I thought they threw the quick game really well. The early throw, little Y option route to Cade Stover. I thought the mid-range game on the Mechie catch was good, and he schemed open Stover for a touchdown down there in the red zone, which would have been a mid-range throw that the quarterback looked like there was maybe a little miscommunication or a miss right there. The red zone was good. I thought the screen, they ran a screen in there, and then the touchdown was a boot with a little creative, smaller guy kind of hidden behind the line, that boot action. Get him the ball in space,
and they ran the ball so well that it made that boot.
That's it, man. That's it. I mean, literally in the first drive, you saw two shots at the tight end. You saw a wide receiver catch a ball in the mid-range game. You saw a wide receiver catch a ball in the boot game. I mean, it was just a overall really, really good drive and good scheme, good design, good play call, great timing from the offensive coordinator. Given what who was playing, I don't think the first drive could have gone any better for Nick Kalu. So that's my two big overarching takeaways is, boy, Nick Kalu really came out doing some good things, and the physicality that we've been hearing about and the retooling of this offensive line that we've been been told is the right direction sure look good for a drive.
I did have another big takeaway as well, but to follow up on the Nick Caley point, because Nick Caley was one of the big things to watch coming into the game, right? We kind of knew it wasn't going to be any CJ, Nico, of that, but, right, Clint, this is the first time he's called plays in a game. Whether it's preseason or not, this is the first time where he's had to, I'm guessing maybe he scripted those. I'm going to guess. They probably scripted those first, 10 or 15 or whatever. But it went exactly the way you wanted, and it was of who had out there, and if the game plan was different, who knows. But it did look like it was let's establish the run game. Let's establish this part and then build everything off of it. And probably since the Colts game, which was week 2 in CJ's first year, this has been more a pass-first offense, which I think it needed to. There are times Joe Mixon changed that, but I still think it was more pass-first. Maybe it's too early on things, and this was just the first one, but does it feel like watching the way that Nick Caley was going about things that this may be more of a run to open up things type of an offense? Or is it too quick to jump on that?
No, I don't think it's too quick to jump on that.
That's one of the first things I wrote down was like, ooh, is this going to be a run first?
Look, I think if DeMeco, behind closed doors and not to the public, if he was asked and had some truth serum in there, he said, I would love to be a downhill run football team, ball control, don't turn it over, stay ahead of the chains. It's okay to punt. We're going to play some great defense, and we're going to let 80% of our opponents beat the damn self. And then when it matters the most, I believe that C.J. Stroud can go make enough plays to win a ball game if need be. But if he don't need to, let's not put him back there and get the hell beat out of him. Let's not put him back there consistently and let our O-line struggle because we're holding the ball and we're consistently going back there and dropping back and with no rhyme or reason. But yeah, I think if they had it their way, they would be a run-first football team without a doubt. Which, truth be told, I imagine C.J. Stroud would rather throw it 50 times a game, but truth be told, we're going to talk championship caliber football. If you can run, and I'm not even talking about against the great run defenses. There's great run defenses out there. You just ain't going to go in there and just willingly run the ball on them. But if you can go out there and run the ball and let's say a top 10 run game within your scheme, not just because you got a back that can bounce it and do these kind of, within your scheme and be a true power, grinded out run team. Oh man,
but what you're speaking of is not even determining how good you are, but the mentality of like this is what we're gonna do when we play. Yeah. Like we're going to where he came from. Obviously CJ I believe is a better, more talented player than Brock Purdy, but their jump was to we're gonna run the football. Yeah. We come in, we're gonna run the football, and I think that's probably what DeMeco wants to do. But it is mentality if you're going to if you want to keep doing that. You talk about all the time. Teams that want to run the football, they're not discouraged by, the first quarter. Yeah. They ran it 7 times for 25 yards. Yeah. They're going to keep going.
They're going to pop one at some point. Yeah. Right? Yeah, look, there is significantly less risk associated with an offensive football team that can, even if it's just against bad defenses, even if it's just 75% of the defenses that aren't great against the run because they work so hard to stop the pass with all these crazy quarterbacks we have nowadays, and in those 75%, and 50% of the games call it, if you go out there and you run the football, there is significantly less risk, not to mention if you do it well, the opportunity that it presents for your quarterback, no-brainer type throws. The game becomes very vanilla and very slow for your quarterback when that's the case. And so, I think if they had it their way, they would be a run-first football team.
Yep. Duran chimes in on YouTube and Twitch. After watching us run into the back of the O-line every first down last season, I was happy with Caley yesterday. And again, and I see some people saying, hey, it was one preseason game. That's fair. But for what you wanted to see them do, you feel a lot better that they were able to execute. Yeah. That's execute. It seemed like everything they wanted to do. Yes, I think there are some thoughts of, all right, well, what is Nick Caley going to look like once the script is gone? Fair. But it is a great thing to see he had a 10-15 scripted play to start the game, and every last one of the damn things seemed to have worked. right? Like everything seems.
Yeah, look, it is what it is, man. It's a preseason game. It's a reaction Monday to a preseason game, and the reality of it is, it was about as a fan, it's about as good as you could ask for. Out of the starters that were out there, about the guys that are going to make money on this team over the next 2 or 3 years, when they played, it was really encouraging, and it was, regardless of how good it was, like the result was point wise, which obviously it wasn't great. It was, again, what we have been hearing about. We saw, and that is, to me, there's value in that.
All right, coming up. By the way, is we're aiming for, you will hear from the head coach, and he will be live right here on The Drive on Sports Radio 610. DeMeco Ryans, you will hear his press conference live today, coming up around 3:30. So stay tuned for that. And we got to look at the other side of the ball, because yes, most of what we were going to watch, first, second teams, was going to be the offense that we saw on Saturday against the Vikings. But we also saw some things from the defense, including one. Well, you don't want to miss this. Clint has he's got some real faults on one player that he saw Saturday that you don't want to miss what he's got to say about him. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all.
Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Your favorite Houston sports station is a Marconi finalist. For the first time, the National Association of Broadcasters selected Sports Radio 610 as one of 5 nominees for Sports Station of the Year. And we couldn't do it without you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is live.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Do want to get to still some of the defensive things, and Clint he's got a thought that you got to hear about a member of this defense that he thinks Saturday was more than just one preseason game. But I do want to pass this across. Reports out there, I'm seeing this from Houston Chronicles, Jonathan M. Alexander. Texans defensive lineman Derek Barnett and Foley Fatukasi are off the PUP list, and they've returned to practice. They are in the buck practicing now, so those guys haven't been around. They are back. Barnett and Foley Fatukasi. We'll see about DeMeco Ryans. That's another one who hasn't been there yet. But those are two big presents right there on that defensive line that they have not had yet, and they have returned to practice. So that is good to see for the Texans defensive line. Those two big fellas coming back. All right, Clint. A lot of what we were going to watch was going to be on the offensive side of the ball, right?
Yeah.
Of the folks that were going to play that had a chance to really make an impact on this team, you thought it were going to be on the offensive side, from Ursery to Andrews to Patterson to Stover, Brevin Jordan, those guys. But there were some guys on the defensive side of the ball that maybe you didn't expect but jumped out that became, I think, conversation pieces.
Yeah, I mean, I think EJ Speed has a chance to be the most important linebacker on this football team, and I'm not talking about out of the guys that played. I'm talking about across the board. EJ Speed obviously had 3 total tackles in a preseason game. Don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill here. It was a good outing.
Might though.
Well, no. I'm dead serious. I've said this in the post game. I've thought about it significantly since, and I'm telling you, I believe this. He clearly was a man amongst boys. Like, he clearly jumped off the field on a field where not all, which I expected. This is a guy that had 140 tackles last year and started damn near every game, if not every game, for the Colts. So he should have jumped off the field. It wasn't necessarily that. But when you see that health, when you see the rangy ability to cover sideline to sideline and play an athletic brand of linebacker, right? This is exactly what the Houston Texans need. Not only do I think there's a really good chance he's going to be the most important linebacker on this team, I think EJ...
The most important?
Yes. I think EJ Speed has a chance to be Nick Casario's best get of the offseason in a major way. Hear me out on this.
Wow.
We all know, every Texan fan out there knows the downfall or the struggle of Azeez Al-Shaair. If you're a fan and you don't remember the Kansas City game last year of just the middle of the field appearing to be wide open, and when Azeez was near the football, it looked like he was unable to cover. I mean, that's not the style of linebacker that he is. He is a downhill, fill the gap type of linebacker. He is not going to cover, damn sure not in man. He's a liability. And then when you get into zone coverage, he has been made a liability more times than not. I know that we talked last year about Toa, the biggest improvement, if you will, at really at any position, but definitely come back. He was slimmer. He was quicker. He's still a liability in coverage, guys. much so that I think he's a Mike linebacker. I think he's going to end up backing up Azeez Al-Shaair, and then the other two linebackers are hopefully Christian Harris, but E.J. Speed, right? To me, that's how this defense is at its best. But that the point of those two middle linebackers in Toa Toa and Azeez Al-Shaair, I think they're limited from a coverage perspective in a way that E.J. Speed is not, right? And then that brings you to Christian Harris. I'm not getting on these airwaves in any way, shape, or form and telling you that he's more talented than Christian Harris. I'm telling you that he's healthy, though.
Are you going to say he's more reliable?
He's definitely more reliable. He's healthy. He's a veteran that's seen it all. He doesn't need a ramp-up period, obviously. And so when you look at the health of Christian Harris and not knowing whether he's going to be available or reliable, to your point, and then you look at what I would say the shortcomings are of Henry Toa Toa and Azeez Al-Shaair, if you want to see this defense take the next step, right, and you zero in on the linebackers, it's going to be E.J. Speed getting playing time and that athletic ability in critical moments making a difference.
That feels, when I hear it, aggressive, that he's going to be the most important linebacker on the team. I think the way you laid it out, though, I think gives it a conversation. I still think it's Christian Harris. Now, I think you're also really pushing if he's going to be there.
Yeah. If Christian Harris is healthy, then I agree with Christian Harris. But I just don't know what the hell Christian Harris is. I don't know if he's healthy. I don't know if he's reliable. I don't know enough.
Yeah. From the text line, Speed is not known as a coverage backer. On this defense, he may be. Like if like we look at it, the guys that have, and hopefully Christian Harris is healthy, but the guys that have been healthy with Azeez Al-Shaair, Henry Toa Toa, and E.J. Speed. E.J. Speed gives you the best chance in terms of linebackers in zone or in man to cover. With those three. He's damn sure a coverage backer without Christian Harris on this particular team.
Look, I don't know that any true inside linebacker is a coverage backer.
Yeah, we're not talking Fred Warner's not running around.
Yeah, that's not the point is look up EJ Speed on anywhere you can find a bio or a evaluation on EJ Speed. And it is athleticism, speed, range, right? That is a coverage line. That is a coverage. Let's refer to it. That is a 2025 athletic linebacker. Both of which Azeez and Henry Toa Toa are not. Look, I'm not minimizing those guys. They're great. They're going to make a ton of plays for this team. Those guys are critical when you play a team that's a downhill physical run team. They're critical when you can play some different coverages to kind of keep them from getting exposed in coverage. But when you can't, you better have some 6'4", 220 athletic linebacker, right, is a good option in my opinion. Now, if you got Christian Harris, to your point, hell, he used to be a corner. That would be great too. But you got to have somebody other than the type of linebacker that Toa Toa and Azeez Al-Shaair are to go to.
But even if teams are killing you like that in the middle of the field throwing the ball, and you got everybody healthy, probably going to be Christian Harris and E.J. Speed in the game.
Correct.
Together for the, if that's happening. So, again, as I said, I think it is aggressive with Christian Harris. We'll see. But, I mean, the way you laid it out, I think there is it's not crazy. It's not insane to look at. All right, coming up, the Astros, huge series because the Mariners are not slowing down at all. They win that weekend series. They had to have it with Hunter and Framber. We'll look at that and look at what they have starting tonight against another AFC playoff level team. The Boston Red Sox come into the Daikin. We'll see what they're able to do against them and some big performances. Christian Javier makes his debut this year tonight. Carlos Correa comes back as well as Alex Bregman. So all of that as we continue coming up next right here live on The Drive. But before we get there, guys, let me tell you about Clayton Homes and
14179. It's Ability Trees. Ability Trees, Houston. Say it. Leading tree care professional.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on a Reaction Monday of us reacting to a lot. Texans, Astros. We'll get to the Astros here in a bit. From the text line, as I opened up about my weekend, someone texted in, Tyler. Come on, Ron.
Come on,
40.
Ron.
You're 40. You don't throw up after a night of drinking anymore.
Come at him. He's a man. He's 40.
I don't know.
I mean, it happens.
I mean,
man.
it just, yeah, it happened. I mean, listen,
I don't think there's an age.
I'm not making it normal.
No, not at all.
Yeah, I mean, that's the first time in a while.
Just had a little too much fun. Happens to all of us.
Several years, the shots that got me, man. I don't know, boy. Misjudged them.
It's me, man.
It was the shots that got me. Misjudged them.
They sneak up on you.
I don't think there's an age thing, right?
Nah.
If it sneaks up you once. Now, if I get out here and get myself hammered and I'm drinking and throwing up 3 nights a week, now that's a little something.
That'd be a problem.
That's in your 20s.
Yeah.
Early 30s.
Yeah.
But yeah, just one time.
It happens, and it's not like anyone, you, me, anyone else is out here trying to get sick.
No, yeah.
You just have too much fun and gets a little carried away.
I bet you, Clint, have you thrown up from drinking too much in your 40s?
Hell, I puked my wedding night.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You were in your 40s.
I was in my 40s, absolutely.
We got a texter, Clint, that's saying there's a once you hit
You're
40.
Come on, Ron.
No more throwing up and drinking.
Well, I mean, I think I'd probably lean towards the texter.
Well, nobody. That's what I said. Nobody's trying to.
If it's a, hey, you know, this happened once. Like if you get to 10 to 15 throw-ups in your 40s from drinking, I think that's a little out of the. I'm probably at 3.
You're good.
2 to 3.
I mean, and you ain't been 40 but a year.
That's not true. That's probably is the first. I keep forgetting. I'm not as old as you.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Like a random Saturday night out, you end up hugging the toilet that night and in the morning. I feel
like there might have been some food poisoning.
I think we got to.
I mean, if you keep going the next morning out of nowhere, the tank's completely empty.
Yeah, no, I may lean towards the texter a bit on that one. I think
you did.
I think you got to reevaluate some things.
I don't think you. Oh no,
buttery nipple.
I think you got to reevaluate it if it's multiple times in a week's period.
Well, I mean, I was getting tequila poured down my throat at my wedding night. I mean, it was a brunch wedding that went into an after party and about 1 o'clock in the morning we was doing. I was a tough guy, the 1942, and next thing you know, boy, I
take you down.
I'm not hugging the toilet. I'm hugging the tub. Yeah, it was rough.
Yeah, it gets there.
But I'm still embarrassed, to be honest with you, so I'm not going to sit there and act like that.
Yeah, I didn't love it. I didn't love it. Courtney was cracking up. Apparently, again, on the ride home, I didn't think I was in that bad of shape. Apparently, my glasses repeatedly kept sliding off my face. Just repeatedly, and I kept having to pick them up. Just slide into the cup holder repeatedly. She's just cracking up and just said that. I just know I woke on that couch at 4 o'clock in the morning. Don't know how. I don't know.
You don't remember getting there?
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't. And then I got up and I came in. Of course. Why'd you let me sleep out there on that couch? I tried to get you in here 3 or 4 times.
Okay.
Well, I do not remember.
Someone said I've been drunk plenty of times, my 40s and my 50s for the text line. Man, I'm 47, been throwing up for about 10 years. All right, let's slow it down.
Look, I'm not a puker, so if I puke, I've done something that I should be embarrassed of. I do have buddies though that, I mean, it is a. Now we hadn't hung out in a while, I suppose, since I've been a father. but it was, you get drunk, we're going to puke when we get out of the car just to feel better the next morning. I mean, so there's some folks out there that may be doing that.
I mean, I was good. I came in, sat on the couch, sat on the bed, start taking my shoes off. I just said, "Oh my!"
Room started moving.
Hit me. I said, "Let me get in here."
Them spins are scary.
And that was right around the time I believe I got the text from you, and I think I sent it back. No, I don't think I sent it back to you until
the next morning.
Yeah.
But the other thing that you as a 40-plus-year-old, you got, like, how did you get there? Like, I'm going to go out on a limb and say you ventured away from your tequila rule.
I went tequila, but then there were shots that we were celebrating somebody's birthday.
I'm drunk, I guess.
And there were shots that kept, and there were different kind of shots. But now that I look at it, man, I had a lot of stuff.
A lot of different.
Just a lot of different stuff.
Smorgasbord
a lot
of
different
shots.
stuff.
That'll do it.
Yeah. All right, weigh-in coming up, so that should be fun. Next segment. Clint, the Astros, they had to have it because the Mariners have won 7 in a row. They are 9-1 in their last 10 games. They've lost 1. They swept their weekend series of Tampa. And the Astros, they needed to take 2 of 3, win this series, and they did win the series. To me, Clint, it was about your big players stepping up. And Carlos Correa has been huge since the trade. He had multiple hits in every single game in that series, and you said it right off the bat. Jose Altuve was big time. Was big time over the weekend, multiple home runs in that series, and set the tone immediately. I remember driving, and Tyler is 2-run homer already, right off the bat. And he set the tone. But you needed your big-time guys to step up, and it's the only reason why you're still in first place. Right
really happy.
Yeah, look, with no Jordan in the lineup, with Paredes gone, I mean, it obviously is going to be heavily dependent upon Carlos Correa, Jose Altuve, and even Christian Walker, who swung the bat well and is starting to contribute in a big way. When those guys are swinging it well, and then the youngsters, or the others, if you will, have been good enough to contribute from time to time. Cam Smith with a big double, in a critical situation. Was that? Yeah, that was Sunday, wasn't it?
Sunday,
was Sunday. With those guys swinging it well, man, the Astros are a tough beat, and it came to fruition this weekend. It was good to see, man. Jose Altuve, I didn't realize how good he was. I mean, 27, he has hit safely in 26. There's only been 6 games when he didn't have a hit, and several of those were multiple hits in that game. I mean, literally, just.
Yeah, him and Correa in that 2 and 3 spot have been. Correa's hitting 2 strikes. I mean, he was down 0-2 in I think the game Saturday, and just rifled the ball. And I'm just like, damn. I mean, he is seeing it. So those 2 cats.
You had to get out of Minnesota, man.
Yeah, those 2 cats are kidding. And, no, we did talk about that when the trade happened. I said maybe I am crazy, but I am just going to just ignore anything, ignore the numbers, and believe that Carlos Correa is going to perform, especially when it matters the way that we believe he'll perform. And he did. And it was big time and exactly what they need right now. Those 2 stepping up big time in the game against the Yankees. By the way, got to shout out old Jason Alexander.
Yeah.
I think that was the biggest moment of his professional career. There you go, right there. 6 innings. What do you go? 6 innings, 1 hit against the Yankees in Yankee Stadium. When any ball is hit to right field and you're nervous. No earned runs, 3 Ks, 3 walks in that game, and that was big time. Coming off of Framber, who. I mean, did I see that right? I'm sitting watching the game. Framber got his first strikeout like the 6th or 7th inning in that game.
Yeah.
I hope you didn't have any money on Framber with strikeout. But no, that was huge for him because, again, the Mariners are not slowing down, folks. I mean, they have closed this thing. They are now just a half game out of first place, and the Astros are playing to keep sole possession of first place tonight with Christian Javier on the mound. So they had to keep keep pace. And when you go out there and it's Jason Alexander against their best pitcher, you don't feel like it's going to go well. And they gave him a lead early, and he was exactly what they needed. So.
Yeah, Jason. I mean, you can't talk about this weekend without. I mean, that was huge. As you mentioned, the Mariners are hotter than all get out. You look at Hunter and Fromber going in first two games. If you were going to lose one, the third game was where you looked like, boy, the pitching matchup, you were just at a big disadvantage, and for him to come out there and pitch the way he did was big. Am I the only one that's seen enough of Brian King?
I don't. No, you are not alone.
You're done? You seen enough?
If I'm not there, I'm damn close.
Yeah, I think he is probably being overused a bit if people know what they're getting from him. But I mean, outside,
is he being overused? Like, I don't know. It just seems like every time I watch an Astros game, when he comes out there, four of his last six appearances, he's given up a run or more, one or more runs.
Yeah,
his, by the way.
He's been the seventh inning guy. What it looks like for a spotter. I mean, outside Berios and Hader, who do you want to come in before them?
Well, I don't know that. I don't have the answer to that. It just seems like King is getting teed off on every time
somebody
other
than King. On. Yeah, no, it's been
looks like BP.
But he had been really, really good up until this stretch. He had been really, really good up until this stretch.
He was good Sunday.
Yeah.
He went in there and closed the door on him.
Yeah, he had been pretty good up until this stretch. All right, coming up, we'll do our weigh-in. We'll see how that goes. And maybe the top storyline coming out of the first preseason game we'll look at. And later on in the 3 o'clock hour, we're expected to hear from the head coach, DeMeco Ryans. That's all coming up next. Sexiest show in Houston right there, baby.
It's just one preseason game, but it looks like the Texans got themselves a good one with their rookie offensive tackle.
I think the biggest story up front today is Ariante Ursary. He was impressive on multiple fronts today.
610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
The big deal.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drop Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. It is a beautiful Monday here as a lot to react to. A lot to react to. Texans, as they are practicing a little bit later on in the bubble, we will hear from the head coach, and we will carry that live for you. That's coming up in the next 30 minutes. So stay tuned for that. DeMeco Ryans, we will hear from him first time since Saturday. So stay tuned for that right here. And we got to get to one of the biggest storylines that is starting to develop right now. But we're doing this every Monday. Last week, Clint, you were at 247. That's what, from 243? You're at 247. I was at 287.6 through my trip home, so that was all right. Let's see where we are right now. I have not eaten very much in the last 2 days. Sick as a dog. Here goes Clint as he is going first here on the way.
46.6.
So you came down some.
Came down about a little less than one.
Came down a little less than one, so 246. Hand that over, champ. Let's see where we are.
246.6. I got work to do, boys.
Got some work to do. All right, 246.6.
See how that puking did for you, bub. Table.
I'm up. Hold on. Let the 8 go
off. You see him, Tyler? He's trying to pull that trick, put his own hands on the table, going to lean up on
I am not trying to pull any. I'm not pulling any trick.
What we got?
Your glasses fall off in the cup holder again? I didn't see it. What was it, Bob?
289.
289. After a hard weekend.
After a hard weekend. 289. 289.3. I went up to. Went up to. God, I guess I didn't go up enough.
The one rule you got that we got to abide by is you can't go back-to-back days going up, back-to-back weeks going up.
That's right. That's right.
So next Monday you're gonna be in I almost said Trinidad. Where you gonna be?
Turks.
Ooh,
you're not happy there. Not happy there. 289. Hell, damn it. They didn't say it was going to be easy. Look at Tyler. Look at the hurt in his eyes.
Tyler's disgusted.
He is, with both of us. Clint, you're at 246.6.
Yep, 246.6, man.
I just know y'all can do better, man.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
I plan on it, Tyler. I'm getting in them 30s, man.
Oh, y'all been planning on it each week.
We are.
We're
planning on it each week.
All right. We'll see. I'm not even going to get excited about next week. And I'm close. And a month and a half ago, I got asked for some accountability, and I didn't seem to do too much, man.
Someone texted in, Ronnie, you ain't serious. That's fine. It's all right. It's all right. Tough go of it. It's all right. I'll take it all.
Why don't y'all make me believe next week?
What do you need to believe, man? What do you need?
That you're doing this.
No. Like, what do you need? I know what you want to believe, but what do you need to believe?
An arrow in the right direction.
Okay.
To start.
85 for Ron, 42 for me.
Oh boy.
If you don't want a big goal to go after, that's cool.
Okay.
I'm a little disappointed. I'm a little disappointed.
Well, about your weight or puking?
Oh, the puking thing, it happens. That probably helped me.
Yeah. If you wouldn't have done
that, boy, we'd have been in a bad place. Someone texted, a lot of games are won in the dugout. I don't know if that is meant for us or for the Astros.
Never heard that baseball phrase.
Yeah, liver still swollen is probably what someone texted in on me. Yeah, it's all right. At least I didn't jump over. At least I stayed in the 280s. That'd have been really disappointing for me. That would have been a hard show to continue doing. especially with the look in Tyler's eyes. I hate to disappoint him.
You'll be all right.
I mean, I know it. I when you disappoint someone, it's tough. It's tough. 289, 240, 246.6. Damn it. All right. Well, we're doing it each and every Monday. Our way in is I know many of you are jumping in. Someone said, "Show you should have took a dump before you left." I probably should have.
I timed that up perfect, by the way. And that second break, boy, was a good one. Still wasn't enough.
Still wasn't enough, huh? Yeah. You know, you kind of walk in. I was hoping. You kind of walk in not knowing. That's probably what I got on the scale on earlier today. 288-ish. We'll see. But we're doing it each every Monday. You all are as well. Some of you can text in where you are right now. All right, Clint, before we hopefully hear in a little bit hear from the head coach, DeMeco Ryans, I think one of what is now becoming his biggest decision right now. We've talked and looked at a lot of the different position battles from the center position, and that is still up there as it looks like they're going back and forth there. Some of the linebacker stuff we've talked about, some of the backup members of the secondary. But Clint, after coming out of Saturday's game, to me it is clear the biggest competition to me is how that wide receiver room is going to shake out. That seems to be the biggest thing. I think we know Nico, no, those are locks, either because of where their stature is on the team or also where they were drafted. And you know that they are going to be locks. Then you have that other group of Watson, Mechie, Hutchinson, Berios. Who's the other kid that 14 number Wayne, Jarrett Wayne?
No, they released him.
Did they release him? Oh,
they released him. Now, no, you saw 14, but it wasn't Wayne.
It wasn't Wayne.
It was what's my man's name? Cephas.
They
gave up 14.
That's right. They brought back Cephas from Wisconsin. That is right.
Cephas is back in this thing.
Yeah.
But you named the guys that are in the hunt, because you're talking wide receiver 5 through 7 is really what you're talking about. Probably 5 and 6, really. I mean, if we're talking about real opportunities to potentially get on the field. 5 through 6, 5 through 7. There's gonna be a couple of guys left out of that mix. Yeah. And I'm gonna tell you that I'm one that I do believe that these preseason games mean something. And other than my thought of, I think EJ Speed could be extremely important to this football team. On the defensive side of the football, on the offensive side of the football, I think the wide receiver decision could come down to more of a complementary play style than just who the best quote unquote receiver. This thing as a whole, I don't know where Braxton Berios necessarily fits into a guy that can line up at any of the wide receiver positions and run the route tree. Yeah. I don't know where he ends up. I'll be honest with you, with Jalen Noel and Christian Kirk, I don't know that he's a guy that you want to line up in the slot and just he is your slot guy that you're going to commit to going into the season. That may end up that way, but going into the season. But when you look at how he was used, and then you look at how he is able as a veteran to know who he is and run routes a certain way, the little nuances, lining this little bitty fella up behind the line of scrimmage and then getting him out the back door in space with the ball in his hands and the ability to make guys. I don't know that any of these other receivers have the ability, the small guy twitch like he has. I don't think any of these guys do. I think the closest is probably Christian Kirk. Yeah. But that twitch is, he's a different level. He's that little water bug, that little jitterbug that just, the change of direction is ridiculous.
He's more closer to the slot receivers that New England has had over the years.
Yeah, but I would say even smaller and shiftier than those guys. There's just something there that nobody else in the wide receiver room brings to the table, right? And then I watched the little out route. He had 3 catches. I believe he had 3. But to Davis Mills' left, I believe it was Davis. Maybe it was one of the other backups. But he has a little out route. And instead of just running up there and running an out route, he drifted behind the release of the other wide receiver and made it impossible for the defensive back to cover it. Right? And you watch that, and not only the being savvy and being able to do it, but then sticking your foot in the ground and getting out of your cut so quickly that you create that separation. Like, I mean, other than Christian Kirk, with the veteran and the veteran mindset and the ability to do it, I don't know anybody else is doing that. And so I look at Berios, and I think I don't know that Berios is in the conversation of guys that might not be here.
So he was the one that you felt had the biggest jump out of Saturday's game.
No question for me, but I think it's less about what he literally did and like, oh, he had this many catches, this many yards, and more about just as I'm watching him play, the skill set just jumps off the screen. The different, it's obviously not a skill set like Nico and Higgins and Xavier Hutchinson and these bigger body
he's not
receivers,
a big body guy.
right? So it's clearly different than that. And you look at it, I just don't think he's going to be used as a true slot guy either. And I just think there's more to. I started looking at the wide receiver competition different, Ron. That's what it is. Like I look at the wide receiver competition right now is in that depth. I think Xavier Hutchinson is going to be your receiver that just can run the route tree, can play all three positions across the board, can run the route tree, is dependable and quarterback friendly. And so you got to start looking at different skill sets, bigger bodied wide receivers, smaller, shiftier wide receivers. What kind of packages can you build around these guys? Maybe a running back wide receiver hybrid type player, which I don't think you have that. But if you did, you see where I'm going with it? Like there's like skill sets that you have at your disposal. Like once you get beyond your 4 or 5 real wide receivers, like those other guys need to be package guys. Like, okay, Nick Kalu, get real creative with this particular player with his skill set, not just in a normal wide receiver way. And I think Berios brings that to the table, and a little bit of that was on display, I think, this weekend.
Yeah. Text line jumping in. Don't forget about Mechie. Mechie 5 catches, 45 yards. Berios, Mechie had 8 targets in this game, by the way. I was thinking to myself, well, it's a good thing Mechie had some production. But it's a bad thing for him that he's in the fourth quarter with Graham Mertz late in the game.
Yeah, he better have 5 or 6 catches playing 4 quarters as a former second-round pick and a guy that's been on this team and played snaps in the regular season. He ought to have 5 catches.
I'll just say Mechie, Berios, Xavier Hutchinson, those guys, they all did a little something in the game, right?
Sure, yeah.
There wasn't they didn't just make it easy for the decisions they need to make there.
Where I'm going with it, though, Ron, is I don't think Berios and Mechie are – like, Mechie's not chasing Berios. Like, I don't – like,
you think they're at 2 different conversations?
Berios is not getting cut because Mechie plays well. Like, Watson, Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson, kind of for probably those 3 guys for 2 spots. But, like, you got to ask yourself, if you're Berios and you come in here and you get cut – for one of those wide receivers, what the hell did you come here for?
Yeah,
like that doesn't those guys aren't even. It's not even the same.
I thought he was just going to mostly have his gig like Steve Sims, like a punt return
and he may.
But you think there's at least a hint of something?
Well, I'm just telling you what I watched, particularly not the touchdown. That was fine, but particularly the little out route that I was talking about. Like that was slick, man. Like that took great feel. It took great instincts. He talked in the post game to us. He's the one that came on the post game with us, and he talked about seeing the game through the quarterback lens. I mean, there's just something else there with this dude that those other guys aren't bringing to the table, both skill set, tangibly and intangibly. And so I don't know why you bring that guy in here. I don't even know why he comes here. If the thought is, well, I got to compete with these other route tree running wide receivers, right? Like it doesn't. After watching him play, it's like it just doesn't add up. So I think he's a weapon as well as a return guy, obviously, but a weapon that Nick Kalu could have at his fingertips and not necessarily just viewed as a wide receiver like these other guys.
My thing for Berios is, do they look at Jalen Noel and think he can fill whatever that is? Again, now I don't know if that has how much that has with Mechie. Maybe Mechie is really battling Hutchinson, really. But also with the Berios thing, do they say to themselves, Jalen Noel can do all of those things that he can do to make him expendable?
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. But I mean, because I'll be honest with you, Noel is bigger than I thought it was going to be. Like, I know we're looking at him right now as a slot, but when you stand up close to him and look, like, he's a thick dude. Like Christian Kirk gets off the bus and he looks like a slot.
Yeah.
I don't know that Noel, other than maybe his height when he stands next to Higgins, I don't know that Noel looks like a – now, I think he is going to be an inside wide receiver. Inside receiver, I do think that. Yeah. But he is bigger than I thought. And I only say that to say, I don't think he has the same twitch that a dude the size of Berios has. So, again, just a different skill set.
Yep. All right, coming up, you will hear the plan is that you will hear from the head coach, DeMeco Ryans, as he will meet with the media after today's practice. I'm sure he'll talk about the newest addition, Jalen Mills, as they went and signed a veteran defensive back, a former Patriot, this weekend. You'll probably hear him talk about that and his thoughts a little bit after Saturday's game about the Vikings. DeMeco Ryans coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, I got to tell you about Generator Supercenter. Look, man, we can't predict when
welcome back. There is some news about not good news, and hopefully this turns out in a similar vein to C.J. Gardner-Johnson. According to DJ Bieniemy, ESPN, and this is being reported throughout. Again, we were hoping to hear from, and still are hoping to hear from, the head coach DeMeco Ryans. And that was supposed to be here in the next few minutes. We'll see if that is delayed by this news. But DJ Bieniemy of ESPN reports tight end Brevin Jordan is hurt his knee. He couldn't put any weight on it. He was carted off. He was legit crying loudly, was even shouting no. He tore his ACL last year. It was very somber in the bubble. He also went on to say that CJ is being consoled by tight end Dalton Schultz.
God. Well, this is just bad all around. Damn it.
It was an emotional moment for the Texans. Brevin means a lot to this team, one of the most popular guys on this team, and they know how much work he put in to recover from the ACL last year. And I think they are in shell, I believe. I don't think they're not in pads today, and that is a tough one. Hopefully, as I said, we sat here last week, Clint, thinking that C.J. Gardner-Johnson, the injury, he would be out. Similar like this, that he would be out for a year. We thought he'd be out for the year, and now hell, he may come back for week one. So you hope, but by everyone's reports, as he said, it's not good. It's his knee. He was carted off, crying, and shouted no. And a tough situation happening right there.
Yeah, man. It's never obviously any injury is hard to watch. And talk about and hear about and try to follow up on. But when you talk about a guy that like Brevin Jordan it looked like was kind of coming into his own finally, getting that up. I mean, was in great shape.
He looked great during camp.
Yeah, and he sounded. Look, I was looking for the sound that he gave us a week or so ago, 2 weeks ago, whatever it was tremendous. I was looking forward to hearing more from him consistently on the. When players meet with the media. So, this is it's a tough one, man. It's a tough one to see him be at what you think is the peak and be getting that opportunity with a new offensive coordinator that coaches your position group, and then all of a sudden, it's ripped out of your hands, man.
And we'll see. Again, that's just the latest. I mean, it seems like this is just happening in real time from what we're reading and what's being reported out there. But again, if you missed it, DJ Bieniemy reported tight end Brevin Jordan is hurt. It's not good. He went up to catch a pass and hurt his knee. He couldn't put any weight on it. He was carted off. He was legit crying loudly and was even shouting no. He tore his ACL last year. It was a very somber in the bubble. Someone else reported could hear a pin drop. Everybody was on their knees. DJ Bieniemy also went on to report that C.J. Stroud was being consoled by tight end Dalton Schultz. So that is the latest there, and we'll see. Kate Stover was somebody who was playing really well, but I think this is just. I think you were mentioning it here again. We were expecting to hear from DeMeco Ryans, but that's a bit due to this. This just happened towards the end of practice. But Clint, he brings a unique element and a weapon that I don't think anybody else on the team brings. And I've had this in here, like Brevin Jordan's a guy that he'll fool around and get somebody fired because you just see, you see, and you get excited about what can be, and he can go and take a little out route, 77 yards for a touchdown, but then he can also just have moments where he struggles and you feel like you can't put him out there because can he block, can he hold up? It looks like those things were improving. He was just a unique weapon from that position where you can stand him up, you can put his hand in the dirt, you can put him in the backfield, you can do a whole lot of different things. And I've said it. Now, Nico has since become Nico, but there are times where he may be your one of your better advantages in a receiving route. Whatever you put out there, you put 3-4 guys out there. His matchup may be one of the better advantages because of his speed and his size against linebackers and safeties.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, we haven't seen him healthy in an offense with a play caller that could do what we hope Nick Kalu can do, which is get the mismatch and get the ball in his hands. We were hoping to see that this year, but to your point, it seemed like, I'll be honest with you, of the tight ends this year, we've watched quite a bit of practice. I mean, even count the training camp practices. I mean, Brevin Jordan has been the one guy that I've literally seen be more physical than anybody else. Now, I think Cade Stover is the more physical tight end, but just at practice, opportunities presented itself. And Brevin Jordan has been the guy to really stick his head in there and block and pass protect, and even to the media talk about, hey, that's our job, man. We got to be able to pass protect off the edge. So, yeah, man, there was he's a guy that is definitely a weapon, and I think he'd probably shown the signs of being a more complete tight end, at least potentially, this training camp. And so, you wonder, the Texans are probably going to have to go shopping.
I was going to say, does this change?
Yes. Yes, in a big way. Look, to me, the training camp practice that I've seen, and I've been trying to watch because I think it's fascinating. Are we going to get the good Dalton Schultz? Are we going to get a healthy, explosive, obviously Brevin Jordan? Are we going to get a Cade Stover that takes the next step? That's kind of been one of my more fascinating watches in practice, was a tight end group. So I've been watching them a little bit closer than normal, and like I don't know how they don't make a move somewhere to find somebody that can bring maybe not the explosive like weapon that he was, but a guy you can trust to be able to go the offense, get in there, stick your head in there when you need to, also run routes and make plays. The kid they drafted this year ain't got a chance.
Oh, Latchy.
Yeah, he's not ready. He's a developmental guy. And so you look at Nick Kalu's previous 8 or 9 years, he was a tight end coach. There's got to be somebody that he crossed paths with that he knows the offense and that he knows what they bring to the table. So I would think if anybody could feel that, this group could. But yeah, I would imagine that they got to look at that tight end room and say we got to do something. We got to go make some. Yeah, we got to go figure something out here.
All right. Coming up, we are expecting again this Brevin Jordan news that just happened has potentially delayed what's happening with DeMeco Ryans meet with the media. But when he does meet and steps to the podium, I'm sure this is going to be the top thing that he is asked about. We will carry that live for you, hopefully coming up on the other side. But as we continue, we'll give you the breaking news story. Brevin Jordan appears to have a serious injury towards the end of practice today. We'll continue coming up next.
All right, y'all, Academy Sports and Outdoors. I got a couple of things. There's always something going on at Academy Sports and Outdoors, so let's keep it real. But right now,
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as tough news towards the end of practice. And I would imagine this is potentially a part of the delay hearing from DeMeco Ryans, but I would urge that you stay with us as we will carry that live right here. Are we getting close, Tyler?
Getting closer.
Getting closer.
Getting closer,
We will
yes,
go
sir.
right out there, and I'm certain one of the top stories and things he'll be talking about is the top story right now, and that is Brevin Jordan looks to have suffered a knee injury in practice. According to DJ Bieniemy of ESPN, tight end Brevin Jordan is hurt. It does not look good. He went up to catch a pass and hurt his knee, couldn't put any weight on it. He was carted off. He's legit crying loudly, was even shouting no. If you remember, he tore his ACL last year. It was a very, very somber mood in the bubble. Also, a part of the report, C.J. Stroud. A lot of teammates were shook up. C.J. Stroud was consoled by tight end Dalton Schultz. That is the latest news there. People are texting in again. We will hear from DeMeco coming up. People are texting in, Clint. How is this changing? He's a third tight end. How is this changing things?
Well, as I said earlier, look, for me, I've watched the tight end group closely, and I think Brevin Jordan's been on the field more than anybody. Watching them close, because I think the group as a whole, just they all have different skill sets and all bring something different to the table. And I need to get more out of Dalton Schultz this year, obviously. So I've been watching them closely. It just seems like when there are two tight ends on the field, it always seems like Brevin Jordan's one of them.
Yeah.
And so it starts there. I think they had big plans for him, which I understand why. I mean, this group talks about getting the ball in their best players' hands. I mean, he is super explosive.
He's a weapon, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't want to just say a third tight end. He's a weapon.
No, he was a
Darren Fells.
Yeah, no. He was a second tight end at best. Now I agree, he's not a guy that's going to go in there and start every game and put his hand in the dirt and be the guy you run behind, but he was definitely a guy that was going to play a big role in this offense and be a weapon for Nick Kalu.
It felt like he feels like Jonnu Smith,
yes,
level,
absolutely.
And there are times he wasn't a starter or whatever, but
I'd say
he was a real big piece because they were trying to find matchups on him.
What's dude's name that played with the Rams? Hell, Kaylee had him.
Gerald Everett.
Yep, that's to me. That's the high end. Like Gerald Everett's the same kind of super athletic tight end.
All right, let's head to NRG as DeMeco Ryans is at the podium.
Oh man, no, really, great practice today overall. Guys getting back from the Minnesota trip, Greenbrier trip, everything was a success of how we planned it. So it's good to get back out here to work back home. I feel that temperature difference already, so it's good. Good day of work. Unfortunately, guys are here. We saw Brevin go down with an injury. We'll continue to evaluate Brev and see, where he is. It's tough for everybody to see Brevin going down, knowing how much work he's put in to get back to this point of playing football and how excited he was to get back playing football. So just praying for him to have a successful return.
What was your decision to come inside after spending the week up in paradise?
I wasn't ready for the heat. No, I wasn't ready for the heat. No, it was just we pushed practice back, started a little later for the guys, so just decided to come inside for today, knowing we have 2 big days ahead of us, one tomorrow, and then also on Thursday we'll be outside versus the Panthers.
Coach, what were some of the things that you observed when you went back to watch the game about the way y'all played?
Yeah, one thing I liked is just the physicality. Starting up front, Like, I turn on the first snap of our offensive line, the way we were coming off the ball, all right, resetting the line of scrimmage, Yacht coming through, playing physical at that fullback position. I just like the physicality that was shown. Of course, there's always room for improvement when it comes to technique and finishing some blocks and things at the second level, defense being on the same page, like finishing plays. But overall, I'm pleased with how the guys showed up. And it was just, that's the first one. Now I tell guys that the first one really doesn't matter. It's how you show up on the next one and what type of improvements are you showing. So I'm really excited about this week. Like, let's crank the intensity up. We get to go against another team and let the lessons learned and can they apply them this week.
What goes into, from a coordinator, calling a game on the field versus the booth? And is that something you and Kaylee talk about? Is it weird for a head coach to have the guy up there in the booth?
No, for Kaylee, he wanted to call it up top. I think as a coordinator, you have to get your feel as a first-time caller. You get a good feel for doing it up top and also doing it on the field. So for him, I think the first one he was up. Now this week we'll flip it. He'll be down this week. So that's what we use preseason for coaches as well, right? To go through the mechanics of how we operate on the sideline. But the communication was really, really great from the offensive and defensive perspective. With Tim, what I've seen is I've seen him getting more familiar with how we do things. It's just a matter of him just being consistent, doing it right every single time. And when Tim does that, he has the power, he has the strength to knock guys back, reset the line of scrimmage, and he's athletic enough as a pass rusher to really disrupt the quarterback. So Tim's just about him being locked in consistently, doing things right consistently, and he should be an impact player for us.
Coach, a lot of times the rookies talk about the games in the NFL compared to playing in college. How do you get them to slow the game and slow the process down as they continue to?
The process slows down for rookies when you know what to do. Like when you're out there thinking about what you have to do and you feel the speed of the game, it can be a little overwhelming. But for our guys just being on it, assignment-wise, alignment-wise, then you just go play the game. And I tell, it's the same guys you played against. And sometimes mentally you make it bigger than it is and it kind of slows you down. So the quicker you can get over that mental hurdle, then you can allow your physical attributes, you allow them to shine.
You talked a lot before about how sometimes offensive linemen work better with some offensive linemen.
Yeah.
Does that apply on the defensive line too? Are there certain tackles that work better with this edge? And I know you guys like to mix and match and rotate. Are there certain combinations that work better than others?
All across the board, I think when you're working, those two groups specifically, when you're working in unison, O-line, D-line, and even linebacker, for the same reasons, I think the more you can talk and communicate with the same guys, it does help you. But as we know in this game, especially defense, guys are rotating all the time, so you have to kind of get used to working with different guys. But the communication piece, it speeds up the more you're in there with the same guys.
Coach against DJ Speed, for division twice a year, past few years. What do you learn about him now that you get a chance to work with him? What do you like about his game and just what is he appreciate most?
Yeah, I've liked EJ ever since he was coming out of Tarleton State, actually. Thought I could find a way to sneak him in there to get him to San Fran, but the coach scooped him up. I really loved his length, his speed, athletic ability from afar, and now being with him, just seeing how great of a guy he is, that's always got a smile on his face, always accepting whatever challenge I present to him. He showed up big time for us in the game, like being on his assignments and really flash, playing physical, attacking the football. The traits I look for in defensive players, he definitely showed that. So I'm excited. We're going to give him even more to see how he does with it. Yeah. From Davis, I saw a guy in complete control, and that's what you have to have at that quarterback position. I mean, talking about controlling the huddle, controlling the line of scrimmage, the communication was flawless, and that was indicative of the type of drive that we had. Like, there were no miscues. Davis was able to work his way methodically down the field, making great decisions with the football, getting us in the right run reads, just all across the board. Couldn't be more pleased with where Davis is, and he's just continued to grow. Every single year he's grown, and he's been a very valuable asset to us, having him. Go ahead.
When Cam went down, you all obviously had to make significant changes to the offense. I feel like that was adapting.
our O-line, they've been working well together. Last week, seeing them, we shuffled some guys around. They've worked well. Tay, put him at left tackle. We saw the reps that he had in the game. Thought he did a really nice job. The game isn't too big for Tay, and that's what stands out to me for the rookie. Like, he stepped right in. Again, there's always reps to improve upon, but where he started, that's a really strong start for a rookie. And just want to see, okay, now this week when he gets a few more reps, let's see, how he plays, against the Panthers, how he plays against their ends. They have good ends, so we'll see how he does this week. So we know this is an exciting time of year. School is getting back started. Parents are really excited. But it's very important, for me and my family to be able to, we've been blessed with so much. So it's just, it's the right thing to do, is to be able to give back, put a smile on kids' faces as they go back to school, giving them some encouraging words, encouraging gifts. So hopefully, to all the kids, hopefully you guys have a great school year, have a great start to the school year. Teachers, more importantly, we shout out to all the teachers and all the hard work that they're about to do. So it's just an exciting time, and we're happy and grateful to be able to give back. Really, really encouraging to see Foley and Derek step back on the field today. Two guys who you kind of forget, these guys played a lot of snaps for us. They played a lot of meaningful football, and they were impact players for us last year. So I'm excited to get them back out and see, how they enhance our D-line even more. Being able to roll those guys, we got a lot of players over there that can really impact the game. So I'm excited to see them just work their way back into football shape. So it's very pleasing to have them back out today. And not because more so it has nothing to do with being a former player. I think it's just being, empathetic to all the guys and knowing how much work the NFL players go through, how much their bodies take, and knowing the other side of it when guys are done playing, and the effects of guys and how, the game, man, it puts a lot of guys in bad shape. So I don't take that lightly. Even seeing the receiver go down versus Minnesota, it's just right there in front of me. It's just tough. Anytime I see guys go down, right, it's tough to swallow, because I know all the work these guys put in, and that road to recovery. I'm thinking I've been on that road, and I know how dark that road can be at times. So it's just in constant prayer for all the guys around the NFL that go down with injuries.
With the joint practice later this week, how does something like that help you evaluate the team as opposed to like a regular preseason?
For our joint practice, it's really a great time for us to go against somebody else, go against a different scheme. Our offense knows the structures of our defense. They know the checks to make. Now, when you mix it up, you get a different scheme. Now it strains the offense to communicate, right? It mentally is going to strain us physically, because you don't really understand the plays that are coming. You haven't seen them before. So now how do you respond when things are different? Defensively, they may have a different snap count, different formations, different motions. So it's going to put a strain on us physically and mentally that we need. You need a different challenge at this point in camp. And I think it's a great challenge going against the Panthers, where Bryce, Spence improve. They're in a really good spot. So I'm excited to just get some different looks for our guys. And I think it'll help us come down the stretch of the season as well.
Thank you, Coach.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right, that's Houston Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans. Little presser after practice, which the fellas got back from West Virginia. They wrapped up the first preseason game, had practice today, and the news coming out of that practice is not good news. Brevin Jordan injury, obviously, the coach addressed that there with the what you would expect is we'll continue to look at that and see, evaluate and see exactly what's going on with Brevin Jordan. We were having a conversation going into that. Let's wrap that conversation up next. Brevin Jordan injury, one of three tight ends that were thought to be contributors here on this offense. Brevin Jordan looking like he's out. If he is indeed out, what does this offense look like with no Brevin Jordan moving forward? We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about QC Kinetics. Look, when's the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back screaming at you, huh? How about walk?
They joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call for family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, baby. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. If you or a loved one is ever injured in an accident, you know who to call. Fine folks over at Mokaram Injury Lawyers. All right, the Texans back on the practice field today here in Houston over at NRG Stadium. They were in the bubble. They didn't practice until 2 o'clock today. We got some good news right out of the gate. Foley, Fadakasi, and Derek Barnett, both of those guys apparently were back on the field, and that D-line rotation for our Houston Texans was getting a few guys back as if they needed. You know, to think about it, when it comes to depth and across the entire defensive front, man, really the front seven, because them linebackers were nasty on Saturday as well. Boy, they are deep, and they're getting deeper with these guys coming off of injury. So we started with some good news there with a couple of impact players on the defense coming back. We get the news that there's been an injury, and it's going to be one that I think hurts this offense. Brevin Jordan, tight end, hybrid tight end, definitely explosive weapon tight end, a guy that the Texans thought highly enough of to extend. Gave him a one-year extension in December of 2024, and I think they had big plans for him. I think Nick Kalu had big plans for him, and we don't know the extent of it yet, but apparently this on the scene there at the practice field in the bubble, initially the thoughts is that this was an ugly injury. So when something like this happens, you tune into Sports Radio 610, and we got boots on the ground. Sean Pendergast, one half of Payne and Pendergast, he was in the bubble when this happened. Nobody better than somebody with a eyewitness right there, personal eyewitness, than to have him on the show and break this thing down. Sean Pendergast, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good, guys. This trend needs to stop. This is the second straight practice we've had where the team has had to take a knee around somebody with a knee injury, and everything's gone silent, and the optics of it did not look good. And fortunately with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, the news was better than it could have been, certainly. I don't know that that's going to be the case with Brevin Jordan, only because this is another knee injury for him. But it was a crazy scene, and it was it was sad on many levels. But just to give you guys sort of the chronology, the play before, or maybe two snaps before the injury, he had just gotten behind the game with C.J. Stroud just dropping it in the bucket to him. They were running an 11-on-11 drill where the team started at like their own 10-yard line, and they had to move the ball down the field. So it was like they were putting together a drive, and the big play in that drive was a huge chunk play to Brevin Jordan. 45 seconds later, he sprawled out on the ground at the goal line. CJ threw a pass to him at the goal line, overthrew it, sailed it a little bit. Brevin Jordan came down, didn't get up. He got up initially, almost in denial, kind of saying to the training staff, I'm okay. And then I guess he quickly realized he wasn't okay. And the team all came out on the field, gathered around him. And I guess the difference with this one, guys, compared to the C.J. Gardner-Johnson one, and it was probably the sound of it being contained inside the bubble exacerbated it. But you could hear Brevin Jordan wailing and screaming and crying. It was I've never seen anything like it at a practice before, and I've been to a lot of practices where guys have gotten hurt. You could hear him. He was screaming at the top of his lungs. They put him on the carted him out of that side door of the bubble, and you could still hear him through the door and the roof of the bubble for a good another 10 or 15 seconds. It was a really, really sad scene today at Texans practice.
Sean Pendergast joining us, who was there at practice today and witnessed everything that happened with Brevin Jordan, as he just spoke about. Sean, maybe it's hard to tell, but from your vantage point, got up and then went back down.
Yeah, well, he got up, and so none of us really knew what the injury was because guys were gathered around him. You could tell something was wrong because he didn't get up initially, so some trainers ran out, and then he got up, and a few of us on the sideline, because it was kind of on the far, it was at the opposite side of the field. It wasn't right in front of us on that side where the media stands inside the bubble. It was on the other side of the field where we're not allowed to stand. And the fact that he got up, we almost thought like maybe he landed on his shoulder wrong because it looked like one of the trainers was maybe looking at his shoulder. And then when he went back down, and then when the teammates came out to put the huge, just crowd around him there, and you started to hear the emotion, literally hear the emotion with Brevin Jordan, you knew it was something else. And then once everybody kind of dispersed, he was on a cart, and it was clearly some sort of lower extremity injury. I don't know if it's the same leg as the one, the same knee in which he tore the ACL last year. The reaction to it, guys, felt like something that this guy knew exactly what was wrong because he's been through it before. But we don't know. We learned the hard way last week that, the hard way for some at least, that we just don't know with these injuries until they, put it under an MRI. The gravitas of the scene around Brevin Jordan was exactly the same as it was with C.J. Gardner-Johnson. The only difference was the outward reaction of the player involved in it.
I was going to say, you said that you could really hear and sense that Brevin was really emotional about it. What was the scene from others around him, everyone else?
I would say the big one was C.J. Stroud, who walked off by himself. It wasn't a Tank Dell scene for C.J., I don't think, just in terms of the tears. But C.J. was clearly with his body language and kind of separating himself from everybody else. Like he walked over to the wall behind the end zone just by himself with his head down. I think there's probably part of him that feels culpable in this because he overthrew Brevin Jordan. But who knows? Like if Brevin Jordan had to go up and catch the ball, he came down. This was not a Tank Dell situation where there was blunt force trauma on the knee. It looked like he just came down and landed wrong on it. So I don't know if CJ should be beating himself up for that. Who knows? Maybe the knee was just ready to go. We don't know any of that. I can tell you that CJ was visibly emotional. And I think probably felt somewhat culpable in the whole thing, if I had to guess. Like the scene in West Virginia, DeMeco then gathered the team around, talked to the team for about 5 minutes. This was towards the end of practice. There was maybe 4 minutes left in the third 11-on-11 drill. And so there was a little bit of speculation as to, okay, they're just going to cut practice short here. And they went back to it. They went back to 11-on-11, put the ball right down where it was when Brevin Jordan got hurt, and they finished out practice. So, So I would say, Sho, to answer your question, CJ was the one player who was kind of, noticeably internalizing it differently than everybody else. And I'm guessing it has.
Sean Pendergast joining us fresh off the practice field where Texans tight end Brevin Jordan has apparently sustained a knee injury that it looked bad. We'll see what the what the reports tell us tomorrow or later. But it doesn't look good for Brevin Jordan. Sean, real quick, man, we got you on the line. You were at practice. You said there was 3 team periods. I like the way they're ramping this thing up, and it looks like everybody's getting a ton of reps now. The longer practice, the deeper we get into training camp. Other than the injury, anything that really stood out about practice today?
They were in shells, no pads, so it wasn't like there was a ton of hitting going on or anything like that. I would say in terms of the evenness of the practice, it looked a lot like the last couple practices at the Greenbrier, at least from what I saw, where it was, the offense had some decent moments in there. The defense though, the defense is still, they had Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter and everybody back out there again. I would say the one thing, Clint, that I know you'll like is that Keaton Slovis and Graham Mertz were on ice during the 11-on-11s. It was all CJ and Davis, with mostly CJ getting the reps today out there, which DeMeco kind of alluded to in his press conference on Saturday, that the guys who've been getting an opportunity to flash things at camp, those opportunities are going to become fewer and fewer as camp goes on. It looks like today was the first day of Operation Get the One some reps.
Love it, man. Absolutely love it. Sean Pendergast, we always appreciate having you on, but when it's something like this, little breaking news, even though it's negative, it's you going to practice and being the boots on the ground. Appreciate you joining us.
Anytime. Have a good show, fellas.
All right, boys. Now, I think, Ron, I think the backside of this is the what do we? No, I was going to go to the Brevin Jordan. This offense without Brevin Jordan. What are you going to? The C.J. Stroud stuff? I mean, go ahead, hell, say it.
I don't want the kid to change who he is. But damn it, man. He's not the one that should be getting consoled. God, man, I know there are some people who are going to crush me for this, and they may get upset about this. I'm not trying to. Everything I hear about that position, that everyone tells me about that position, including the son of a gun that is set to the right of me for over 5 years, and including everything that I hear, I always hear like, hey, man, you can do a lot of stuff at other positions, but that position, you can't. That position, they got to believe and run behind you. I'll be damned. Joe Mixon had to console you on the field in Kansas City. And now at the practice, you got to be consoled by Dalton Schultz. Like, he is a great kid. He really is, for everything we've known. But, man, that is – do you hear DeMeco? DeMeco is lying the whole time he sat up there and spoke when we had him. He acts like nothing happened. Why? Because I got to show a face. My God, man. I couldn't believe I had to read it. I couldn't believe I had to read it. But damn, man, he's a good kid. But that is like he almost has to fight that. Like, I don't know, man. Go ahead, man.
No. Look, there is a very. It's a sensitive topic because I think because there's an injury involved, and it was a sensitive topic when the Tank Dell injury was involved. But you are spot on. Like the biggest issue with it is that I could stomach or I could deal with. Hey, man. You're not the one. You're not a rah-rah guy. You're not the one calling the team together, and you're not the one giving the DeMeco Ryans conversation. Like, I could deal with that. But the flip side of that is there's other players that are needing to console you to refocus you to get you involved. It's so shook that you're off. You're having to be consoled. That to me that's a tough pill to swallow. It's tough to watch.
And listen, I see some people texting stuff in. I'm not saying the kid don't got balls. I'm not saying the kid is soft. I'm not saying any of that. Like I don't think it's soft to be bothered by the fact that you got a teammate that got seriously injured. It is just, to me, understanding who you are on the team and who and what the team looks at you about. I think DeMeco is devastated over there. He ain't showing it yet. Man.
Well, look, I'll tell you.
Dalton Schultz got to be the one to walk over there to get you.
Come on, you're in the room. Dalton Schultz is in the room every day with him. Look, there is no question about it, and this is the reality of it. Is you will never convince me, Ron, that locker room doesn't almost laugh at that part of C.J. Stroud. You can't tell me that's not what's going on here, man. What
there's some like, come on,
absolutely,
pull it together.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's.
I know there's some people who have a different feel as I'm seeing it on the text line. Again, this ain't a deal of that dude is. I don't look at him and say he is soft. He ain't got no balls or nothing. I just, like, man, you gotta realize, like, hey, man, you're the dude. We're looking at you. You got to walk. What were you going to do in a game? Walk off to the side to get yourself? I mean, really, against the Chiefs, you damn near did.
Yeah. I mean, hell, I don't remember which player it was. It said that a series or two they were flustered.
I couldn't, but I read, and I'm sitting there, and I read that at the end that DJ had no reason to put in. at the end. I said, well, you got to be not a. All right.
Ryan said we can't. We got to talk about this.
I just can't. I'm sorry. I do. I think there is some importance about getting to Brevin Jordan. We'll do that in a bit, but they get ready for another big series at home against the Red Sox. We'll let you know the latest on what's going on in that clubhouse coming up next.
All right, y'all. The biggest mistake you can make.
with Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Your favorite Houston sports station is a Marconi finalist. For the first time, the National Association of Broadcasters selected Sports Radio 610 as one of 5 nominees for Sports Station of the Year. And we couldn't do it without you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I just couldn't. I couldn't hold it down. I tried in my mind.
Well, I think it's fair.
I tried in my mind to let me get to the break to really shuffle up my thoughts. I just couldn't any longer. And it is one of the more polarizing conversations. Flat out, if you are just joining us, Brevin Jordan seems to have gone down with what appears. We just had Sean Pendergast on, who was there at practice. In all the reports, it appears to be a serious knee injury. Of course, we do not know any specifics at this point, and we will be waiting if we hear any of that. But also within that, the reactions from others, and we talked to Sean about what was the reaction, outside of it. He said that the number one player that stuck out more than anybody else was C.J. Stroud. And his reaction to it, reports that he had to be consoled by Dalton Schultz, that he walked off and walked away from, the way Sean said, walked away from everybody else. And it did. And for me, I just, again, and I want to repeat this because I'm saying this is polarizing, right? This gets the reaction from our listeners go from a lot of spaces. From You Won't Get Crushed show, I understand the hurt from CJ, but bruh, you're the captain is a big crack that opens the door for these conversations by other teams as well to show your take sucks. Leave CJ alone. You are a cold-hearted individual, aren't you? I again, as I said, man, this ain't about me looking over him, he's soft or he's weak or any of that. No, I think it's very, very understanding that a person, have certain feelings about guys you're around that you care about, a lot. It just is simply, to me, for the position that he plays and how he is on the field and everything you hear about that position of those guys gotta believe like that is the dude that you're the one that is you're the one that is getting us right. When you go down and you look like, oh my God, what are we gonna do? That's how everybody else starts to react and feel. And I think DeMeco Ryans as head coach, although again is an older man that has lived through things, and I understand he is young, and I do take some of that in my thoughts. But if you listen to DeMeco almost made it sound, Tyler and Clint, as if it wasn't a big deal. We were good. Hell, he was almost smiling and laughing. He is really holding up a certain face. And again, this doesn't have anything. I soft and all this stuff. I don't. That's not it. It is just, I understand you got the feels. It is just, to me, the way that you show that. And I think it's really important, everything I've ever heard, especially about that position.
It is absolutely extremely important. I mean, there is, as a quarterback, you want to be the rock. As a quarterback, you want to be a stabilizing factor. As a quarterback, you want to have your best moments in moments of adversity. And yes, unfortunately, in the game of football, there are injuries. And a lot of times those are the adverse moments. And you would you want your quarterback to, at the very least, be be able to plug back into the moment and play ball. And I would prefer the quarterback be the guy that is the one that calls the team up and rallies the troops and gets everybody back in the right frame of mind to go out there and play. The one thing that you can't have is at any moment, for any reason, your quarterback lose his composure to the point where you waste a series, to the point of where his mind's not in the right place for a play or 2 plays or 10 plays. And that, we can sit here right now and go, well, it's just practice, guys. Well, no, we've seen this happen in the game as well. And so, yeah, look, I think it's a very legitimate conversation. It's a very legitimate, to me, thought of like, hey, man, this is really, really important. So, again, I don't care to get into the soft or all that kind of conversation, but the reality back to an absolute rock and a stabilizing factor in these moments. And for whatever reason, CJ just doesn't seem to be able to hold it together in these moments. And it's wild because it is a sport where, injuries happen a lot. Look, I had my number one wide receiver from college. We ended up with the Cowboys together, and I literally sat there and listened to Jerry Jones walk over and say, "Hey, man, bye week. Finish this practice right here, man. We're going to put you on the roster next week so you can make plays." This is a Louisiana kid, played at Arkansas, had some injuries in his with Green Bay, ended up in Dallas. This was his big chance, man, with the team that he loved growing up. And 2 plays later, non-contact, his patella, not his tendon, the patella itself split in three pieces. And I was like, damn, that's my dude. We gathered around, boom. And went back to work. Went to practice. He left in an ambulance, and we went back to practice. And hell, I wasn't even playing or starting at that time. So it was, but it was still, hey, let's handle business. And then now, when I got to the hospital with him immediately following practice, I may have shed a tear or two. But in the moment, you got to get back to business, and I think I think it's fair to maybe be a little bit concerned about CJ's ability to do that.
Yeah. Text line coming through. Y'all are manufacturing a story from today. You don't have to do that. I would urge that it is.
Get the hell out of here, friend.
Literally, it has maybe been as talked about an injury itself.
Yeah. It's interesting. It's interesting. It is definitely a conversation that's going to be had for sure. Yeah. Got to have it. Just like when Tank Dell went down and it happened. It was talked about.
Yep. All right. Okay. Astros. There is news about Jake Myers. There is news about Lance McCullers. There is news about Luis Garcia, J.P. France, and there is news about Yordan Alvarez. We'll give you the latest of that and the lineup coming up as we continue right here live on The Drive.
And there is news, which you've heard before, on Mo.
Victory Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The leader of the Astros will let you hear from. Is he the leader? Does he come right back in? Does Carlos Correa come right back in?
I should say, let me take one guess at who you're talking about.
When I said that, who did you think I was talking about?
Correa.
The guy's been there less than 2 weeks.
I mean, it's crazy, but yeah.
Yeah. Carlos Correa, you'll hear from him in just a second as he steps out in front of you all, the fans. Last time he was here, it wasn't called this, but he will be making his debut this year at the Daikin, and he will come out and play his first home game for the Astros since being traded from the Minnesota Twins.
Tiny Heine's going to be there.
Tiny Heine's going to be there. That's right.
Hey, he can't get out of it. You going to be in that car before 6 o'clock?
Amen.
He's working that oversized parking down there, that little squatty ass body truck you got.
I explained it to you, sir.
You better stop it.
I explained it to you.
Tyler, hey, I'm telling you, he was today.
What's he doing?
I'm driving up here. He's parking a regular sized vehicle in the oversized. It literally
because all the other spots in this garage are for tiny cars or for guests or they're claimed and paid for by people to use as their spot.
Since you use that as an excuse, I've been looking. The bottom of the ramp right here, bottom, that whole first row, everything around that thing's is not.
It's for you.
Hey, it literally.
No, those are all purchased.
No, they're not.
Mm-hmm.
No, because I have to park in them. T. They're not. I promise. Hey. Says the sign behind his car right now, video. I took a video of it, by the way, behind his truck. For vehicles 6'6" and over. His little 6'1" asses.
Did you have your tape measure? No. Did you measure now?
I know 100%. Mm-hmm. Have you ever parked that thing? Mm-hmm. Have you ever parked that thing above the first floor?
Yeah, park on the roof sometimes.
Then it's lower than 6'6". If not, you'd have banged every one of them rails going up it. Son of a. I parked Tyler today.
But yeah, I'm going to the Astros tonight.
Hey, I was dog cussing.
Crawford boxes, baby.
Dog cussing, T.
Me and little brother.
I got a little something in the back of my truck, and I was like, I can't park on the street.
About 9 rows up in the
Crawford. Got to have a
boxes.
spot.
And he had one for you.
Well, there was one open, so I cooled my jets.
You would have called him, wouldn't you?
Oh.
You would have called him to try to get him to move.
I'd have been hot. You
could have left a real mean voicemail.
I came in hot one day about the people parking. Right now, 75% of the vehicles that are parked in the oversized parking spots down there, which there's only like 10 of them.
Including Tyler?
70, including Tyler.
Well, that's not true.
They're not oversized vehicles. And I came in hot one day. I didn't know Tyler had parked down there. Yeah. He bit his tongue until I got done with my spiel, and he was like, I was going to tell you, wait until you got through, but one of those is mine. I got to look around and said, it damn sure is.
Damn
gosh dang it.
Tundra?
Boy, I was thinking if I got to park my truck out there on the road today, somebody's going to steal everything out of the back of it. I'm going to be in a bad spot. But luckily there was one open.
Well, luckily there was one open. Luckily Tyler and his big little brother Sterling will be at the game together tonight.
In the Crawford box.
In the Crawford boxes, baby. Hit one to him, Los. Hit one to him. Maybe Altuve he stays hot, but we'll let you hear from Carlos here in a bit.
Los, Altuve, Christian Walker, Diaz. I mean, all those dudes are seeing it right now, man. I mean,
you about said the lineup. Let me get it out for you.
I'm sorry.
Jeremy Pena, Los, Altuve, Walker, Diaz, Urias, Dubon, McCormick, Cam Smith. That's the lineup tonight.
Well, Cam, you got to sit in right field to get one of Cam's, but them that 2 through 4 you mentioned, 2 through 5.
Yeah, Sanchez gets the day off.
He's two things. One, I'm not sure Minute Maid Park / Daikin Park has ever seen a Monday night as electric as we're going to see tonight with those three headlines.
You will have been there.
Yes, I'm going to be in the house. And that being said, y'all just prepare yourselves because if any kind of Correa home run comes near me in the Crawford boxes this evening, I'm probably coming in tomorrow without him because I'm going to go nuts.
You?
Tyler, he's hitting lasers. You better get out of the way.
No, I'm barehanding that thing.
Yeah, put it up.
Or I'm catching it in my drink, removing the ball, chugging whatever's left in that drink, and I'm going to be all over us.
You got 7-8 seconds for that camera to be on you. Make a moment.
Tyler, I think you should barehand it over your head, and as soon as it hits your hand, that's when you start chugging the drink.
That's pretty good.
But it won't be.
Don't ever move the hand. Just hold it up.
It's not going to be a beer. It's going to be a double of some sort.
Double tall. No question.
It ain't a beer.
Let me get a double tall, dirty water. I don't care what you put in it, ma'am.
So you're saying just smalls that thing.
That's
just,
it. Hold it and don't
hold
move
it up.
Pow.
Pop.
You're going to end up like me.
Go! No, then just stare blindly into the camera if you can find it.
That's even better.
I mean,
you're on to something.
Bro, it will be on every – it'll be on SportsCenter.
And they'll be looking at him and say, that's the
guy. I've seen that guy somewhere. Where have I seen
Marconi
that?
Award? Is that him? Is that the face of Sports Radio 610?
The Marconi Award?
That's one of the top 5 stations in the country, and that guy right there.
There it is.
That son of a bitch can drink and he can catch, but he can't park worth a damn.
No, he can park. He just chooses wherever he wants to park.
Well,
that's probably what he said.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. By the way, you're crooked as hell in that big wide spot you down there occupy.
Nah, between the lines. That's all that matters.
All right, some other news and notes from the Astros, from the trainer's room. It's down to 13, guys. That scroll used to be 19.
Yeah.
It's down to 13. It was 14 until Christian Javier came off the injured list. But here is the latest of the guys of importance. So Pedro Leon, I don't have enough time. Brendan Rodgers, I don't have enough time. Sean Dubin, I don't have enough time. Zach DeZenzo, don't have enough time. All right, here we go. Lance McCullers is continuing his throwing progression this week. So hopefully after that, one of the worst blisters we've ever seen, hopefully he can get back going here soon. Luis Garcia.
That doesn't even say – that doesn't even – I mean, as you're saying it, continuing his throwing progression, I'm like, okay. And then I'll look in parentheses.
One of the worst blisters
right
you've ever
finger
seen.
blister.
It does. It feels like C.J. Gardner-Johnson's outlook is better than Lance McCullers.
I mean,
all right, his presentation of just the freaking serious toad and just gonna blow through it. Keep your head on a swivel, people.
It is. Luis Garcia, who threw 4 innings in his last start on Thursday in AAA Sugarland, he will continue his rehab start. Maybe he is destined to come up soon. Brandon Walter threw a 20-pitch side session yesterday at the Astros complex in Florida. He was really throwing the ball well before he got injured. Jake Myers will work out in Houston today and will travel to Florida tonight to continue his rehab. So I guess that's a step forward that he's going to Florida. Isaac Paredes has beat him to the punch somehow. He will travel to Florida this week to continue his rehab. I mean, he is really good.
Strain too, by the way, right?
This is a strain that we were talking about surgery. That makes me feel great that they're right on target with that thing. And right calf strain, that is, for Jake Myers, if you've forgotten. And then Yordan Alvarez, who has the right hand, whatever, is going through. Okay, is going through. I thought it was a fracture. Now we've moved back to inflammation. Is going through a hitting progression at the Astros complex in Florida. He hit on-field BP for the first time on Saturday.
It's coming, man. He's coming. What the hell happened to Brendan Rodgers? What did I miss?
He was playing for Sugarland, then he ran into somebody and had the concussion.
That's right. It happened in Sugarland. Damn, concussion and nasal fracture.
Lost his number at the same time.
Yeah, lost his number in his nose at the same damn time.
He did. But Yordan hitting BP for the first time on Saturday. So hopefully that gets close. What do we hear? We heard Carlos said he thinks he's going to get close. He thinks he's close.
Lowstun came in. He's going to give the old report.
Los, man, he just started hitting batting practice. Los
wasn't here for the first two.
Sure.
He wasn't here for the first 2 okie dokes from Yordan.
We got to get to something first. God, dog. Hopefully,
what are they gonna say now?
Yeah, hopefully he's getting closer. But it does look like Luis Garcia and I would assume Lance McCullers. Those two guys are getting close. Did we lose Big C, Tyler? Am I glad about that? We lost.
The room for old Christian Javier's return.
Colton Gordon. It was. It felt like it was time, didn't it? Felt like he had made his last start 2 starts ago.
They were fixing to ask him to go 3rd time through the lineup. He's about time.
It's not ideal.
Looking at bullpen starts here for a second there. Doggone it. So that is the latest there. Looks like, as we said, Garcia, JP France, he got him 3 2/3 in AAA on Friday too, so that's going well. So a lot of pitchers potentially getting back, and again, Christian Javier makes his debut tonight. All right, as we continue, a little 5 o'clock fire as the Astros will get you ready for that game. But let's head over to NRG. Big news today from Brevin Jordan. He appeared to suffer a very serious injury to his knee. We'll let you know the latest of that and let you hear from the head coach, DeMeco Ryans, as he gave an update when he met with the media. That's next.
All right, look, it's
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
That's why I feel sexy.
Sports Radio 610 presents Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, a.k.a. the face of Sports Radio 610. The face that it produces the place. Mr. Tyler Milner.
Oh, King Ding-a-ling in there.
Is in the building.
That's him.
The latest here, guys, is the big news of the day. DeMeco Ryans, you will hear from him here in just a second, how he addressed the big news of the day, and that was Brevin Jordan. Brevin Jordan, according to DJ Bieniemy, this was in real time when it occurred. Brevin Jordan is hurt. It's not good. He went up to catch a pass and hurt his knee. He couldn't put any weight on it, and he was carted off. He was legit crying loudly, was even shouting no. You remember he is coming off of recovering from a torn ACL last year. Also reported from DJ Bieniemy, CJ was being consoled by tight end Dalton Schultz. If you heard earlier, we had in the 4 o'clock segment, we had Sean Pendergast, who was there live watching practice. He called in and kind of set the scene up for us and said it was a very, very difficult scene. They were in the bubble today. So thing is, he said, Brevin Jordan, according to Sean, initially attempted to get up, but then went back down, and he said that you could just hear him screaming, the pain, screaming. And even when they got him on the cart, that you could still hear him screaming even when they got him outside of the building. Sounded like a very, very difficult situation there. And we talked about this with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Clint, last week. Many times these guys know, well, hell, he definitely has just had a knee injury, and that's what he was covering from. I would imagine, Clint, this was a mixture of pain and understanding how much you've worked and where this could go.
Look, when you got a guy that's worked as hard as he has to get back, and it's like the carrot's always been dangled in his face and yanked away from him, multiple times via injury. He survived through some rough times here with the Texans, and now it just seems like the offensive coordinator is a tight ends guy, and boy, you're expected to play a big part in that tight end room. You feel and you're as healthy and as strong and as fast as you've ever been. I loved hearing from him, a couple weeks ago or a week ago, whenever it was, in training camp after practice. I thought he really shed some light on, what's expected of the tight end room, and I think he took some things on directly that we haven't heard other tight ends talk about, like blocking the edge defender. We got to be able to do that. I was looking for him, watching him, not to mention being the explosive player that he is. I think he was at the very least going to be a weapon that Nick Kalu could use, like we've seen him used here before, the ability to catch 70-yard touchdowns and outrun the entire defense. So, yeah, man, it's a rough day on that front right there, man. To lose a guy like that, personally sucks. As a fan, it sucks. And from a standpoint of covering the team, there's one less, one of those weapons, those super athletic guys that's a little bit of a hybrid tight end to cover. So, yeah, it was a tough loss right there with Brevin Jordan. However long it is, it's a tough loss.
Yeah, it's a good point. He came in looking really, really good. Physically, I remember the first day we saw him, I was like, yeah, he looks like he's put on some good weight. Bigger, seeming to be more apt to be physical, at least feeling more confident in his physicality. And I think as you were pushing towards, and we'll talk about here in a little bit, it looks like he was going to be looked at as really being a weapon here for this team, and that potential part is going. Again, at least it's gone for now. We'll see as soon as we get any additional information we will let you know. But again, reports, it did not look good. Here was actually DeMeco Ryans, the head coach, who had to speak right after practice ended, talking about the latest.
Great practice today overall. Guys getting back from the Minnesota trip, Greenbrier trip. Everything was a success and how we planned it. So it's good to get back out here to work. Back home is already, so it's good. Good day of work. Unfortunately, guys are here. We saw Brevin go down with injury. We'll continue to evaluate Brev and see, where he is. It's tough for everybody to see Brevin going down, knowing how much work he's put in to get back to this point of playing football and how excited he was to get back playing football. So just praying for him to have a successful return.
All right, that was DeMeco Ryans. Again, whenever we get more information, we will let you know. But more positive news, they are coming off, and that was the first practice they had today since the first preseason game against the Vikings, Clint. And I think especially when you're looking at the guys that are going to potentially contribute to this team that played Saturday, especially from an offensive perspective, and Nick Kalu, who called his first game as an OC in the booth, not on the field, but in the booth. I think that was a really, really positive day and moment for the Texans coming out of that game Saturday.
Absolutely it was. I mean, look, you look at the offense as a whole. I said it before. We listened to this group, DeMeco Ryans, Nick Kalu, Nick Caserio, hell, one of the centers is competing right now. Jake Andrews, Titus Howard. We've heard from all these guys, and we hear them talking about punch him in the mouth, be physical, run the football. We're going to run the football. If you know anything about Cole Popovich, the new O-line coach, we're going to run the football. And then you go out there, and there's no semblance of what they're talking about in uniform, and on the offensive side of the ball, you don't see it. Well, I think Saturday, at least for one series, when the starter caliber players were out there, you saw a physical run team. You saw offensive linemen that were out there pushing people around. You saw some level of the identity being created of, we're going to run the football downhill, we're going to punch you in the mouth, and we're going to make you like it. Now, does that continue to game 2, preseason 2? Does it transition into the season when all the starters are out there and you're going against the number 1 defense and you got Nick Chubb and you got Joe Mixon? We'll see. But as for one preseason game, I really liked what I saw on that front. I hear them talking for multiple weeks now, and the little bit of action that we saw them Saturday afternoon, you could see what they've been talking about for 3 weeks coming to fruition. So I thought that was big for the offensive line. Then you mentioned Nick Kalu. I thought that first drive from a play caller, play designer, game manager type scenario, I thought Nick Kalu did as good as you could possibly want your offensive coordinator to do. I mentioned we ran the ball well, but they also attacked in the quick game. They also attacked in the mid-range game. You saw a screen. You saw a boot for a touchdown. There was a little bit of everything mixed in there, and I really liked what I saw from Nick Kalu. I think those are the two battles, that physicality, and then Nick Kalu's ability to throw a little bit of something at that defense in one drive. A little bit of everything. I'm sorry, not a little something. A little bit of everything in that one drive was pretty impressive.
No, I don't think you can walk away from this thing not feeling better about Nick Kalu. Again, it is the first game. There was no Stroud and company. But for him to script for the first time, put together a game plan, and to have them prepared and fully, especially that first group. Now, it got a little wonky afterwards a bit, but they were prepared.
Yeah.
Davis Mills and crew, they knew what they were going to do, and they executed everything just about as well as you could. There was maybe some things from Blake Fisher, some other stuff, maybe, but they executed those first 10, 15 plays about as well as you could.
Yeah, they did. I thought they were really good, Ron. I think the one thing that we watched unfold in OTAs, mini camps, and training camp. I mean, heck, if you remember the first 4 or 5 days of mini camp, I get to practice after stretch happens. I don't need to watch these guys stretch, right? And many times when I got there, they would be doing a walkthrough, and it would last 30-plus minutes for 4 or 5 days of training camp, right? And we saw that's kind of the same pace they were in OTAs, the same kind of pace they were in minicamp. Now, what you want to see is in a very vanilla setting where the defense isn't doing a whole lot and execute double teams. You want to see guys that you're getting a hat for a hat, and there's not a bunch of free defenders, whether it's in the run game or in pass protection. There's not a bunch of free defenders running around. And it shows that what you are working, at a slow pace and installing at a slow pace and making sure everybody can communicate and everybody has a good understanding of, it shows that it worked. It shows that approach is working. It's sinking in. These guys are able to listen, retain, and apply what it is Nick Caley's throwing at them. And so, that's a good part of this too, is the approach for Nick Caley and this offense appears to have been effective, at least for a couple of weeks. Again, we'll see if it carries over to preseason game 2. We'll see if it carries over into the regular season. But right now, it looks like it's all coming to fruition.
All right, there we go. Yeah, like I said, that first group couldn't really ask for much better coming out against the Vikings.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, the starting lineup is this is a big one as the Mariners are in the midst of a 7-game winning streak. They've won 9 of their last 10. They are a half game back after this weekend after sweeping the Rays. And good for the Astros as they took 2 of 3 from the Yankees, but they are now a half game ahead of the Mariners. They're playing for sole possession of first place tonight, and there's a lot going on tonight. Alex Bregman returns for the first time to the Daikin Park as he will take on the Astros in the lineup tonight, which includes second. He will make his return as well in an Astros uniform. We'll let you hear from him in just a second. Jeremy Pena leads off. Carlos Correa at third, batting second. Altuve, who's on a tear, is the DH again. Christian Walker, Yainer Diaz behind the plate. Ramon Urias is playing second tonight with Dubon in left field. And Chas McCormick in center, Cam Smith in right. And then Christian Javier, he gets his first start. This is his debut back with the Astros since he tore his UCL and had Tommy John last year. Before we get to Christian Javier, here is Carlos Correa, who spoke with the media earlier today as he makes his return in an Astros uniform back on the diamond.
Well, first, it was surreal. I never thought I would get the chance to put on this uniform again, and I'm blessed that I get to do this again in front of all the fans here in Houston. We're very happy, to say the least. My whole family is super excited, and it's been a good week, and we just want to keep going.
All right, there he is. He's excited to get back, and I think most people are really excited for him to get back. It is just crazy. Him coming back is also the same game in which Bregman's coming back, in the same game in which Javier is coming back. Christian Javier, to me, Clint, is the big baseball thing, but from a fan and emotional spot, Bregman and Carlos Correa returning is probably the bigger thing.
Well, I think you got here now, Bish, excitement, entertainment, and you got long term for me as a fan. I mean, right now there's nothing. Christian Javier isn't even remotely close to Correa, getting the chance to see him in person, and the return of Bregman, obviously, and then Christian Javier's down the list. But if you look at long term for the Astros, the Astro fan in me is, boy, I don't care what Carlos Correa or Alex Bregman do at the plate. I sure enough need Christian Javier to go out there and have a good night. I mean, look, I know it's his first return, so I don't expect a whole hell of a lot out of him, but boy, it would do wonders for my Astros fandom for him to get started on the right foot tonight.
Yeah, and I know I said this earlier in the crosstalk around 2 o'clock, but it is really unfortunate that he's not coming into the position that we thought maybe he would be. That when he comes in, there's not necessarily a need for him to come out there and be really, really great. Right. That maybe they'd have a lead in which he can get his feet underneath him for a little bit. But damn it, they are in a tight race, a serious race. So they need him and Spencer Arrighetti to get going, and Luis Garcia when he gets up here, and J.P. France if that happens, and Lance from that devastating blister injury that he is dealing with, that he's apparently using Gorilla Glue and everything to try to help. That I added that last.
Hold on, so.
But they really need those guys to get going right away because Seattle is right on the edge. So big one tonight at the Dyke, and Tyler will be there. Sterling will be there.
5 o'clock fire.
I did want to get this in, Clint. Texas, the Texas Longhorns are ranked number 1 in the preseason AP poll for the first time ever. That was almost unbelievable for me to even hear. They just edged out Penn State, who comes in at 2. Ohio State, Clemson, and Georgia make out the top 5. LSU's there at 9. Clint, Alabama's at 8. Texas A&M is at 19. Texas Tech at 23. And SMU over there at 16 as well. Some of the local schools there. But Texas is where everyone believes the best team in the country, at least going into this thing. And we will learn a lot about them because they are going to play on the road in Columbus the first week of the season. Their first game's at Ohio State.
Yep.
But a lot of people love that roster from Texas and think they're going to be the team to beat right now.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this thing, man. You got Texas, Ohio State, Georgia for the most part, Notre Dame for sure, Oregon, Alabama, and Miami. I mean, you don't have but 2 or 3 returning quarterbacks in your top 10. I mean, most of these top 10 teams are breaking in a new quarterback, and so there's a lot of, plus a couple of new coaches thrown in there. It's going to be a fun year, man. I don't think it's as and maybe I just have a hard time thinking back to last season and what the top 10 looked like, but it seems like there's a lot more in 10. Brands are there and the teams are overall there, but whether it's coaching or quarterback or kind of there's a lot of change. It's just it's an interesting top 10. Not that you look below that. It's clearly the top 10 in the country, but it's going to be fun to watch this thing unfold.
You look inside that top 10 team. Is there a team that you like that maybe isn't getting as much talk
in the top 10?
Yeah, in that top 10. Is there a team that you really like to?
This is hard for me because I'm not a big fan of their coach, but I really like LSU.
Do you?
I like their quarterback, and the one thing about Brian Kelly is Brian Kelly's not afraid to say, hey, man, here's what we didn't have last year and where we weren't very good. We've got to get better. So I feel like he's kind of putting foot to throat there in LSU, and they got some dudes. I would probably I'd probably say LSU. I think Clemson's getting overhyped again.
You think they are getting up? See, I like Clemson.
Yeah.
I think when you talked about the quarterback, they're bringing the quarterback back, and they probably have the easiest road of a lot of these teams.
Yeah,
just because
it being in the ACC, life in the ACC. Yeah. I don't. I think Alabama's going to be really interesting year 2 for old buddy replacing Saban. You know, and he's got to do it now more with his guys than Saban's guys. Kind of deal the further he gets removed from Saban leaving. So I think that would be interesting. But if I had to pick one right now of kind of the top 10, that's maybe not getting the respect. I would say I think LSU is going to be a problem.
All right. Rep the day heard from DeMeco Ryans. We will let you know any kind of news that breaks loose before we get off the air. Make sure you stay tuned for Texans All Access and Area 45. They will also have any news that you will need about the Brevin Jordan injury if it comes out. But I know, Clint, you've been really trying to get your mind around what things will look like potentially without Brevin Jordan. Let's discuss that on the other side.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Our Vision Homes, y'all. Look, it's small town folks building big, beautiful custom houses, man. If you're in the market for one or even flirting with it, I'm telling you, you got to check into Our Vision Homes. Go to ourvisionhomes.com to do so. They're a turnkey custom home builder that can dream, design, and build your family's dream home with a ton of unique options. Really, whatever unique option you can dream of, whichever one you want to pick from their array, you can make it happen. They'll make it happen, right? Let's talk beyond the home. So you got your bourbon room, your wine room, your butler pantry. Maybe you got a safe room. Let's talk about outside, like what kind of additions out there. Casita for the in-laws, right? Iron building, shop for your toys. How about the pool that you've always wanted to enjoy during
National Association of Broadcasters selected Sports Radio 610 as one of 5 nominees for Sports Station of the Year, and we couldn't do it without you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston sports stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
A little bit of Astros news. They recall Jacob Melton, and Cooper Hummel is headed out. So Jacob Melton is called back up by the Astros. Cooper Hummel is heading out. Also, by the way, from Alex Bregman. We landed last night and immediately went to Whataburger to get back into the Texas swing of things, said Alex Bregman, who ordered a number 3, which is a triple meat Whataburger with no tomatoes and a large Dr. Pepper.
What's your order? Whataburger right now. What's your order?
I don't know the menu that well.
Well,
What is it? I think that melt. I think I get that.
I don't need 3 meats. I'm going 2 meat. I'm going 2 meat. Meat and cheese only. Jalapenos, please. Large fry. Large Sprite.
Yeah, I like that melt. That melt. Breakfast, I do like the honey.
Honey butter chicken biscuit.
Honey butter chicken biscuit.
Patty melts.
I'm going with.
My wife put me on that old HBCB. I'd never heard of it. Never heard of it. We're driving down the road one day. You ever had one of them HBCBs? I said, I have no clue. I have no clue what you're talking about, Mama. She said, honey butter chicken biscuit from Whataburger? I said, well, I've heard of them, but I don't frequent fast food breakfast joints. Well, we left that hill country one day, and this is before she was my bride. This is when she was still getting them brownie points, y'all. She whipped in that old Whataburger and got us a couple of them HBCBs. I said, yep, I believe I will. They are tremendous.
Take another.
Ooh, tremendous.
Shake in there as well. But no, patty melt, that's usually what I go with. Patty melt is the best. Yep, with them sauteed onions. Yeah, it is. It is.
Are y'all serious?
Yeah.
Tyler, you said patty melt too?
Yeah, dead ass.
Patty melt
coming through.
Oh yeah, patty melt is.
Someone texted in. Patty melt makes me tingle in my naughty places. Tyler,
down in the plums.
Just
absolutely.
Say in your naughty places and just say loins like Tyler does.
I feel it down in my plums every time I get a patty melt. Yeah.
Courtney likes Whataburger a lot more than I do. That's good.
I've never had it. I'm not doubting.
I go double meat. Yeah,
I'm not doubting that it's good. I fully expected one of the Whataburgers, not the patty melt.
You went triple meat, huh?
I'd go double. Triple's a little aggressive, especially if you got a game the next day.
The hell with.
Just gut bomb, huh?
Oh,
just gut bomb it, huh?
Nah, that ain't nothing. He ate that last night.
I thought for sure Breggy would say he stopped by HEB and got some of his salsa or something.
Yeah, he already. Hell, he got enough. All right, the big news of the day, Brevin Jordan. And it sounds the way reports and listening to Sean Pendergast, who we talked to, it sounds like this is serious by his reaction. And now this isn't anything new, Clint. They didn't play without him. They didn't play with him last year as he was injured. But Nick Kalu is coming in, who is his specialty had been coaching tight ends. And it did seem like there was uptick in his usage, and I guess now, we talked about C.J. Gardner-Johnson, what that would mean for that defense. Brevin Jordan, if he is out for an extended period of time, what does that look like for the Texans' offense? It is, as people have said, this is their third tight end. How big of a deal is it?
Yeah, I think it's a big deal, man, because you look at this thing. Look, I think Nico Collins is clearly a monster weapon on this offense. I think Christian Kirk he's got some of that explosiveness to him that he could hit his head on a goalpost if he gets behind you. Nico can hit his head on a goalpost at any point in time. I mean, really, with the exception of those two guys, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm leaving anybody out, like, you don't have a ton of like big play guys. You've got some possession guys. You've got some guys that are versatile and can do some different things. But I don't know that you have many hit the crease, it's a touchdown type guys on this team. And while Brevin, I don't action be a constant threat and game in, game out, have the level of impact that maybe a starting top tight end in the league would have. But I damn sure think that with Nick Caley and his tight end experience that he would find a way to use Brevin Jordan's explosiveness. I basically get more out of Brevin Jordan than anybody we've seen. And so Brevin was one. I think Brevin was one of your top 3 weapons on this offense. When it comes to just weapons, I think he was one of the top 3 weapons on this offense. And so with this injury, I think obviously the offense gets a little less explosive. I think you can be as multiple. I think you can do as many things. But boy, that tight end position, you had one dude that if you blink, he can get behind you, and you lost that guy.
Well, and not just, and maybe he's not going to take it. Well, I don't want to shortchange him. We've seen him take it 70 in a playoff game against the Browns, but Clint, there is a chance that he could be a huge mismatch in whatever matches that you have across the board, right?
Yeah.
You look at Nico Collins, maybe somebody tries to double him, or maybe a second corner is on, Higgins or somebody, but he's up against a tight end or up against a linebacker or, a safety that can't handle him, that can't run with him,
Yeah.
and that's a big mismatch. And there were times where sometimes, even though he didn't play a lot and Dalton Schultz was the primary tight end, where if CJ wanted to go get a first down or something like that, the most separation he might get would be from Brevin.
Yeah.
And I think it was, yes, there's Cade Stover and Dalton Schultz, who you may say is in front of him. But Clint, I think there was a real space of how Nick Caley was going to get creative potentially and use him.
Yeah.
And that may be going.
Well,
and they don't have anybody else on the roster that does.
When you look at how the wide receiver room is constructed, and you look at how the running back room is constructed, I think they were leaning heavily towards being a 12 personnel offense. Maybe even 11 personnel offense, depending on how Higgins comes along. But the 12 personnel, I think, was going to be a big part of what they do, which puts 2 tight ends on the field. And I think Brevin Jordan is the one that was getting a lot of run in that 12 personnel set. He'd be on the field with Dalton. He'd be on the field with Cade Stover. It seemed like to me, I don't have the rep counts in front of me, but it seemed like to me every time I looked up, Brevin Jordan was in action. And so, yeah, he was set up to get a lot of run. He was set up to at least from the outside looking in before the season starts, to have every opportunity under the sun to have a big year. And this is a blow to him as well as obviously I think to the team. I mean, you lose one of your top 3 most explosive play goals. I think he's one of the top 3. That hurts a little bit, stings a little bit.
All right, coming up as we continue, you talked about a position group there that after Saturday's game, it may be where the toughest decision for a guy like DeMeco Ryans has to make. We'll discuss that next.
All right, fellas, look, we all know about Synergenics and Low T Center, man. They've been changing our lives, man, changing men's lives across the country for over a decade, man. Testosterone replacement therapy has helped many of us get our energy back, regain our confidence. For a lot of folks out there, it's saving marriages. Heck, it's helping overcome symptoms associated with depression. This is serious stuff. This is truly life-changing stuff, man.
It done. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Texans All Access coming up behind us. I am sure they will be looking at the big story of the day, Brevin Jordan, who it appears from reports suffered what looks to be a serious knee injury. You can continue to hear that conversation from guys I know were out there, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, coming up behind us. And the conversation will continue. Area 45. Sean Bijani back. PC back?
PC is
good,
back in
good,
the building.
Good to see that. Patrick Creighton back, and then Chris Santiago as well. They will have Area 45. Not only will they tackle I'm guessing, the preseason game, as well as the big news with Brevin Jordan, but they will have what is a very important game tonight for the Astros, post-game for Astros Red Sox, and the Astros are trying to remain in sole possession of first place. If they, for any reason, lose tonight's game, they will be in a tie with the Seattle Mariners, who are rolling right now. So stay tuned for that with the fellas. By the way, Tyler will be out there. Tyler says I wouldn't miss this one. Damn it, not at all. Bregman, Correa returning. Christian Javier returning.
I'm in the house for that one.
Yeah, at the house for that one. Is this? You know, I ain't gonna do that.
Do it. Do it, lady.
Do you have a jersey somewhere in the car that you're going over the top of this with, or is this just a T-shirt night?
No, I couldn't find my Correa jersey. I know I have it somewhere, but yeah.
I am surprised. I thought this would be a jersey night.
You got a Correa jersey and you're not wearing it?
This feels like a jersey night.
No, and I'm not saying where your feeling's wrong.
I think
Absolutely.
any one of them would do.
But to be completely honest with you, wasn't even really that upset I couldn't find my Correa jersey, because wearing a jersey in those lady tries to murder me. So I'm good rolling with the T today,
I guess.
You got to stop
indoors, man.
You got to stop and buy you a New City Connect Correa.
Ooh,
it's Monday. They're wearing them.
That is
first time.
That is on the money.
You don't have one.
Ooh, I
you
might
can't
just
find one.
They maroon money out, man.
I think I'm gonna do that.
I think that's what you should do.
I think I'm
really,
gonna do that.
You know, that's a great idea.
Right when I get there,
because you're talking about layers indoors now.
Well, there's a good chance you may not find it. I imagine it's going to be a popular item tonight.
You're right. It probably is. No, he'll find. He probably knows somebody. I know Tyler. Got somebody up there for them drinks. You're gonna have somebody in that.
Just got to make a call.
In that team store that's gonna hold.
Just need one phone call, and I'll have my Los Correa City Connect jersey.
If they're paid on commission, Tyler needs to be one of their top VIP customers. That's for damn sure.
T-Mill's best bet's coming up in a little bit. He had an all-green week last week, 65%. So stay tuned with him. He's hot. He's gonna make you a little money. Clint, there's a lot from that game Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Caley was a big talking point. The receivers were a big talking point. I want to go to the receivers right now. And we know that I think that top four, Nico, Christian Kirk, Higgins, Noel, they're fine. They're good. But then there's that middle group of, like, how many of they're going to keep? Mechie, Hutchinson, Berrios, Justin Watson. How many of those guys are they going to keep? Justin Watson, with the exception of Justin Watson, who didn't get a catch. But Mechie led the team in targets, receptions, and catches, and yards. And then Hutchinson had a big first down catch. Berrios caught the first touchdown in this game, had 3 catches on 5 targets. Who do you think is at the top of that little foursome?
I think it's Berrios. And look, I know it's convenient. It comes on the heels of him having a decent little game there in that first drive. But what this preseason game did for me as it pertains to the Texans wide receivers, is it put me in a spot where I'm looking at it a little different, right? I mean, it's more about when you look at the top 4 guys, you got 2 big tall guys in Nico and Higgins, and you got 2 guys that are probably going to fit on the inside more than they are on the outside. They can do some outside stuff, sure, but they're going to fit on the inside more so than the outside in Noel and Kirk, right? So then beyond that, you know, what are we looking for, right? What do you need? I think there's one guy in Braxton Berios. I think he sticks out in a big way in a term of just being a package guy, being a weapon guy, being a guy that like we used him this weekend, where you stack him behind a tight end, little fella, you cut him back across the grain boot, he's wide open, he's hard to see behind the line of scrimmage, and then he also has that twitch and that ability to squeeze it into the corner of the end zone there. The second route that he ran was more of a real patient, kind of just a little quick out route. Most people wouldn't make much of it, but if you watch how he ran it, that was a veteran on the ocean for the quarterback. There's little things like that I think I think they've separated him from the rest of the group. So I think Braxton Berios is a guy that's going to be on this football team, and I just don't look at him as a guy that is competing with John Mechie. You know what I mean? I don't look at him as a guy that's competing with Xavier Hutchinson. Like I just don't. It's
It's more than return stuff.
Yeah, well, the return stuff is a plus, right? But it's just that offensively, those are receivers that may be good backups because you can plug them in anywhere on the field, and they're smart. They know the routes. They know, they're reliable. They're not good